In the midst of a fierce war, the air felt as if it were burning with intense heat. A knight was gasping heavily, drenched in sweat. He leaned on his sword, his face contorted with exhaustion. He was the owner of a high-difficulty dungeon. Before him were his teammates, facing a giant level 67 creature, a wingless dragon named Sebarumus. The dragon opened its mouth wide and roared, sparks of blazing red gathering into a massive fireball. Its piercing screech was deafening. The group of warriors was forced to retreat under its overwhelming power. Here it comes. Among them was an elderly man with white hair and beard, eyes full of worry, who exclaimed, "I don't know if my defense skill can block this time." Suddenly, he widened his eyes and gaped. Following his gaze, in front of Sebarumus appeared a small green foot. A tiny creature, clad in tattered cloth, was hopping fearlessly. It was a creature carrying only a simple wooden club, standing face to face with the dragon as if unaware that death was looming. A goblin stuck out its tongue, its wrinkled face full of mischief, then let out a shrill squeal. "Wait, what's a goblin doing here?" Sebarumus roared angrily and launched the fireball toward the crowd. The swirling flames carried destructive power as if determined to burn everything to ashes. The goblin was completely unharmed. It burst out laughing excitedly and shouted. Then it swung the club in its hand. In just a moment, it swept across so fast that the eye couldn't keep up. 1 second later, the entire battlefield fell silent. Everyone was stunned by what had just happened. Crazy, it slashed the dragon to pieces. Beneath where the dragon stood, the upper body of the giant dragon had vanished, leaving only the charred lower body, still surrounded by raging flames. The goblin stood before the dragon's corpse like a tiny speck. People murmured. The goblin defeated Sebarumus with just one strike. A monster attacking another monster, could it be a summoned beast? Amid the chaos, the silver-bearded man raised his hand, pointing to the hilltop. "Look over there. Someone's on the hilltop." It was a young man, grinning ear to ear, his tongue sticking out mischievously. The young man stood on a high rock, all eyes fixed on him. At his feet was the goblin still standing before the dragon's corpse. The whole area seemed engulfed in flames. People cheered. "He's the one who summoned the goblin." Chun Su is currently a construction worker. He's carrying a large sack on his shoulder, sweating profusely under the blazing sun. "Where should I put this?" someone asked. "Is he in a good mood?" Smiling while working, he dropped the sack. "I am a goblin." Chun Su grabbed a bottle of water and gulped it down. "Of course I'm weak. The place I'm in is inevitably a low-level dungeon. A character who can't possibly leave a low-level dungeon." He sat down, looked up at the sky, and sighed. While some people win the lottery and become super rich overnight, no matter how much experience a goblin gains, it will always just be a goblin. A voice sounded beside him. "Have you heard about Mr. Tra?" That piqued Chun Su's curiosity. He glanced over. They were middle-aged folks working as construction workers just like him. They warmed their hands by the fire while chatting. "I heard lately he's been so busy playing Heaven's Gate that he hasn't even gone to work. Something about unlocking a hidden profession." Someone else cut in. "If the other side adds a hidden profession, then they've hit the jackpot. That kind of thing will definitely be a gold mine." Chun Su wondered. Hidden profession, Heaven's Gate? Images of the game Heaven's Gate appeared in his mind. The game featured knights and monsters, and players had to fight to earn loot. It was a fully immersive virtual reality RPG that was all the rage lately. The experience was so realistic it made people forget reality. People played the game by lying on a bed and wearing virtual reality goggles to enter that world. Of course, the technology was advanced and the equipment expensive. But thanks to countless internet cafes nationwide switching to keep up with the trend, poor folks like him could easily enjoy it. And with such huge demand, what do you think happens next? People would use the loot they earned in the game to convert it into real money. Real-world money started pouring into the game, and in-game equipment became real-world currency. Chun Su was thoughtful. At first, he enjoyed it too. Back then, he had to struggle hard in the game. "Look at this ultimate skill." The system announced, "Rock Smash skill. You receive 3 mineral stones." He screamed at the sky. "Damn it. So stupid. After all that grinding, now I have to grind even more. Even here, I'm drowning in debt." He burst into tears like a child. "When will it be my turn to become a legendary hero, date a beautiful member, and get married? The gates of heaven, what's the point, no matter how many minerals I dig up?" He held a high-level green recovery crystal in his hand. "Damn, if I sell this, I can get at least 300,000 N, right?" Chun Su's face became more cunning than ever. He lifted the crystal in his hand. Here it is, this is why I mine. Aha, aha. A voice sounded beside him. Wait. Chun-Su looked over. It was a stunningly beautiful white-haired girl, with 2 men behind her. She wore a tight red outfit. You mine here every day? Then your mining skills must be pretty high. Huh? He replied, pretty high. What's up? She continued, we encountered a dungeon, but a huge boulder is blocking the way. They were standing in a marble cave full of crystal ores. Our group is strong, but we know nothing about mining. She looked around with a pitiful expression. We hope a talented miner like you can help. I was confused. Damn, I have the skills, but my level is way too low to safely enter the dungeon. The dwarf next to me spoke up. We'll handle the monsters. You just need to follow us and mine. He continued, oh, you think because I'm a dwarf I'm good at mining? Are dwarves only good for that? They're useless in combat, so they might as well just die. Hearing that, Chun-Su didn't know how to respond and just stood there blankly. He thought, if I join their group, I could inherit their experience and maybe even find high level or not bad at all. But the cave is full of dangers, with countless enemies lurking around. Would I be safe deep inside the dungeon? Even though you can respawn after death in this game, there's one thing that always makes Chun-Su hesitate in this game. It has that. Suddenly, the girl grabbed his hand, then gently rubbed his hand against her body, starting to wiggle. I'm sorry. It's just that my ideal image of a miner is someone strong-handed. I can't control myself. It's okay if you don't want to. He was startled, panicked, and blushed. I do want to? At that moment, sweat started pouring down Chun-Su's face, his whole body trembling. He gripped the pickaxe in his hand. What nonsense am I talking about? In front of Chun-Su stood a level 7 gray wolf. The monsters are at a lower level than I thought, but there are 5 of them surrounding him. They are slowly stepping toward him. I'm still lower level than them. Ah! A wolf lunges forward. Chun-Su raises his hand to block in front of his face. Mom! The girl shouts loudly. Don't move! A large flame flashes before him. Attack numbers appear. 2748, 2855, 2976, 2765. Skill. Salamander Flame. Meanwhile, Chun-Su still keeps his eyes tightly shut. That girl is Catherine Lee, a level 39 witch. She anxiously asks, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Behind her is the chaos caused by the fire. Chun-Su is stunned in surprise. Thank you for helping me. He thinks to himself. She wiped out the pack of wolves in just one strike. Scarily strong. Catherine wipes away tears, looking very pitiful. She expresses, you really worried me. Please don't stay far from me. It's dangerous. He presses his lips, eyes wide open. She wants me to stay by her side forever. Have I finally found my pink-hued happiness? Catherine's other teammate is extremely arrogant. He dodges the attack from the gray wolves without a hint of surprise. He grabs the staff behind his back. We're not the type to come here just to have fun in these dungeons. He swings the staff, wiping out all the wolves. Numbers appear. 1800, 1836, 1798. System notification. Skill Giant Spin Slash. He went back on the defensive. A suspicious mineral can only be unlocked with skill. We came to see what's inside it. At first, we ignored it because we had no choice. Investing points in mining skills was a waste. Wolf fangs, wolf fur. So now we need people like you to help. Hearing this, Chun-Su was startled. People like me? What did he mean by that? His mind was extremely complicated. Thoughts mingling with reality. Damn it, did he think he was an idiot? How would he mine without me? Chun-Su was furious. Without knowing when, he had stood behind him, eyes full of killing intent. That statement can't be ignored. Do you think I have no combat skills? He spun the pickaxe above his head, gritting his teeth, slammed it down on the ground in anger. I don't have. Chun-Su tried to dig into the ground. Damn it, not even one. On the other side, the short man said, are you sure the information you bought is correct? If there's nothing behind that, or the whole group will suffer heavy losses. The other replied, better if there is. If not, you'll pay the price for wasting our time in this dungeon. Chun-Su tried to dig. Being underestimated, risking his life for a few coins, he had gotten used to it to the point of no longer caring, and that was what annoyed him. Calm down, just do your job, get paid, and leave. This is just another ordinary day. He swung the pickaxe with all his might into the ground, shouting, how boring. The ground began to crack. The cave trembled. Rocks and dirt fell scattered everywhere. Everyone was surprised. In front of them was an incredibly intricate door. He shouted, a hidden dungeon. He was shocked. No way. We actually found a hidden dungeon? The dwarf was also stunned. We could get a special reward. Maybe even switch to the hidden profession. Chun-Su was excited. Jackpot. Catherine stood beside him, her eyes icy cold and full of murderous intent. She repeated, "We." Then from behind, she lunged to attack Chun-Su, her eyes blazing red like fire. Meanwhile, he was still overjoyed, completely unaware that danger was closing in. "Now I can change my life like Mr. Tra." He swung his staff hard at Chun-Su. The system displayed, PK mode activated. Chun-Su screamed in pain. He collapsed to the ground, his HP dropping sharply. Minus 480. "Damn it, I can't breathe. Damn it." Someone's voice echoed. "Finding this hidden dungeon is really tough." Catherine and the dwarf stood before him, mocking. "And it's in a low-level area too. You need some silly mining skills just to get in." She continued, "Don't take it personally, we cleared it all out, you just tagged along." Chun-Su glared at them angrily. "So you're the ones attacking me? Cowards." They knew about the hidden dungeon from the start. He grabbed Chun-Su's head, yanked it up hard, spinning the weapon cord in his hand. "Of course we knew. You fool. Do you think we have time to just come here for fun? But since you helped a bit, I'll be quick about it." He threw Chun-Su up into the air. He opened his eyes, gasping for breath, his face pale, drenched in sweat. "I'm still in the dungeon. They didn't kill me. Maybe they have a shred of conscience?" However, it wasn't that they spared him, it was because he was holding a high-grade recovery crystal. He had used it. The high-grade recovery crystal restores 100% HP when the player is defeated. The cracked stone split in two in his hand. "Wait, no, I revived. My 300,000 N. Damn bastards." He slammed his hand on the ground, shouting, "Damn it, my money." Chun-Su looked ahead, where the dungeon entrance was a pitch-black void, unreachable by outside light. The hidden dungeon gate was still open, which meant it hadn't been cleared yet. He gritted his teeth and crawled forward. "You think I'll give up after losing the recovery crystal? No way. I'll ruin your fun and turn the tables." Chun-Su stepped into the dungeon. "You bastards. How dare you underestimate me?" Inside was as dark as a cosmic abyss, a stark contrast to the brightness outside. "I will become your worst nightmare." Chun-Su dashed forward. "Just wait." He jumped into the hidden dungeon, but in front of him was not flat ground, but a tunnel leading deep underground. That move was basically handing himself over to death. Son of a... Stairs. Chun-Su fell straight down, his HP dropping by another 80. He bowed his head to the ground, the stairs right at the entrance again. Now his HP was down to 20. But anyway, he's in now. This must be a hidden dungeon. Chun-Su stepped inside a place called the Goblin Shrine. In front of him was a statue of the Goblin Lord sitting arrogantly on his throne. He sat up, muttering, "So big. What's up with that goblin sitting on the throne with such a smug look?" He walked around, thinking, "But, Goblin Shrine? Don't tell me there are only goblins here. A hidden dungeon should be way tougher. If it's this easy at a low level, that's boring." Chun-Su started feeling strange. He looked around, unusually quiet. Where are they? Suddenly, his foot stepped on something strange. Looking down, what's this? It was the dwarf he had defeated. He lay on the floor, covered in blood, trembling all over. Chun-Su jumped back, shouting, "Ah!" scared to realize it was the same dwarf from before. What the hell? He trembled as he looked at Chun-Su, trying to send a message. "Can you use a resurrection skill?" Chun-Su replied, "There's no such skill." Chun-Su scratched his head, thinking, he's trying to avoid hitting the resurrection button, so he doesn't miss the hidden dungeon? Just head straight to the village and join in. But the system flashed a red warning bar. "Warning. This dungeon's difficulty far exceeds your current level. Please leave immediately." Chun-Su's face turned pale. At that moment, a terrifying scream echoed. He turned his head, it was the dwarf's scream. A giant monstrous hand grabbed his entire body, lifting him into the air. His eyes rolled back white. Meanwhile, Catherine, the girl from earlier, was being stomped on by the monster's foot. This is the Goblin Shrine. In front of Chun-Su stood an 80-level monster named Geigi. It had long limbs, 2 horns on its head, a mouth like a cosmic abyss, and its whole body glowed with a sinister red light. Chun-Su was stunned. "What the heck is that?" He froze. "Level 80? Are you kidding me?" The monster lifted his teammate close to its mouth full of razor-sharp teeth, then bit him in half. Blood splattered everywhere, staining the area red. A scream of agony echoed. Chun-Su witnessed it all, nauseous, covering his mouth. This was the worst-case scenario. Until now, many games pursued realism, but Heaven's Gate even integrated tactile sensations. Chun-Su recalled, the VR headset obviously had a safety system. If attacked by monsters of the same or lower level, damage was negligible. But if the level difference was huge, that was another story. Catherine screamed, "Help me! Please save me!" She was terrified out of her mind. Chun-Su shouted back, "Save your sorry self. What the hell am I supposed to do against that thing?" This game was brutally merciless. Even if your character revived, the pain and trauma left a lasting imprint. They affected the brain directly. In severe cases, it could cause brain death or actual death. Realizing this, Chun-Su knew this place was way too dangerous for him. He tiptoed away, reassuring himself, "I have to retreat. I can't let that monster kill me." He ran toward the gate, shouting, "This isn't my fault. You guys abandoned me first. I'm weak, useless, can't help at all." He laughed maniacally, tears streaming down. "Even if I'm the only one left, I have to survive. Understand?" Immediately, the system appeared. Notice. The Goblin Lord feels sympathy for your cowardice and weakness. Chun-Su looked at the system board in front of him, puzzled. What the heck? The Goblin Lord? He turned to look at the giant goblin statue sitting on the throne. Weak and cowardly, huh? He gritted his teeth. You think I want to be like that? At that moment, though terrified and trembling, Catherine still tried to cast magic. Chun-Su roared. You think I chose to be powerless? If I had even a little strength, I wouldn't have run away. But I have nothing. The monsters kept trampling his teammates as if they were nothing. Memories of his real life flashed back the image of him as a laborer, a miner struggling every day. I wanted a decent job. One where I wouldn't be looked down upon. He screamed. I want to fight monsters, not dig rocks. I carry the debt my parents left me, but grew up unable to do what I want. Tears and snot ran down his face. He shouted at the goblin statue. And you call me weak? Why should I endure that humiliation? What did I do wrong? Who are you to sit there and look down on me? You're just a goblin too. I'm looked down on in real life, despised in the game. And now even a goblin feels sorry for me? Fine. So I'm a goblin. Damn it. Immediately, the system blared repeatedly. Notification. You have become an honorary goblin. Goblins will assist you at all times. You have met the conditions to switch to a hidden class. Do you want to change your profession to Goblin Summoner? Chun-Su looked at the notifications on the system board. Goblin Summoner. Hidden class? But after everything he had been through, he wasn't about to give in easily. He cracked a weird smile. Are you kidding? I refuse. Still, the system updated. Update. You are a goblin. Profession has changed to Goblin Summoner. Chun-Su shouted. I said no. Meanwhile, the monster, having killed the remaining people, began approaching Chun-Su. It growled. Sururo. His face turned pale, his whole body trembling. It's too late. Running is useless. Damn it. Damn it. There's no way out. Chun-Su swung his arm, commanding, Goblin, come out. The system displayed, skill. Goblin summon a goblin to fight for the master. Purple magic circle appeared. A goblin began to rise from it. Don't show up with flashy effects like some fire dragon or something. The goblin appeared, with greenish-blue skin and an ugly face. It let out a cry. He smirked. A goblin that looks like a total loser. Whatever, I'll use it as bait and take the chance to run away. He pointed at Gei, ordering, Goblin, go. Defeat him. The goblin swung its wooden club, flexing its muscles ostentatiously, then shouted so loudly that even Gei screamed back piercingly. It raised its long arm. Sororo. Chun-Su turned his face away. All right, it's time for me to run away. No sooner had he finished speaking than the goblin slashed Gei's neck in one blow. The giant monster collapsed to the ground, dust and smoke billowing everywhere. Chun-Su stood there stunned. He couldn't believe what was happening. The system began to chime with lines of notifications. Your experience has increased. Chun-Su was surprised. What? You have learned a new skill. Feed the goblin. Lead the goblin. The goblin landed safely, turned around, scratched its head and smiled at him, then shouted happily. Lines of notifications kept appearing non-stop. Your summoned monster experience has increased. Your summoned monster experience has increased. It looked at him, tongue still sticking out, drool dripping down. He was stunned. Damn. This goblin looks like a total loser. His face twisted grotesquely, sweat pouring down his forehead. He began to doubt. Is it really a rare grade? The scene shifted to where the Geiger monster was squeezing a man in its gigantic palm. It opened its terrifying mouth wide, revealing razor-sharp teeth. Without hesitation, it bit down on him with a snap. The upper half of his body was torn apart, blood spraying wildly, painting horrifying red streaks in the air. Catherine screamed, her shout echoing amid extreme terror, before she too was crushed under the monster's giant foot. Her body shattered. Witnessing that horrific experience in the virtual world, Catherine in the real world was deeply affected. She screamed in panic. Wah! Art, the person in charge standing nearby, hurriedly ran to where she was lying, immersed in the game world. He panicked and called out, "Miss, please wake up. Miss." He yanked the virtual reality glasses off her face. What appeared before his eyes left him stunned. No, Catherine was still lying there but motionless, eyes wide open, brows furrowed, tears streaming down both cheeks along with a bloody nose. The terrifying illusion had slammed back into reality, tearing apart the boundary between game and real life with a raw sense of fatality. An irreversible shock, a death sentence. Meanwhile, the goblin's battle raged on. It frantically charged at its enemies. Each strike sliced through the air. Every swing was accompanied by a dazzling flash of numbers. 9999, 9999, representing the massive damage it dealt. You have leveled up. Then another hit, another message. Each attack triggered the system notification. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. The goblin roared, its whole body trembling with excitement. Its eyes bulged. The whites nearly vanished, replaced by blazing bright red. It seemed to go mad, ready to bite and tear apart anything in its way. It let out long, piercing screams that echoed across the battlefield, mingling with the rain of 9,999, 9,999 numbers and dozens of non-stop notifications. You have leveled up. Chun Tzu bent down, picked up a mana stone dropped by a low-level monster on the ground, then sighed. Hey, give me a break, the goblin grumbled, but Chun Tzu was holding a pile of materials. 999 low-level mana stones, 999 wolf claws, 999 more wolf claws, and yet another 999 wolf claws stacked into a mountain. On his shoulder was a backpack so huge it looked like it might burst. Yet his face was bright and he excitedly exclaimed, I have no more hands to hold anything. Kim Chun Tzu, a level 31 goblin summoner. Stats: Strength 4, Endurance 2, Agility 0, Intelligence 1, Luck 0, total status 26. He still hadn't recovered from what he had just experienced. I made it through the dungeon when I was captured, but all the teammates protecting me sacrificed themselves. Only by dying could I return. Chun Tzu looked up at the goblin ahead, its ugly face emitting a piercing screech. But this guy had broken the mine dungeon on his own without leveling up at all. Meanwhile, Chun Tzu had reached level 31. The system panel appeared with a message. Summon monster. Goblin, no data available. He thought to himself, I still haven't seen anything. Both were still standing in a damp, gloomy cave. He crossed his arms and looked at the goblin as if it were an unsolved mystery. Is a low-level grunt like this goblin really this strong? Isn't this a game bug? His expression suddenly changed. His deep-set eyes and sharp nose looking devilish, mouth wide open with saliva flying everywhere. He shouted, Whatever. If this is a bug, I have to make the most of it before they fix it. With this guy, I don't have to mine anymore and I can become the best player in the gate of heaven. At Nara Bank, the receptionist's voice rang out. Customer number 36. Please, the clerk asked Chun Tzu, who was sitting in front of her. Including the wolf fur, the total is 97,000. Would you like the money deposited directly into your account? He thought to himself, I can directly convert items into cash through the bank. This game is really something. Finally, he spoke up, No. Can I transfer the money to another account? But then suddenly remembering, he added, Right, I still have some items I want to sell. He continued by presenting Geiger's heart. Hearing this, the clerk was momentarily stunned and replied, If we include that, your total is... Her eyes widened, and her mouth moved silently. Huh? She hurriedly turned away to find the manager, leaving Chun Tzu staring blankly after her, his face dumbfounded. He picked his nose and wondered, What's going on? Why is she going to get the manager while the customer is sitting right here? A moment later, a pot of hot tea was poured into the red beard-patterned cup placed before Chun Tzu. The person attending him now was the manager of Nara Bank, a chubby uncle with a round, steamed bun-like face and a fixed polite smile plastered on his lips. So, does it suit your taste? Chun Tzu took a small sip and whispered, This is too cold. The manager replied, "Oh, I forgot to add more hot water." Then he returned to the main issue, resuming a serious tone. "But do you have business with me? I just came to exchange items for money." "Actually, it's nothing much," he replied. "I have a better place for you to put your money. So I thought, maybe we could have a little chat about that better place." He kept smiling evenly. "Don't you think just leaving money in an account is a waste? Our bank has a pretty good investment. If you invest instead of just leaving your money there." Chun-Su frowned. "Wait a minute. I know making money is important to you guys, but do managers really have to do this kind of thing? At most, I only have 1 million world." His expression didn't change, but his eyebrows slightly furrowed. The mechanical smile remained intact. 1 million? No, I thought you'd know the value of the items you brought. The heart and skin of Geiger at today's exchange rate. His last words stunned Chun-Su, leaving him speechless with his mouth agape. Are worth 230 million. After the meeting at the bank, Chun-Su hugged the little goblin tightly, shouting excitedly, "Goblin, thanks to you I've already paid off 10% of my debt, and I wasn't even going to summon you. You're that good? Oh, what a cute name." Seeing the clear benefits of this strange little goblin, Chun-Su praised him wholeheartedly. "Who says goblins are ugly? You're adorable, I'm not lying. At least, while I'm still in town, I won't summon you." But just a few minutes later, he already felt regret. Passing through the downtown area, all eyes were fixed on the two strange creatures, a player and a goblin. He gritted his teeth and hurriedly stepped forward. "This guy, I can't stop summoning him. Does he only disappear when he dies? Seriously?" Everyone was staring at him. People started whispering and gossiping, some sneering. "Hey, look, there's a goblin in town. Who summoned that? It looks so ugly." Chun-Su wanted to disappear into the ground, his face turning pale. "I'm not a goblin, just look how ugly he is. Haha." Suddenly, a heavy sound rang out. "Huh!" turned its head and let out a strange hiss. A man with a thunderous deep voice stepped forward. He was the destroyer of the Evaton Guild, standing towering before the tiny goblin. Holding a giant blade, his eyes were sharp and cold as knives. How the hell can a goblin be walking down the street? The townspeople murmured excitedly. The destroyer. He's from the Evaton Guild. Chun-Su was confused. The destroyer? That name sounds cool. Is he famous? Someone nearby whispered. No, he just gave himself that title. Chun-Su frowned. This is bad. No one normally calls themselves the destroyer. Seeing the situation was getting worse, he shouted, "Wait, he's not a monster." But before he could finish, Pon's giant blade came crashing down on the goblin's head. In an instant, the tiny goblin swung his wooden mace into the air, sending the man flying far away. Dust swirled up, and damage numbers appeared. 9999. 9999. Pon Blood Frenzy. The game has activated PK mode, player killing, but the pain level is limited to prevent abuse. He's dead. The crowd was stunned, whispering non-stop. The destroyer Pon has just been destroyed. This goblin has killed someone. He's dead. The crowd was stunned, whispering non-stop. The destroyer Pon has just been destroyed. This goblin has killed someone. From within the crowd, a hooded figure spoke coldly. Teased by a goblin? How pathetic. The destroyer Pon. This monster isn't even worth touching. It was the Evaton Guild members. Unhyu, Level 30 Dark Assassin Minsung. Level 28 Assassin Giant. Level 27 Deadly Archer Suji. Ruthless Level 28 Assassin Unhyu drew his sword, pointing it at the goblin. But you must also take responsibility for messing with our guild. Chun-Su swallowed hard. This is getting more complicated. My goblin isn't weak, but if it takes on all of them, that's a big problem. He hurried forward, blocking in front of the goblin. Wait, hold on. Hand over this goblin to me. Unhyu cut in. Who are you? Don't interfere with our business. Otherwise, we'll kill you too. Chun-Su tried to stay calm. If you all rush to attack one goblin, you'll lose your reputation. However, his little goblin didn't care. It swung its arm, and the system announced, Goblin used skill. Rock throw. A small rock with power 9,999 flew swiftly and slapped Min Sung on the head, sending him flying and collapsing. The Speed King Min Sung was dead. Immediately, everyone rushed forward. Deal with him. Chun-Su didn't hesitate and ran headlong. The goblin ran after him, giggling as it ran. How did it come to this? I have a rare goblin and a bright future. I thought my life in the heavenly gate would go smoothly. Suddenly, from a corner by the wall, an old man with silver hair shouted loudly. This way. Chun-Su stopped and looked behind the door. Who are you? The old man frowned. Duck, you don't have time to ask. Hurry up. Without thinking further, he dashed in. The door slammed shut behind him. After a moment, Chun-Su burst out of the secret door, his face drained of all color. Damn it, you said this was the way. It turned out he was Sung Run the Cunning, a level 26 warrior. Holding a hammer, he chased after him, the path to the graveyard clearly visible. Chun-Su gritted his teeth. Damn it, he shouted to the system. What now? Just run. I'm out of breath. The system displayed a notification. The Goblin Lord was shocked by your sneak attack. After catching the enemy off guard, you earned 1 goblin point. He wondered, sneak attack? Are you calling me a sneak attacker? He recalled the moment when he was still sobbing. Back then they called him crude and weak. When he faced the Goblin Lord sitting on the throne, now they accuse him of being sneaky. He took slow, deliberate steps. I originally did nothing wrong. He stopped. Then what is it that turned me into a weak, crude, sneaky person? He rolled his eyes. They are the ones who forced me into their team, betrayed me, and suddenly attacked me. He gave the order, listen carefully. The goblin thought back and felt annoyed too. It replied, whatever. We're tired of being looked down on for being weak. He turned around, his face full of malice, eyes gleaming with a deadly glare. I will destroy the Evaton Guild. The goblin laughed maniacally. Meanwhile, on the side of the Evaton Guild members, Unhyu and Jian were leaping across the rooftops. Jian glanced at his teammate running ahead. Do you really need to come with us to take down someone like that? Unhyu, dark as ever. I think I can handle it alone. Unhyu didn't turn back, his voice low. Don't be overconfident. That goblin. Among us, Destroyer Pawn is the weakest, yet even he was killed with 1 blow. That goblin. There's something very strange about it. Suddenly, terrifying screams echoed from ahead. Unhyu startled and stopped. The scream came right beside them. The old man who tricked Chun-Su into the house was now lying unconscious on a pile of broken wood. Unhyu shouted, Sung Run the Cunning. But from when exactly? A cold shadow silently appeared right behind him. It was the goblin. Its eyes shone brightly, full of murderous intent. He spun around as fast as lightning, swinging his sword straight at it. Ugh! Yet that strike left no wound on the goblin. It stuck out its tongue. Whatever. Impossible. No damage? Suddenly, Unhyu recalled the moment Min Sung fell under the small rock the goblin had thrown. So back then, I wasn't mistaken after all. At this moment, he finally realized he was standing at death's door. I'm doomed. I'm about to die. The goblin immediately charged forward, swinging a wooden club at Unhyu. But a sharp arrow flew in to block it. Unhyu stared in shock at the chaotic space, feeling as if something was preventing him from attacking. Beside him, Jian the deadly archer raised her bow and shouted, What are you standing there for? Are you going to let that goblin kill you? He looked at her. Jian the deadly, I'm facing off against a goblin. The goblin hopped around, taunting him. How can a low-level monster like me deal millions in damage? They must be cheating. Without hesitation, Unhyu unleashed his inner power. His whole body radiated a blazing red light assassin skill. Extreme left. A notification appeared. Extreme left has reduced your speed by 90%. All current attacks are critical hits. You are overwhelmed by rage, losing reason. Dway Hyen stood behind, worriedly watching him. What are you doing? It's just a goblin. Why use that skill? Unhyu replied, Don't worry. This skill is just a passive skill. What kind of passive skill costs half your mana? At this moment, he was in maximum attack mode, with a megapixel stat of 280 magical light surging around him. The atmosphere grew increasingly suffocating. He reversed the 2 daggers in his hands, adding 30% damage but reducing critical hit rate by 50%. One finishing blow to this one, then on to the next. Jian sighed upon hearing this. Ha. Fine. Let's finish this quickly before anyone else sees. She jumped up, drew her bow, and fired the archer skill. Howling Arrow. Each howling arrow eliminated all movement speed within its range. A blue light enveloped the space, simultaneously boosting the strength of her teammate, Unhyu. The arrow shot swiftly toward the enemy. She reminded herself, I don't want to be seen using this entire skill combo just to fight a low-level goblin. He dashed forward like a rocket. Blue light covered every movement. Every attack was a critical hit, adding 30% damage. Movement speed was completely nullified. Assassin passive skill. Plus 20% damage increases with movement speed. Unhyu growled powerfully. Game over. Goblin. He slid past the goblin while it stood there, with no stats displayed above its head. Unhue was startled and realized, wait, could it be? The goblin turned its head to look at him, flashing a sinister smile. Immediately, Unhue was thrown backward, crashing hard into the wall behind Due Hyen. A large hole was imprinted, dirt and rocks scattered everywhere. He screamed out in agony. Amid the chaotic battlefield, a figure gradually emerged from the thick dust and smoke. Giant turned around in shock. What just happened? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Who finished whom in one hit? Why not say that after reaching max level? Giant collapsed to her knees. She was stunned into silence. No way. Isn't this goblin just an ordinary monster? A terrifying laugh echoed. Chun Su stepped forward, his eyes flashing with malice. He looked at Giant, his gaze sharp as a knife. Yes, I was the one who summoned it. The goblin in front of her was still laughing gleefully, the sound distorted and eerie. Giant was still in a state of disbelief, unable to process the information just revealed. How can a goblin be this strong? Unhue Hak Am is one of the strongest members of the Evaton Guild. But Chun Su paid no attention to Giant's words. Kim Chun Su's face twisted. It has nothing to do with you. The important thing is, I am angry. Giant curled up, her face showing clear confusion and a hint of anger. What have we done to you? He put on an extremely perverted expression. You really don't know why? It's her fault. Because she's too attractive. At that moment, Giant shouted. You crazy pervert. Kim Chun Su hurried to explain her outburst. Wait, I didn't mean that. You attacked us first, so my precious and I are very tense right now. Giant was still panicking. Your precious is that stiff thing? He began to fear her wild assumptions. Oh my god. Anyone who saw this would totally misunderstand. The goblin stopped her from shouting again, but below them the crowd was already buzzing. Did anyone hear that noise? Look over there. It's those people from earlier. Kim Chun Su felt annoyed by the noise downstairs. Those people are here already? Hey, goblin. This ends now. Let's get out of here. The goblin was still busy covering Giant's mouth, while the crowd below kept whispering. Look, a goblin. It wiped out the entire Evaton Guild, and now it's about to harm the last surviving girl. We could be the next victims. Chun Su grimaced once again. Damn it, I only intended to take revenge on the guild. Now I'm stuck in this laugh or cry situation. There's no way out. Giant was still weakly resisting. Seeing the situation was bad, Kim Chun Su shouted loudly, Goblin, stop. Let her go. The crowd below was stunned. That man. Did he just tell the goblin to release the girl? A newbie gear guy facing off against a monster that even the Evaton Guild couldn't beat? The goblin, though still confused, also stopped. Chun Su's tears streamed down his face. Giant was stunned. Stop here. It's all over. The people below misunderstood again. He said the goblin is as good as dead. Hey man. Not sure who you are, but good luck. Defeat it. We're cheering for you. This time Kim Chun Su was the one confused. Why are they cheering for me? They should be booing me, right? He suddenly realized, wait. Don't they know this goblin was summoned by me? Well, I guess that's understandable. The scene flashed in his mind, when Kim Chun Su confidently declared, let me handle this goblin. I don't want the Evaton Guild to get hurt. He rushed forward to block Giant's path. She was touched. Let that girl go. Oh Chun Su. You're really done for. I already said that line. And then he realized this was actually his imagination, meaning that right now, he was the reckless hero saving a girl from the hands of a monster. His face gradually darkened, a grim smile forming. You don't want to die a miserable death like your comrades, do you? I'll spare your life if you promise to keep silent about me and this goblin. Giant quickly agreed, panicked. All right, I promise I won't say a word. He smiled in response, then quickly chained the goblin's neck. Good. Goblin, you dare invade the village even though you're just a low-level monster, and cause suffering to everyone. The goblin's neck was chained, and a skill activated. Kim Chun Su dragged it away. I won't spare you. He and the goblin blended into the crowd. People around whispered. The skill that shackles monsters. Light chain. Didn't expect someone in Newbie Town to have such an advanced skill. The goblin was completely suppressed, dragged along like a pet. He pulled it while thinking. Actually, this is just the skill taking Goblin for a walk. The screen displayed stats. The goblin's mood improved thanks to the walking skill. Kim Chun Su kept up the act. Everyone, step back. It's dangerous. I'm only just barely controlling it. Jian was still sitting on the rooftop, observing the situation. Below, the crowd refused to disperse. She muttered to herself, "Now I understand why the Evaton Guild is powerless. His estimated level must be over 50. Two men were chatting. Level 50? Then it's not that the Evaton Guild is weak, but no one here is strong enough to stand against him." Kim Chun-soo pulled out a sausage. "I might not be able to defeat it, but with my skills, I can at least drive it away." The screen displayed, "Goblin summoning skill. Feed the goblin." He threw the sausage far away from the village gate. The goblin hurried after the food. "This is the end for you." As the goblin ran out of the village gate, Kim Chun-soo immediately said, "Now, close the village gate right away." The crowd was a bit stunned. "Is it over already?" He pretended to wipe sweat and turned around as if he had truly won. "Is everyone okay?" The crowd cheered. "He did it. He drove the goblin away." Kim Chun-soo sighed in relief. "This should calm things down for now. I almost got labeled as the crazy guy who wiped out an entire guild." Giant stepped forward from behind. "The rest of the guild members have died and were sent to the resurrection altar in the Lasco Go sanctuary. Only I know about your connection with the goblin. I will keep my promise." He looked toward her, the girl from earlier. "I think I can make good use of her for something interesting." Kim Chun-soo stood with his back turned to Jian. He muttered, "I heard that in Pascal, players have infinite HP so they can't be attacked by monsters or other players. That's why that place is called the Sanctuary." He turned around, making a grim face. "You have to keep your promise. If not, I'll kill you, then set up camp at the resurrection altar and kill you over and over by dealing infinite damage. I promise you for sure." Dway Hyan was on the verge of tears. No scene change. Kim Chun-soo lay on a warm mattress with soft blankets. "It's not what I intended to do, but being in such a fancy room as a reward for the good deed I did, it's worth it. I feel so proud." He recalled a scene from the past. "At that time I had no power, but if I did, I could have saved her." Burning hot. Suddenly, he jumped up. "Oh, almost forgot the goblin points I got from that damn Goblin King." The info board appeared. Kim Chun-soo Goblin Summoner. Goblin points. 1. I chose this class because it somehow reminded me of goblins. And now I get points just for being called sly and sneaky? Ugh. He tapped on the skill shop. All skills were locked. Skill shop. All advanced skills are locked, so for now there's probably only one choice. Kim Chun-soo tapped. Rowie? What does gather do? A goblin suddenly appeared. "You have used the goblin gather skill." He was startled and shouted loudly, "Holy soul, a person, a monster bouncing on the big bed. What the heck? Is this some kind of reverse summoning skill? You idiot. If anyone finds you here, we're all dead. What am I supposed to do now?" Outside, a voice called out, "Hey adventurer, are you okay?" Kim Chun-soo replied in panic. "Innkeeper NPC, I'm fine. If you don't want to... No, I mean, please go downstairs." The goblin raised its club, looking a bit angry. He quickly reassured it. "I get it. Don't raise that thing anymore. I'm sorry about earlier." Moonlight streamed through the window frame. The two, master and servant, lay on the bed. "Even if you do nothing, you still get mocked and attacked for no reason. You're just like me." He let the goblin rest its head on his arm. "This world is full of bastards." Downstairs, the tavern was crowded. Kim Chun-soo had gone downstairs. A guy spoke up, "Welcome. So you're the bastard from yesterday, the one who saved a member of the Evaton Guild." He replied, "Ah, yeah. It's crowded." Without the goblin by his side, he suddenly felt a bit uneasy. On High UC looked at him. "Even though we're clearly enemies, you still helped." "Thank you." Kim Chun-soo shuddered. "Could you not thank me with that murderous look?" Min Sung sat behind Jian. "No need to be on guard." The Grim Reaper Jian thought silently. Obviously, he has no intention to fight. Of course not with the goblin not here. You guys have all been fooled by him. Kim Chun-soo replied, "As you all said, the reason I helped, even though I was almost killed, is because I need something." Min Sung seemed to anticipate. "Whatever the reason, we owe you. The Evaton Guild never overlooks things like this. We'll help you with anything we can." After hearing Min Sung's response, Kim Chun-soo continued. "No matter how much I grind in this newbie area, I barely make anything. I'm already over level 30. I want to move to the next zone as soon as possible. You know how to get there, right?" Unhigh UC, with a somber expression. "You're talking about Fire Rendell? And you know how to get there?" Interrupting was Sung Run. "That's me. I'm quite familiar with the way there. Kim Chun-soo was wary of him. This guy, he quickly apologized. I'm sorry. Honestly, Sung Run cleared his throat. Ahem. Considering you faced that goblin alone, I guess you're very strong, maybe even stronger than us. He was dazed, annoyed, and clicked his tongue. Kim Chun-soo pondered, then glanced at Min Sung. Of course not. But if that guy had really attacked me yesterday, Min Sung would definitely have died in one hit, just like he said. At this point, Sung Run explained a bit about the areas. The newbie zone, also called LEP, consists of 5 regular dungeons. A land of fresh flowers and grass, a stone mine, a forest, a grassy area where slimes appear, mines, dark forests, etc. You can enter these dungeons anytime. They are called outdoor dungeons. The two stood facing each other, but if you wanted to leave LEP, you had to get through the raid dungeon. On high UC continued. A portal appears unlike outdoor dungeons. The raid dungeon has gates that open and close at set times. They limit the time and number of entries. Since it's the final dungeon of each area, only those who have leveled enough in that zone should participate. He stood up. The LEP raid dungeon only opens once a month? On high UC nodded, anger flaring up. Exactly. Yesterday was the raid dungeon opening day. But that damn goblin ruined everything. Until the next raid opens, we're stuck in LEP. His face was full of anxiety and disbelief. I'm stuck here for a whole month. He recalled the money he had earned and the things he had done. Damn it. I made over 200 million from drops off that level 80 monster. My goblin could easily clear even tougher dungeons. And now I have to waste an entire month in this dead-end town where I can't make a single coin. He lost his temper, grabbing on high UC's shirt. Don't mess with me. 1 month. There has to be another way. You mean I have to waste my precious time? On high UC replied coldly, clearly not any happier himself. Yes. Everyone here is frustrated about the extended wait. He brushed Kim Chun-soo's hand away. The debt is paid off. Let's withdraw. One by one, people passed by him, and Chun-soo's lonely silhouette standing in the middle of the tavern gradually faded into emptiness. Jian just glanced at him, then quickly left with the others. Outside it was pitch dark, and they walked in a line. The goblin had been hiding in a secluded spot all along. The scene shifted to somewhere in the forest, where the spatial gate had just been successfully activated, making the destroyer pawn smirk with satisfaction. The dungeon had truly opened. All the warriors, including him, stood watching the spatial circle, ready to step in and join the battle. In just one day, the boss raid was about to begin. Behind them, on high UC crossed his arms, staring at the spatial vortex for a moment. How many people are on the other side? The old man Sung Run stood beside him calmly replied. No one at all. Those who were ready to wipe it out since yesterday left because they couldn't wait, and they've moved to a new area already. Hearing this, An Hai Yusi pondered, then softly said, So this time it's just us? Chun-soo seemed unable to stay silent any longer. He sneered and said in a raised voice, I knew it. His voice rang out, making everyone turn to look, including the cloaked man hiding his face. You guys tricked me. I should have realized it when you told me to wait a whole month. You betrayed me to go ahead without me. Chun-soo shouted angrily in front of everyone. I'm such a fool to believe you again after everything I've been through. Jian panicked and quickly tried to explain. That's not it. You're misunderstanding. We didn't. Before she could finish, a deep, threatening voice with murderous eyes belonging to An Hai Yusi sounded as he stood with his hands on his hips. Oh, come on. So, are you going or not? Chun-soo shivered slightly but then replied, although I'm a bit cautious. Of course. Do you think I'll just sit here watching you guys walk in and fill your pockets? An Hai Yusi smirked. Honestly, you have a weird personality. Ignoring that remark, he nodded seriously. Alright, let me explain quickly before we go in. Looking toward the spatial vortex moving toward the dangerous dungeon, he said, Based on the current information, there is only one path leading to the boss raid, also called Low. That means we'll face the boss as soon as we step in. So stay alert. His gaze swept over the group. Archer Jian, the old assassin Sung Run, both level 26 warriors. Of course, I don't think it'll be that dangerous. It's still below our level. But being careful never hurts. The more he listened, the more the excitement inside Destroyer Pawn, the level 28 warrior, ignited. He laughed proudly. Even though the guild leader isn't here, Evaton's motto is, always victorious. He and the others shouted, then jumped into the spatial vortex. A boss like this only takes us 10 seconds to defeat. An Hai Yusi just chuckled at the group's enthusiasm and then slowly stepped inside. Let's go, Evaton. As Chun-soo was about to enter, He paused slightly and whispered to the summoned creature hiding behind the tree. Goblin, they'll have a huge headache if they find out you're coming with me. So wait here until I call you. He recalled the feeling of devastation and misery from being betrayed before. In his heart, he thought that was experience. He wouldn't let that happen again. In his hand was a blue glowing crystal, a high-level healing stone. Heals players with 100% health when HP drops to 0. Do I also have a resurrection stone? Wait, didn't I already use it? He shook his head, pushed the thought aside, then dashed straight into the dungeon. Damn it, whatever. Running inside the dungeon, Chun Su looked around to assess the situation. In front of him was a giant worm, codename Sting J, level 40, chasing the Evaton Guild group heading straight toward him. Chun Su panicked and shouted, "What the hell is that? This is supposed to be a hidden dungeon." A hidden dungeon, the home of the steel giants. Manhwa UC ran while turning to ask the old man, "Sung Run the Cunning, what crazy plan do you have this time?" Unfortunately, the man being asked was too busy running for his life. How the hell would I know? Jian, pale-faced, ran while shouting, "Kim Chun Su, don't just stand there. Get to the teleport gate." Caught between a rock and a hard place, he just smirked contemptuously. Are you kidding me? From fear and confusion, he turned mad, just standing there shouting. You want to run away from the hidden dungeon? Don't you know how great the rewards are? The giant boss roared, while he kept babbling like a madman. Everyone knew well, its level was a whopping 40. But if hit, the character wouldn't just die, but also vomit blood and faint. Chun Su yelled, "You think good rewards come easy? I'll take all the rewards. I'll eat them all alone." He now seemed like a fool, trying to act cool until his last breath, shouting loudly, "Goblin, I choose you." Unfortunately, just as the master was trying to call its name, the goblin was somewhere dazed in the forest, gazing at the starry sky shining and peaceful in a strange way. In the hidden dungeon, Chun Su desperately tried to scream in vain, but no sooner had he finished speaking than he took a punch from the steel giant. I said, "Get out quickly, hurry up you goblin." Dazed, he saw a loudmouth young man lying face down on the ground, blood spreading out. The system displayed, "Kim Chun Su has died." Holy crap, was that the guy who fought the goblins yesterday? Manhwa UC didn't care whether he lived or died. Who cares what happens to that guy anyway? More importantly, he turned back toward the place where the space gate should have been. Instead, there was only a bare dungeon wall. The teleportation gate had closed. This incident shocked everyone. What? Only a high-level raid dungeon closes its teleportation gate this early. This must be a hidden dungeon, right? Sung Run was sweating, his expression serious. Based on the current situation, we have underestimated this place. Just as a basic dungeon can be upgraded in level, high-level monsters can also appear in hidden dungeons. The steel giant stood there roaring, as if declaring the authority of a high-level raid boss. We have no choice but to fight. In real life, Chunu was wearing virtual reality glasses, and suddenly shouted after getting punched by that bug, "I got killed with just one hit, even though my level is over 32 stars? I know it's level 40, but still." He checked the info panel. The system showed everything from his strength to 26 and used status points. Damn it, I forgot to allocate my points. His character was dead, lying face down on the floor. Anyway, he couldn't summon the goblin because the gate was closed. I was so close to the treasure. The goblin's useless. I'm gonna lose all the rewards. At that moment, Manhwa UC, with eyes full of determination, shouted loudly, "Evaton, start the hunt." Since he was lying face down, Chun Su didn't know what was going on. When he heard the command from the group, he was confused. What? The archer's skill of shooting arrows along with all the teammates' speed will be doubled. Old Sung Run observed and analyzed. Manhwa UC, the shadow assassin. Mung, the speed master. You too. Attack it first and find its weak spot. With Jian boosting the Reaper's movement speed, the enemy won't have time to react. Chun Su only heard his voice, so he was quite puzzled. Who was he talking to? Min Sung nimbly jumped off the monster's leg and lunged toward its head. It roared back in retaliation, but before it could do anything, it was struck by a flurry of lightning-fast attacks from Manhwa UC comprehensive slashes. The old man continued analyzing. All monsters have weak points. The 16 comprehensive slashes from both of you, that's 32 strikes across its entire body. We'll find the weak spot by seeing which wound is the deepest. After attacking, the two retreated. Manhwa UC asked, "Have you found its weak spot yet?" Min Sung looked at the enemy and replied, "Not yet. None of the wounds are significant enough to harm it. I know this attack was just to probe for weaknesses, but it's a bit tough. Manhwa Yusi crossed his arms and chuckled softly. I agree. This bug is pretty strong. There are two possibilities. Either it has high defense, or you jumped up and ran along the monster's arm, using the peerless sword skill, slashing wildly at the monster, causing blood to splatter everywhere. That's not it. Small strikes won't be effective. This steel giant has an enormous health pool. 28, 200/30, 000 HP. Then you discovered a special skill, passive skill, Hatred of the Weak. All attacks dealing less than 5% HP damage are nullified. Pan the Destroyer stood there, shouting, Manhwa Yusi, darkness. You are the only one who can deal significant damage to a level 40 enemy. Old Sung Run immediately objected. No, he is not the only one with an ultimate move. There is another person, depending on the conditions, and that person is none other than Giant. She was drawing her bow with the ultimate skill, Death Arrow, a skill that uses HP to pull the bowstring. The more HP used, the greater the damage. Giant thought, if they find out I have this skill, they'll make me the guild's main attacker. Seeing her take such a risk, he shouted to stop her. Giant of Death, I don't know what that skill is, but if you need time to prepare, I'll give it to you. He used a battle cry that shook the ground, drawing the monster's attention. On Chun Su's side, still lying face down, eyes wide in shock. That idiot. He provokes the monsters instead of running to survive. The monster swung a powerful strike down, but Pan dodged it, grinning with satisfaction. It's trapped. This is nothing. I thought you were stronger. Old Sung Run raised his weapon, reminding him, don't let your guard down. Pan the Destroyer. To make the plan succeed, he used the skill Share Pain, which distributes damage to another target because the one with more HP will take more damage. Chun Su, now in spirit form, witnessed the whole situation, panicking at how risky the plan was. They were all low-level players, not even with hidden classes. At level 30, Manhwa Yusi, along with Minsung and the others, prepared to enter the next combat phase. When two warriors distract the monster, we the assassin team will destroy the defenses with our passive skills. The assassin's passive skill is eliminating weaknesses, reducing the enemy's defense by 2% with a 1% chance on attack. The effect can stack up to 50%. Why are these guys so strong? Chun Su watched everyone in the guild coordinate attacks on the giant boss, secretly admiring them. Is this what a guild is like? Damn it, they're gonna kill this clone. His hand clenched the healing stone. I can't gain experience or rewards if I'm dead. As the monster prepared to deal damage to Pan, causing him to panic, another taunting voice rang out. You bastard! Why are you looking that way? The system announced. The monster has noticed another player. I'm the one fighting here. The healing stone began to crack, ready to revive Chun Su. Even though he was already dead, he sneered. Challenge. I can't just watch these guys fight anymore. I'll help them because I'm the highest level here. A high-level healing stone revives players with 100 HP when their HP reaches 0. The system reported that the monster's target had changed. The steel giant had chosen Kim Chun Su as its target. He smirked. The main character usually arrives late anyway. The steel giant used the large-scale skill Clear Sky on the ground, killing many characters. Minsu Bloodeye has died. Suji the warrior has died. Buyu Bloodthirsty has died. Even Minsung the Speedmaster has died. The remaining survivors turned to blame him. Why didn't you resurrect sooner? You bastard! One by one, the players were defeated. Their HP drained and they were wiped out. Bodies scattered across the battlefield. Another player who had witnessed everything shouted, his face full of anger. Why did you let my teammates get hurt? Sung Run stood nearby, holding a hammer, shouting in panic. No, don't let your guard down now. System notification. Warrior skill finishing blow activated. A surge of power surrounded Pan, his hands glowing red as he gripped his sword, preparing to strike from behind. Suddenly, the monster turned around, knocking Pan's sword away and causing him to lose 3,890 HP. Pan was knocked out after a single hit. Suddenly, Sung Run lost 2,456 HP. Panicked, the system displayed a skill. Shared Pain. The player with higher HP takes more damage. Sung Run coughed up blood, his voice trembling. That was stupid. System notification. Pan the Destroyer has died. Sung Run the Wise has died. Chun Su panicked. What have I done? This isn't my fault. The only thing I did was resurrect myself. Suddenly, Manhwa Yusi jumped down, holding a sharp iron knife, his eyes determined and full of calculation. Monsters always focus on healers and ranged attackers rather than fighters. He recalled the moment Pan unleashed his power, but because of the disruptive charge skill, the monster targeted pawn. Monsters are usually affected by aggressive behavior and damage. As soon as a player revives, it will switch targets. The remaining assassins were eliminated before they could react. Even the fighters couldn't hold out. Jian, standing not far away, radiated blue light, holding a bow, her face filled with extreme confusion. She stammered, "What should we do? Should I just shoot now?" The system displayed the skill. Ultimate Deadly Arrow uses HP to draw the bowstring. The more HP used, the higher the damage. White text appeared, Giant Reaper. Remaining HP, 46%. She raised her bow, power swirling around the arrow. On high UC shouted in panic, "Calm down, Giant. Don't. If you shoot now, the whole plan will fall apart." He thought to himself, "We haven't even perfected that female assassin's passive skill yet." The monster roared. The system displayed, passive skill assassination, remove weak points. Reduces enemy defense by 2% per hit, 1% chance. Stacks up to 5 times. The system reported 3 stacks accumulated. Not enough to kill it with 1 hit. On high UC rushed toward the monster. "I'll draw its hatred. Try not to cancel the skill." Someone spoke up. "If this isn't your last-ditch attack, we won't win." Jian pulled out an arrow, power gathering at its tip. She gritted her teeth and raised her bow. Chansu spoke up. "Hey, can I help with anything?" Jian snapped back sharply. "What can you do without the goblin? Don't even try." She frowned, glancing at him. "Right now, you're just a nuisance to us." Jian's words stabbed at Chansu's heart. He stepped back, stunned. "Why is she looking at me like that? Because I don't have a goblin?" He looked around, trying to reassure himself. "Clearly, it's your fault. It's because of you that I couldn't bring the goblin. You are the ones at fault." Chun Su's face darkened. He gave a bitter smile, his killing intent clear. "You weaklings dare treat me like this? You wouldn't have made it out without me. Fine, I'll let you struggle until you all die." The monster roared again. The monster system announced. "The steel monster has targeted Jian the Reaper." On high UC chuckled silently. "Just as I thought, it prioritizes the archer, the one who deals the most ranged damage." He charged forward, shouting loudly, "Where do you think you're looking? I'm your opponent." As he thought this, Unhai UC used the double-edged spear skill, striking the monster's body and dealing 1,920 HP damage. This was an extremely risky move. He had provoked the monster. It intended to attack Unhai UC, but he quickly dodged. Not stopping there, Unhai UC continued to rush forward, using the double-edged spear skill again, this time hitting the spine, dealing an additional 1,908 HP damage. After landing safely on the ground, Unhai UC gathered momentum and charged in a third time with a calculating expression. The third strike to the monster's chest dealt 1,912 HP damage. He shouted loudly. Another way to grab its attention is to cause as much damage as possible. Dust swirled thickly around him. "So with just 3 all-out attacks, you already see me as a threat, huh?" The monster turned to face Unhai UC. The system announced, "The steel monster has targeted Unhai UC Dart." An info panel appeared. Steel monster level 40 HP. 22,460/30,000. It looked at Unhai UC with blood-red eyes, mouth wide open revealing sharp teeth. He thought to himself, although share the pain only stacks 3 times, these attacks have made up for it already. Now the task is to buy time for her to recharge. Unhai UC charged again, dust rising with every move. "What's wrong? Are you angry?" The system displayed the assassin skill. Quick dodge, evade all attacks for the next 3 seconds. Unhai UC shouted confidently. "The next 3 seconds are mine," but the system flashed a red error. "You do not have enough HP." He was stunned. Before he could react, the monster swung its arm and flung Unhai UC far away. Chun Su was shocked to see the scene. Unhai UC's eyes widened as his body was thrown to Chun Su's feet. The system announced, "Unhai UC Dark has died." Before dying, he only managed to say one word. "Oh," Chun Su shouted. "You slowpoke. You were so confident, weren't you? How did it come to this? I shouldn't have resurrected you." Giant shouted back. "What? Are you serious? Do you think I'm some fool who just stands here loading arrows? Just the fact that you resurrected yourself already ruined the whole plan." The two pressed their foreheads together, veins bulging as they argued. Chun Su yelled right in her face. "You idiots! Do you think you could have killed it if I hadn't resurrected?" She refused to back down. "No way, you bastard. Give me just 10 more seconds and I'd have killed it," he retorted. I'd rather let everyone die than watch you guys steal the reward without me. Their loud argument caught the monster's attention. It roared, causing the two to stop and look at each other in panic. The monster took step after step closer, the ground beneath its feet shattering. The system announced, "The steel monster has targeted Jian the Death Archer." The two stood frozen in place. Jian raised her bow, her voice serious. "Now's not the time to argue. I haven't fully charged my energy, but I only have one shot left." She took aim, glancing at Chun Su, who was muttering something incomprehensible. "What are you doing?" she shouted. Chun Su turned back, grinning slyly. "Wait for it. I have an idea. While charging, you can't move, right?" Jian's eyes widened in panic. "What? What are you planning to do?" Her eyes welled up as she saw Chun Su approach, reaching out his hand. Don't come near me." He slung her over his shoulder and ran like the wind. She screamed in fear. Chun Su replied, "You said you just needed 10 more seconds, right?" The monster punched right where they had just stood, but Chun Su, thanks to lightning speed, dodged it. Jian was amazed. "No way. How do you have speed almost on par with unhigh black darkness?" Chun Su smiled with delight, not answering, only thinking to himself, "Because I put all my status points into agility, of course." The system appeared. Kim Chun Su, Goblin Summoner, level 31, Strength 3, Endurance 2, Agility 26, Intelligence 1, Luck 0. He thought again. "Even assassins wouldn't dare dump all their points into agility like I do. Though I'm not an assassin, my speed isn't any less." His thoughts continued. "Anyway, that argument just now gave me an extra contribution point." The system appeared. Contribution points 1. He only gave me this, and I'm already this extraordinary. "Damn it, Goblin King. Are you saying I'm the one at fault?" Jian spoke up while still lying on Chun Su's shoulder as he dodged each attack from the monster. "Ready." His voice was urgent. "Then shoot." Jian was annoyed. "Don't lean on me. Do you think aiming and shooting while moving at high speed is easy?" She was tense, focusing her aim on the monster. "If this arrow misses, we're definitely dead." Chun Su cut in. "Don't say that to me." He laughed with delight and charged at the monster. Jian was scared to the point of tears. When Chun Su moved too fast, she shouted, "Remember to pay me back double, for both the HP I lost earlier and a stronger healing stone." Chun Su ran circles around the monster, making it dizzy. The monster kept wildly swinging but missed the two of them. Suddenly, Chun Su jumped up from behind the monster, making it easier for Jian to aim and shoot. System notification. Archer skill. Ultimate Deadly Arrow. Chun Su laughed loudly. A power aura radiated around Jian as she prepared to shoot. System shows. Jian the Reaper, HP remaining 1%. He shouted, "Take it down." The monster was furious, roaring loudly and raising both hands high. System warning. Steel monster begins using AoE skill World Destroyer. It slammed hard into the ground. Dust and rocks scattered everywhere. Chun Su panicked and stepped back. Oh, so it was hiding the skill until the last minute. The monster's attack caused the ground to collapse into a deep pit. Stones flew everywhere, a strike covering the entire area from above. Chun Su thought to himself, "Jian only has 1% HP left. I just revived, so I only have 100 HP. That means if we get hit by this, we're done for right here." Jian tried to dodge the rocks to aim her shot, her voice worried. "There are too many obstacles. At this rate, I can't hit it." She was confused, as if asking herself, "What is my brain trying to show me?" Chun Su replied calmly, "No, it's just memories from when I played with friends." Jian's voice was urgent. "It's the afterimage." Suddenly, a crack appeared beside them. A bluish-green hand was trying to pry the crack open to escape. A goblin head poked out, showing 9,999,999 HP above it. Jian exclaimed in surprise. "Goblin?" Chun Su shouted loudly. "Hey, you damn dog. What took you so long? I feel like the last time we used gather was a whole week ago." Jian looked at the goblin with some worry. "What did I just witness? That thing just teleported through the dungeon space to step inside. How is that even possible?" A gust of wind swept up fragments of stone, moving stealthily. The monster attacked again, but the goblin blocked it. The HP bar didn't drop at all, causing the monster to roar loudly and charge toward the two of them. Chun Su sneered, "Your growls are a bit too noisy. A hidden boss." Huh? Jian was ready to shoot. The goblin coordinated to assist. Now was the time to finish it off. Jian fired straight, hitting the monster. The ultimate deadly arrow skill exploded. The monster had a large hole pierced through its chest, collapsed, causing the dungeon to shake violently. System notification. Dungeon cleared the lair of the steel monster. Giant was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. We won? We really cleared the hidden dungeon? System display. Giant Death God Archer level 27, advanced to level 31. Kim Chun Su Goblin Summoner level 31, advanced to level 34. Chun Su jumped to the ground, shouting loudly, "Reward! Give me my damn reward right now." System notification. All dead characters will be resurrected after you complete the assault. On high you see just appeared. Is everyone safe? He also appeared. Blood still smeared all over his mouth. What a relief. It's finally over. If it had leveled up one more time, it really would have been dangerous. At that moment, Cian Run's pupils jerked sharply toward his temples. Cian Run, the cunning level 26 warrior. He looked around, startled. Wait, Cian Run has stopped breathing. Then he pointed the way. Hit him hard, he'll return to normal. On high you see closed his eyes and asked, "Can someone explain what just happened earlier?" On Chun Su's side, he shouted loudly, Don't come any closer." That made the others all curious. What the heck is wrong with him? Giant frowned, clearly confused as well. Just as Chun Su jumped down, the system announced, "You have leveled up Kim Chun Su Goblin Summoner level 31 to level 34. He excitedly shouted out loud, "The reward! Give me the reward!" A message arrived. "You do not meet the requirements to unlock the hidden class," he exclaimed in disbelief. "I still don't qualify to unlock the hidden class?" Chun Su pondered. Giant cleared the dungeon and still wasn't enough. "Now I understand. Even if we meet the conditions to evolve our class by receiving the Goblin King's blessing, we still have to fulfill other requirements in the hidden dungeon. No matter how goblins fight, as long as we meet that condition we can evolve our class without needing to defeat the boss. And defeating the boss after evolving into the hidden class seems more in line with natural order." Although curious about what that class is, he didn't know what else to do at the moment. Chun Su opened his mouth wide and stood behind the goblin. "Now we have to grab the dropped reward. Here, it has to be right now." Giant quickly spoke up to stop him. "Wait, maybe the two of us landed the finishing blows, but everyone fought. We have to split the rewards after consulting everyone." But Chun Su ignored him, growling, still clutching the item tightly. Giant calmly recounted. "Since then, he's been like that." On high you see propped his hand on his hip and asked, "Who is he? A goblin?" Meanwhile, Chun Su was still yelling. Giant corrected himself. "He's a rare one." On high you see spoke up. "So the dungeon's monster bug is dead. You really helped us twice. Now that we've reached our goal, we're not greedy for that unexpected reward." Chun Su shot a wary glance. Are you serious?" Suddenly, Cian Run stepped forward and crushed the item underfoot. He raised his staff behind his head. System alert. Cian Run the trickster has activated trickster. He spoke in a deep voice. "I told you before not to be greedy for this reward." On high you see nodded in agreement. "He's right about him." Chun Su shouted angrily. "Damn it! I knew you would do this to me. You betrayed me not once, but twice." On high you see spoke up to remind him. "Dealing with you right now wouldn't be a problem for us. If we wanted to use force to claim the rewards, we would have done it already. I'm fine with you taking all the normal rewards. It's just that those items include 3 steel or 1 high purity steel, and the unique item, the giant bow of the Iron Giant." Only then did Chun Su raise the issue. "But that bow, isn't it a unique item?" Chun Su hugged it tightly and shouted loudly. So what? On high you see calmly replied. "You're not even an archer? What do you plan to do with that bow? Use it to start a fire?" Chun Su gritted his teeth in frustration, thinking to himself, "Damn it, I knew it. The system has ruled that the unique item giant bow of the Iron Giant can't be sold and is only for archers. That's what's making me so upset. Can't be sold and can't be used if you're not the right class." Still, Chun Su stubbornly said, "I can't use it now, but I'll be able to after I change my class later." On high you see coldly warned, "Don't be too greedy. Give it to Jian, the harbinger of death." Chun Su sneered coldly. "Fine, I'll give you this bow, but I want to make a trade." On high you see was shocked. "What?" Chun Su stood up. "This is an unsellable item, which makes it priceless. Who's the one losing out if I take it? Huh? You'll have to buy this item from me?" Mat Zong Run grimaced unpleasantly. "Don't tell me the reason he endured until we revived. was just to sell that item? Chun Su and Goblin laughed wide-eyed. Manhwa UC found himself on the defensive, thinking, that's really despicable. He reminds me of that goblin from before. Back then it was hiding on a rock ledge, hiding because it was on the same team as him. After a while, Jian took the bow and slung it over her shoulder. She is Jian, the Harbinger of Death, a level 31 archer, currently owning a unique item. The giant bow of the Iron Giant, which cannot be sold and is only for archers. When finished, Chun Su politely said, thanks for buying. Manhwa UC didn't hesitate to say bluntly, I've thought about it for a while. You really have a talent for making people hate you. He looked down and asked, where will you go after leaving here? Chun Su replied frankly, isn't that obvious? He raised his face and retorted, of course, somewhere without your faces. Manhwa UC didn't like that attitude much. You're being way too catty. Chun Su called after him, but it sounds good. Manhwa UC coldly walked away. Shall we go? Jian lingered, looking back. That was the Evaton Guild. Goblin was desperately trying to put out the fire on himself. Chun Su muttered softly, you idiot. Goblin and Kim Chun Su, all of them had passed the hidden boss monster stage. Only one regret remained. I lost the unique bow. But anyway, I couldn't use it. In return, he got something more useful, an item that can use the thief's gloves. Usage. You have one chance to steal any item, but you cannot steal from characters of a higher level than you, and two people using this item cannot steal from each other. Bonus, this is definitely a clever trick. Ingredients. 1 high purity steel. Just now, I was merely a mining player. Those fools are so focused on the unique weapon that they don't realize the real value of this. He was excited, holding the ingredient items, ignoring the unique weapon. All I need are these 3 crushed steel, 1 high purity steel. You guys betrayed me first, didn't you? Scene shifts to Fire Rental Phonics Plaza, a bustling place full of people. Chun Su marveled. So many high-level players. I've never seen anyone wearing heavy armor before. I wonder, how much money could I make by crushing heavy armor into powder and selling it? He took a deep breath, excited. I can smell the money. But first, although paying off all my debts is a good idea, I need to upgrade my gear first. He recalled, even though it was a hidden boss monster, I died after just 1 hit from it and I was 9 levels higher. Shocking. That means the outfit I'm wearing is attracting flies. To be fair, I've been wearing this armor since level 3. Torn armor level requirement 3 defense. -1. Wait, why is the defense stat negative? At that moment, a goblin suddenly grabbed his pant leg, and Chun Su shouted, what's that? He warned. If you cause trouble in the village, a huge cat with pure white fur growled, cutting him off. Chun Su panicked. A monster? Oh no. How could a high-level monster appear here? Goblin, protect me. Irene, the cat's owner, spoke up, her voice a mix of surprise and delight. Oh my, I've never seen anyone summon a goblin before. Is it your summoned creature? This is Irene Summer, level 76. Chun Su gaped in astonishment. Someone rides it? So, that monster is also a summoned creature? She kindly reminded him. No need to be so wary. Mio is very well behaved when inside the village. Chun Su hesitated. But it drools a lot. He stared intently, cautious. This person is very strong. I can tell without fighting. He realized most guilds, even the Evaton Guild, can't even match up to her. Irene sat comfortably on the white cat's back. Cute kid. May I have the honor of knowing your name? Chun Su misunderstood and thought she was asking him. Kim Chun Su. She immediately corrected him. No, I'm talking about the kid beside you. I heard you call it Goblin earlier. My bangs cover a quarter of my face. You haven't named it yet. Have you? Chun Su awkwardly deflected. I mean, who cares? No one names their summoned beasts anyway. Besides, did you say this thing is cute? Irene calmly analyzed. A one-sided relationship is definitely an unstable one. You know that, right? Just look at your summoned creature. She pointed at the goblin. It's pretending to be fierce because its owner, who still hasn't even given it a name to this day, tells it to. After hearing the command, protect me, Irene warned before leaving. I hope next time we meet, you won't be such a boring human anymore. Kim Chun Su. Let's go. Her cat quickly saw them off. Right. Thanks a lot for your advice. Because I don't need it. There's nothing wrong between me and this thing. Let's go, Goblin. They went to the house of the hum player. As soon as he saw him, the man was startled. Wait, your equipment. He crossed his arms and criticized. It's armor. Isn't it? You'd better just wear real armor on yourself. This is NPC HRY. famous for his sharp tongue. Chun Su hurriedly explained, "That's why I came here to buy better gear." He rummaged around for a while and then offered an item. "This is probably too expensive for trash like you. This one should do." Finally, he brought out an equipment item, hard steel chestplate, priced at 350 gold coins. Chun Su muttered to himself, 350 gold is almost $40 in real money, so Chun Su had to think it over for a moment. Even if I have a summon at max level, everything ends if the summoner die. I need at least a minimum defense stat. After hesitating, he clicked the buy button. Humry fiercely brought out the armor and placed it on the table. "At least you have an eye for choosing equipment. Since you bought it, use it well because I used the best steel to make it for you fools." Chun Su cursed silently. Damn it, he really is just like his name. When he put it on, he was very surprised. This armor is really beautiful, but Chun Su ran into a problem. "Damn it, I can't move at all." Humry snapped back. "That's because people like you better not go anywhere." Equipment item. Hard steel chestplate required stats. Strength 24 Kim Chun Su strength. 4 You will not be able to move. He sighed in frustration. "Damn it, I invested all my points into agility because I have to fight the steel giant. Now I have to sell it back." Humry turned sour. "You want me to buy back such a piece of junk armor? Fine. I'll buy back this hard steel chestplate for 30 gold coins." Chun Su jumped up in protest. "What the hell? You just sold this to me for 350 gold. Are NPCs scamming me?" Suddenly, a glowing exclamation mark appeared above his head. He asked, "By the way, what's that exclamation mark above your head for?" He replied curtly, "Not here." Then suddenly, Humry turned around and rummaged through his stuff. "I can't find it. My hammer is gone. Without it, I can't forge anything." He glanced at the 3 hammers on the table. "But you have plenty of hammers, right?" Humry kept searching. "No, not those. I need my hammer." He picked up another hammer and shouted, "It's definitely in the underground maritime dungeon near the village entrance. Go find it for me." System. The quest HRY's Trouble has been assigned. Objective. Find HRY's Metallurgy Hammer. Reward. You gain the ability to process materials to forge armor. Only then did Chun Su realize. The exclamation mark above his head means there's a quest. I can process materials to forge armor. Suddenly, he recalled the previous reward. Wait a minute. Are the materials I got after defeating that hidden boss really worth that much? That's why those materials are so expensive. Ingredients. Crushed steel X3 high purity steel X1 if I could process them into equipment now. Chun Su started to get interested. You said, the underground maritime route, right? System. You have accepted the quest HRY's Trouble. As he approached the dungeon door, he thought comfortably. I don't need to worry about others. Party members only get in the way. I'll breeze through this dungeon level easily. In less than 30 minutes, suddenly, HRY's shout came from behind. What are you still standing there for? You idiot! Chun Su was startled and slowly turned his head around. HRY shouted fiercely. Go get my hammer right now. System. Mission condition. NPC HRY must not die. The mission will fail if HRY dies. HRY level 13 warrior. NPC with a foul mouth. You painfully shout to the heavens. Why? The hell are you following me? Chun Su mutters to himself. If death means mission failure, and I have to drag along this level 13 dead weight, what an unexpected variable. HRY shouts loudly. Why aren't we moving faster? What are you staring at? I'll poke your eyes out right now. Chun Su frowns, thinking to himself. You don't need to worry about things that aren't your business. I've put all my points into agility, so my movement speed is pretty good. Ignoring the regular monsters, I just need to quickly handle the boss. He immediately turns around and moves inside. I'm setting off right now. Let's go. As he walks, he thinks to himself. I already know this mission well. Annoying NPCs like this just follow the player and stand still if I move away. I'll take advantage of that and leave this guy at the entrance. System. NPC foul-mouthed HRY is under attack. Seeing this, Chun Su shivers slightly. A fleeting thought crosses his mind for exactly 5 seconds. What the hell is going on? Chun Su turns back to look at Humry, who is now fighting off a horde of charging monsters. He shouts loudly, Humph, you dare to challenge HRY? No, stop fighting. Retreat immediately. Seeing this, Chun Su shouts out. The goblin seems to understand its master's intent and immediately charges toward the attacking monsters. Countless 9999 damage numbers appear with every strike from the goblin. After easily wiping out the monsters, Goblin laughed joyfully. Hee hee. The monsters dropped some items. Zombie claw blades, zombie claws, and mutant slime. HRY laughed triumphantly. Ha ha. As expected, they can't match up to my number 2. Chun-Su stood behind, muttering angrily. Something's coming. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Humry's mind. He spoke up. This sign. Immediately, he spun around and headed deeper into the sewer, then shouted back to Chun-Su. That's it. Seeing this, Chun-Su muttered to himself. Should I just kill this guy now? He's so annoying. Such a pain. Recklessly charging forward without a hint of fear. Or maybe I should have goblin guard that bastard while I run alone to the boss. He immediately dismissed the thought. No way. If I call goblin close and the NPC dies, the mission's over. So there's only one way. He shouted loudly. Goblin, change tactics. From now on, we'll wipe out all the common monsters. Goblin Lin beside him grinned proudly and let out a loud shout. After entering inside, in front of HRY was a swarm of rats numbering in the thousands. He held 2 hammers in his hands and shouted. These monsters dare to nest in Phonics Elbasa and even steal my hammers. Then he and Goblin charged into battle against the monsters. I will wipe you all out. The Goblin swung wildly ahead, dealing an enormous amount of damage. All stats at 9999. Humry behind still braced himself and charged forward as if it was the right thing to do. Watch my secret ultimate technique. Haven't used this much power in a long time, but the monsters below were wiped out by the goblin in just one strike. Seeing that scene, Chun-Su standing outside smiled. Wonderful. It will take longer than expected, but doing it this way is definitely safer. That damn uncle won't die that easily. Seeing the monsters destroyed by the goblin, HRY angrily approached Chun-Su and said, Hey, kid, do you dare to underestimate me? Chun-Su calmly replied, This isn't underestimating. HRY continued, Before I was a blacksmith, I was a proud warrior. System. NPC Rottenmouth Warrior HRY Level 13 Warrior Skill. War Cry when used, it provokes monsters. He shouted loudly. You bastard! Right after the roar, from deep inside the sewer, a skeleton with a crown on its head suddenly had its eyes flash brightly. Its mouth began to move. It, along with a group of dry bones ranging from level 31 to 33, and the Mummy King at the front level 35 carrying weapons, advanced toward Chun-Su and Humry. Seeing the monsters approaching, HRY laughed loudly. Ha ha! My roar has awakened ancient souls that have been asleep for thousands of years. Now I'm actually interested in fighting. Chun-Su sighed. So with that move just now, you ended up waking all those monsters that we wouldn't have had to fight if we just passed by, right? He shouted angrily. This ridiculous mission was made for me to complete right now. Wasn't it? I'm surprised and very angry. This is the last time you guys pull this ridiculous stunt, right? If you do it again, mission or not, I'll kill you all. As soon as he finished speaking, the goblin beside him tightly gripped a steel stone in his hand and threw it straight at the group of skeletons. The throw easily wiped out the entire group, dealing massive damage with all stats at 9999. 3 hours later, they ventured deeper into the sewer. Chun-Su muttered, That crazy old man keeps messing with us. What he brought along is a dungeon-level mission. HRY trailed behind, mumbling, I'm still Humry. System. Kim Chun-Su Goblin Summer Level 34-37. Chun-Su ignored the notification and continued deeper inside. Suddenly, his arm brushed against something on the wall, making a small noise. He wondered what was that sound. Humry behind shouted loudly, Move aside. There's a trap. From inside the sewer pipe, a small yellow light flickered. Following that, 3 arrows shot straight from the shadows toward Chun-Su. Immediately, he raised the goblin to block the attack. The 3 arrows hit the goblin but caused no damage. Chun-Su sighed in relief. Phew, how did the trap get triggered? Behind him, HRY was stepping on a skull lying on the ground. One stray arrow pierced his chest, leaving only a little blood. Gritting his teeth in anger, he shouted, Ugh, you cowards. Chun-Su angrily turned to look at him. System. HRY Rotten Mouth is affected by a negative status poisoned. Health. 179, 140, 99, 60. System. NPC HRY Rotten Mouth has died. Chun-Su angrily rushed outside, shouting loudly, I will kill you, HRY. You crazy fool. Even if you're dead, I'll kill you again. He ran while yelling, You bastard HRY. From above, a guy wearing glasses looked at him and muttered, "Finally found you, Kim Chun-soo." After a few minutes of moving, he returned to Humry's shop and shouted, "Humry." HRY remained calm as if nothing had happened. He spoke, "Huh? What about your equipment?" Chun-soo brought the goblin in front of HRY. He immediately shouted, "What now? This strange kid?" Chun angrily said, "Is that all your last words?" He replied briefly, "Thanks for finding the hammer for me." Chun-soo grimaced, Is that all you want to say?" System. Quest Humry's sentiment completed. Find Humry's hammer. 1/1 The forged hammer plus materials are enough to craft equipment. Seeing the notification, Chun-soo angrily shouted, "And ha! The hammer has appeared already." HRY crossed his arms and said, "It dropped as soon as we defeated the zombies. Didn't you see it? Are you blind?" Chun-soo angrily said, "Why are you only telling me now?" HRY calmly continued, "I just want to tell you one thing. You're just trash. Do you understand? The quality of equipment is directly proportional to the blacksmith's sweat. Look closely." At this moment, Humry was using a hammer to strike hard on the high-grade pure steel. He worked while saying, "The finest materials, in the hands of the best blacksmith, will be reborn." Then he shouted loudly, "A good piece of equipment has been created. They call it the pearl worn on the pig's neck." Chunu calmly replied, "Its quality matches the sweat. But I don't see a single drop of sweat anywhere." HRY angrily yelled, "That's why its quality is low." Looking at the gloves in front of him, Chun-soo muttered to himself, "So this is the rarest material, even rarer than the secret dungeon, made from the finest material of the boss redden. And now it has become my first rare armor." At this moment, he wore a silver-gray armor that looked incredibly cool. The system sent a notification. Armor made of rare steel level 36. Durability 24. When attacked, there is a 1% chance to activate the skill Heaven and Earth Shatter. HRY approached and said, "This time I won't charge you. Don't thank me too much because it smells pretty strong." Chunu angrily retorted, "I didn't do that much either." Suddenly, the system sent a notification. PK mode activated. From behind, a shadow with eyes flashing murderous intent appeared. The tip of a sword aimed straight at Chun-soo. Immediately, the person thrust the sword into his back, but luckily Chun-soo dodged. Still shocked by the attack, he angrily shouted, "What is this? Want to fight? Why did you suddenly attack me?" The man brandished his sword in front of him, striking a cool pose, and said, "And yet you managed to dodge my surprise attack. Indeed, you're strong enough to put her in a near-death state." Chun-soo shouted loudly, "Humph, I've upgraded my agility quite a bit." Then he hesitated. "Wait, what's going on all of a sudden? Who is this her you're talking about?" The other calmly replied, "Are you pretending not to know? The last person she formed a team with was Kim Chun-soo. That's definitely you. Yet you act like you don't know who she is?" He pointed his sword straight at Chun-soo and shouted, "Are you going to ignore the name Catherine?" Hearing that name, Chun-soo suddenly froze for a few seconds, muttering, "Wait, if it's Catherine then..." He recalled the scene in the mine, where there was a mage by that name, accompanied by a short old man. Then he snapped back to reality and shouted, Wait, unbelievable. I don't know what she said, but I'm the victim here. She was the one who betrayed me first. What a two-faced traitor." The other immediately turned his back and shouted, "What? You're the victim? While you're still alive and well like this, she's become a vegetable, unable to wake up, and you say you're the victim?" Hearing this, Chun-soo narrowed his eyes in shock. "What? She became a vegetable?" He recalled the moment Catherine was hit hard by Geiger, muttering, "The damage from Geiger back then. I knew she took quite a shock. But how could it be so severe that she became a vegetable? Was it because of me?" Then he shouted loudly, "No, it's not my fault. It's Geiger's. I'm not to blame at all." The other person was about to continue, "Whether you're at fault or not isn't for you to decide. Because she ended up like that, the position of heir to the same incorporation is now unstable." Finishing his words, that person thrust his sword fiercely toward Chun-soo, forcing him to step back. But the strike caused no injury thanks to the top-notch armor. Seeing this, the other person broke into a sweat and muttered, "This time I messed up. He's not hurt at all." Chun-soo stepped forward calmly and said, "Now, let's start over and talk slowly." He lifted Goblin up, and both of them smiled smugly. He continued, "The daughter of Chairman Saman? Is she okay? Is she healthy?" Goblin beside him grinned wickedly, making Chun-soo's words even more chilling. The Saman Corporation is a giant, producing everything under the sun from cars, mobile phones, semiconductors, and so on. Not only famous in Korea, this corporation has global renown. Just getting hired by Saemin means you're considered successful. Yet the daughter of that chairman, Catherine, is lying unconscious in the hospital just because she fainted while playing a game with me. What's going on here? The two stood by Catherine's hospital bed when the butler spoke up. So that means the young lady was attacked by a level 80 monster in the hidden dungeon? Chun-Su stammered in explanation. Yes, probably. This might be the huge shock that she can't recover from. I think that's likely, the butler calmly replied. But how did you manage to escape from there? Weren't you only level 3 when you went in? The young lady was already level 40 and ended up like this. It's hard to accept that you came out unharmed. Chun-Su shyly explained. The thing is I switched to a hidden class, so I was lucky to escape. I just got lucky. No, actually the young lady should have been the one to switch classes. Chun-Su muttered silently to himself, feeling how ridiculous his words sounded. Even with countless devoted doctors treating her, she still ended up like this. If it were me, I'd have been dead long ago. What could I have done anyway? The butler's face turned cold as he replied. A level 3 player claims to have switched to a hidden class and escaped safely. As far as I know, hidden classes aren't all powerful. Chun-Su gave an awkward laugh and said shyly, "Haha. So the chances of the young lady waking up are very slim, right?" The butler angrily snapped. "Watch your words. She's still alive, just unconscious." Despite the best doctor's efforts, the answer remained the same. No one knows why she hasn't woken up. At this point, we have no other options. Chun-Su spoke softly. So the only option is to wait like this until she wakes up? If that's the case, why don't we try healing her with the very thing that caused the injury? Meaning within the game. Hearing this, the butler gently pushed up his glasses and said, "Go on." Chun-Su hesitated. I read an article from America about someone who was knocked out. No, I mean logged out of the game. After losing consciousness, their family had given up hope. But then that person suddenly woke up inside the gate of heaven, or so the article said. In his mind, he muttered, "Did I just make up such a ridiculous scenario?" He continued, "Of course, the odds are very low. Extremely low. About 1 in 9 million, or something like that." Then he muttered again, "Am I lying to these desperate people now?" But he decided to keep going. But instead of just waiting passively, shouldn't we grasp at every last straw? Chun-Su stepped closer, gripping the butler's hand tightly, thinking to himself, "This girl lied to me before, so maybe I can return the favor a little?" The butler looked straight into his eyes, and he did the same. Suddenly, the butler's expression changed, which startled Chun-Su, who quickly glanced away. Finally, after much persuasion, Chun-Su convinced the chairman to allow Catherine to log back into the game. But at that moment, she logged in a dazed state, her eyes vacant, and her smile vacant and foolish. Seeing that look, Chun-Su shouted loudly, "I can't believe the chairman actually allowed me to do this. To let her log back in even though she's unconscious. These people must be really desperate." He gently stroked his chin and continued, "But if they find out I tricked the entire Saemin Corporation, I'm probably going to be eliminated without anyone knowing." Then he muttered, "Getting consciousness back thanks to the game? Nonsense. I've never heard of such a thing before." Chunu pointed at his face and continued, "But at least I'll be the one who tried to save her. And a big corporation like that, if everyone gives up to save the heir, would they ignore someone making an effort like me? If I'm lucky and she really wakes up, that would be a huge success. Even if not, I still benefit, right?" A beautiful vision appeared in his mind. The goblin beside him also smiled smugly. Chun-Su stepped forward, gently lifted Catherine's chin, pretending to be trying to save her. "Just a little while, then I'll come back and tell everyone to prepare for the worst." Thinking of that, he laughed loudly. "Ha! Oh my god, I'm truly a genius. So, for now I'll just take her along. But she can't even walk. How am I supposed to drag her along?" He looked at the goblin and exclaimed, "Ah, that's right." At this moment, Catherine was able to move. Chun-Su muttered, "As expected, from the system's perspective, as long as I pull, she'll be dragged along. That's perfect." The scene unfolds. Chun-Su walks ahead, the goblin holding a rope wrapped around Catherine's neck, dragging her along. Chun-Su frowns slightly, muttering, "Is everyone staring at me? Is this really okay?" The crowd around starts whispering, "Oh look, he's letting a goblin drag a girl along. That's just awful. Hope he just dies already." Chun-Su walks on angrily, shouting, "This is definitely not okay." He quickly explains, "Oh, it's just a misunderstanding. I know her." A girl opposite speaks up. "Is that how you treat someone you know?" A man nearby adds, If I knew you, would you do the same to me? Chun-Su is at a loss for words, muttering, "Damn it, I'm being backed into a corner. This is no different from that village before, is it?" Suddenly, a voice calls out, "Over here." Chun-Su turns to see a bald old man standing in a narrow alley. He wonders, "Who are you?" The man gestures, "No time to explain. Follow me quickly." Chun-Su insists, "Explain first unless you want to die." Turns out this is an old acquaintance. Zong Run Tao quiet. After finding a quiet spot, Chun-Su speaks up. "Never thought I'd run into you again since that sneaky swipe incident." Cian Run is actually Zong Run. He looks at the goblin and says, "So that goblin really is your summoned beast." Chun-Su didn't care at all when he was discovered, calmly replying, "Even so, I escaped danger, but I don't trust you guys." He growled, "What is the Evaton Guild scheming now?" Cian Run sighed, "Don't misunderstand. Last time was just a boss raid gathering. Normally our guild doesn't travel together like that." Chun-Su was surprised. "Is that so? Well, that's good. You're the spy gathering information on Evaton, right? Give me some info. I still don't know anything about this area." He didn't answer immediately but raised his hand to signal, whispering, "If you want to know about the Fire-Rendel region, first we have to move somewhere else." He led Chun-Su into another alley, saying, "Please follow me this way." But right behind him, a trap was set to lure Chun-Su in. Suddenly, the system announced, "PK mode has been activated." At this moment, Cian Run's face was bruised. Several lumps appeared on his head. Chun-Su's hand clenched tightly, covered in blood. The old man spoke. "I'm not very clear about the Fire-Rendel region either, but boss fights here don't appear monthly like in Irv. Certain conditions must be met. And are you really that addicted to dungeons? Just a little delay and you already went crazy." Chun-Su explained, "Because of the money, of course. Only by clearing strong dungeons can you earn a lot, right?" He muttered inwardly, "No need to mention the honey-sucking bug or I'll get reported again." Cian Run continued, "Even if you want to enter strong dungeons, everything has to follow an order. You just set foot in Fire-Rendel. In this Phonics Elbasa, there's a place that handles the main quests of the game, so high-level players often hang out there." Chun-Su shouted excitedly, "That's right, the main quest. Completing the quest will let me advance to a higher-level area. Why didn't I think of this sooner? Damn it." He turned to the goblin and laughed loudly. "Haha, awesome. Let's go, goblin." Suddenly, he froze, feeling like something was missing. The goblin was still cheerful, smiling brightly at Chun-Su, but his eyes grew panicked. He shouted loudly, "Where's that girl? You damn bastard." Cut to another street corner. Catherine was being cornered in an alley by two men. The black-haired guy spoke, "I don't get why a beautiful girl like you is with that guy, but we can make you feel a lot better." The blonde guy added, "Look at her gear, all expensive stuff." The black-haired guy licked his lips, lustful. "She must be using the bathroom but left her character online. No resistance at all. So are we the bad guys here?" The two men stepped closer to Catherine, eyes full of desire. The black-haired guy said, "Quick, call the guards to protect this girl." The blonde guy, drooling, added, "That's the only way to feel good, right?" Chun-Su's face drained of color as if he'd lost all his rice. He muttered, "Oh no, she's unconscious. Just a little damage and she could really die. This time, I can't shirk my responsibility anymore." At that moment, the butler called and asked, "Is the young lady still safe?" Chun-Su, running and panting, replied, "Of course." The butler demanded, "Then let me see her face." Chun-Su stammered, "First, transfer the money." "Oh no, right now she and I are handling some important matters." The butler wondered, "Why are you panting like that?" Chun-Su shouted angrily, "Ah, damn it. I'm busy now. I'll show you later." The butler snapped, "Show me what? You crazy fool." Chun-Su hurriedly hung up, making the butler so furious that his veins bulged on his face. "That bastard." The man beside sighed, "Forget it. Probably nothing's wrong." The butler replied, "Sorry for causing a commotion, Sir Chairman." The silver-haired man in front was Hangaman, chairman of the Saman Corporation, a level 76 knight. He sat down calmly and said, "You know Catherine is the heir of Saman, right? What could an ordinary guy like him possibly do?" The butler responded, "Then why did you entrust her to him? If treatment is possible in the game, wouldn't it be better for us to take care of her?" Hangaman replied, "What treatment? Isn't it common knowledge that it's hopeless? Even though the chance of something happening to Catherine is very small, what difference does it make? She is a child born into the Saman family. living her whole life according to what has been arranged. The only thing the girl chose was to step through the gate of heaven. To her, that place was an escape, the only place where she was truly free. Isn't seeing the final scene in the game better than staring at the hospital ceiling? Cut to Chun-Su. He and the goblin are sprinting desperately through the streets looking for Catherine. While running, he angrily shouted, "Heavens! What kind of game simulates heavy breathing like this? This village is huge." Suddenly, he froze. Wait, thinking back, even though I didn't do anything wrong, I still got a contribution point? He opened the skill system panel, quietly delighted. Oh, a locked skill has been unlocked. Let's see, new skill. Share stamina with goblin. Consume your own resources to restore energy to the goblin based on the percentage used. Next skill. Throw the goblin in the desired direction. He muttered, "This package is pretty good." Chun-Su immediately used the goblin summoning skill. From the sky, the goblin swooped down, ready to jump and hug him, but Chun-Su brushed it aside. Holding the goblin in his hands, he used the throw goblin skill. Aiming straight up into the sky, the goblin excitedly let out joyful squeals. Reaching a certain height, it looked around and then pointed in a direction. Chun-Su exclaimed, "The station is over there?" Catherine's location was confirmed. He immediately sped up, running toward her. While running, panting heavily, he grinned slyly. "Catherine, I'm here to pick you up. From now on, we'll be together forever." The two men from earlier turned their heads when they saw Chun-Su appear. The black-haired guy said, "So it's that dull-faced guy from before." The blonde guy added, "Still won't give up? We're the ones who make her happy. Not you, ugly." Chun-Su shouted angrily, "So what? I'm not the one taking her away to make her happy. And who the hell are you guys?" The black-haired guy replied, "We're a handsome duo who rescue girls in danger just for fun." Chun-Su yelled, "Bullshit. You're the ones who put her in danger." The black-haired guy laughed loudly. "Haha, ugly face but sharp tongue. Huh? Now die, you ugly freak." The two rushed forward to attack. Chun-Su's face darkened. He clenched his teeth in anger, but in just 3 seconds, the two were beaten up by the goblin, lying face down on the ground. Chun-Su laughed out loud. "Haha, stupid at noon means death. How does it feel to lose to an ugly guy like me?" His loud laughter made a nearby guard curious. "What's that noise?" Chun-Su was still laughing heartily, but his smile suddenly faded. While dragging Catherine away, he suddenly froze, his face stiffened, stammering. "This time, I'm screwed." The guards charged in, weapons raised high, eyes blazing with fury, shouting like thunder. "You killed 2 people, kidnapped a girl. Think you can get away with it? You sick bastard." Chun-Su felt his heart stop beating, cold sweat pouring down like a waterfall. He immediately raised his hand, his voice stammering and trembling. Wait, it's not what you think. They started it themselves." But deep down he knew exactly how bad this looked. How could the guards possibly believe him? A desperate feeling squeezed his chest. If the NPC caught him, he'd be stuck in game jail for a few days. What a waste of time. Chun-Su gritted his teeth, determined not to let that happen. Luckily, there was only one guard now. He had to act fast before reinforcements arrived. His heart pounded like a war drum. The goblin screamed, full of excitement, eyes sparkling as if ready to charge into battle. Suddenly, Sunri the Sneaky appeared out of nowhere, a sly grin like he'd just hit the jackpot. He threw an arm around Chun-Su's shoulder, speaking coolly. "Trouble's everywhere, my friend." Chun-Su frowned, an uneasy feeling rising like a wave. "You're the sneaky guy from last time. What are you doing here?" Sunri leaned in to whisper, his voice cunning. "Killing the guard NPC caused chaos beyond repair. You'll get permanently flagged and hunted by all the city soldiers. Want to avoid trouble? Cooperate with me now. I'll handle the rest." Sunri's words were like a cold dagger that made Chun-Su shiver involuntarily, but also sparked a glimmer of hope. Sunri stepped forward, confident as if the whole world was in his hands, and calmly said to the guard, "Well, you must be tired from the whole day, right, buddy?" The guard squinted, his gaze sharp as a knife. "Wait, are you with that guy? What are you hiding behind his back?" A system notification popped up. Unlock gift option. Giving a small gift to an NPC can increase affection. Sunri draped his arm over the guard's shoulder, discreetly slipped a small pouch, and whispered temptingly, "Take this and pretend you didn't see anything." Chun-Su held his breath, heart pounding wildly, faintly hoping the plan would succeed. The guard opened the pouch, eyes wide, flashing with surprise. "This gold," but immediately, his face twisted. anger erupting like a volcano. He roared, voice full of fury. How dare you bribe an enforcer of justice? He grabbed Sunri by the collar, shouting, You scoundrel! The system announcement rang out like a slash. Affection decreased. You have committed a crime. Chun-Su stood dumbfounded, frozen like a statue, his mind spinning. What the heck just happened? Watching Sunri being dragged away, he muttered doubtfully. He got arrested instead of me? Wait, could he actually be a good guy? A mix of guilt and relief welled up inside him. Scene change. Chun-Su stood before the massive city gate, boiling with anger. He shouted at the guards, his voice hoarse. Why won't you let me in? A man in yellow nearby sighed, sounding resigned. Don't bother. This gate isn't opening for you. Chun-Su turned back, eyes narrowed with full vigilance. Who are you? The guy smiled smugly, his eyes sparkling with arrogance. Me? I'm a god. Chun-Su noticed the golden exclamation mark floating above his head, his heart involuntarily beating faster. An NPC giving a quest? That crazy boyfriend. He thought, both curious and suspicious. Claiming to be a god, he stroked his chin, eyes appraising Chun-Su like he was looking at an interesting toy. Just arrived and already causing chaos at the gate. Typical newbie. Chun-Su went blank, his eyes empty, feeling insulted mixed with confusion. The guy laughed loudly, his voice clear and bright. Exactly. The gaze of a true adventurer. I've decided you will take my quest. The missing ruins. Show me what you've got. Without hesitation, Chun-Su accepted the quest immediately. Partly out of curiosity, partly from a desire to prove himself. The guy beamed, his voice full of excitement. Great. I'll get you inside the city. Main quest activated. Prove your worth, retrieve the golem core from the missing ruins. Reward, 250 gold. Once inside, Chun-Su realized he'd been tricked. Anger flared up like fire. Damn it. He should have warned me this was some damn dungeon, he muttered sharply. The missing ruins? Probably all the lives of those fools before me are lost too. With a fast-paced playstyle, Chun-Su dodged traps as easily as flipping his hand. But this time he wasn't alone. He had to make sure she didn't get hurt. His heart felt heavy with responsibility. Chunu glanced at the unconscious Catherine, frowning. I don't like you, but I won't let you get a single scratch. His voice mixed reluctance with determination. Turning to the goblin, he ordered firmly. I'll go first, summon you later. Hold her reins. Got it? I'll go first, summon you later. Hold her reins. Got it? Taking a deep breath, Chun-Su dashed forward, gliding past traps and pressure plates like the wind, his heart pounding with adrenaline. Reaching the other side, he shouted, Goblin, now, activate your summoning skill. The goblin flew swiftly over, landing with an excited cry, but still holding the reins in its hands. While Catherine was on the other side, the reins were pulled taut, and Catherine staggered. Chun-Su panicked and screamed, his heart about to burst. Oh my god, she's about to fall. Do something, you monster, the goblin shouted again and yanked the reins hard. Catherine was pulled flying sideways like a doll gliding through the air. Chun-Su screamed in horror, his voice breaking. Are you crazy? What the hell are you doing? He covered his face trembling, peeking through his fingers, his heart pounding. Thank heavens. Thud. Catherine hit the ground, still motionless. Chun-Su panicked and ran over, kneeling beside her, his voice trembling with worry. Hey, Catherine. Wake up. Don't die here. It's not my fault. Come on, wake up. Fear washed over him like a tidal wave. The scene shifts to real life. Han Jin-mun loosens his tie, gripping his cane tightly, his eyes blazing with fury. He shouts, his voice thunderous. Out late with friends? At your age, friends are just fleeting. How many times have I told you? They're worthless. He glares at the girl before him, his tone bitter. Short skirts, makeup like those streetwalkers. You want to live like them? Catherine kneels, tears streaming down, her voice breaking. I'm sorry. I won't do it anymore. I promise. But his voice drops, cold as ice. If you live a disgraceful life, what will people say about me? Today I have to teach you a lesson. Catherine sobs uncontrollably, fear tearing her heart apart. I'm sorry, Mom. Please save me. Outside the door, Mrs. Han stands frozen, her eyes full of helplessness, her heart shattered. Catherine screams desperately, Mom, he's going to kill me. Han Jin-mun swings his hand again, his voice sharp as a knife. You are the only stain in my life. Back to the game. Chun-Su shouts. Catherine, but the girl still doesn't move. He turns to the goblin, panicked, heart pounding. What should I do? The goblin bares its teeth in a mystical, excited grin. Chun-Su squints, suspicious. You mean CPR? But this is just a game. How can you do mouth to mouth? He sighs, a wave of helplessness rising. Well, even if I try, it's useless. Let's just say she's in critical condition. I'll follow the rescue rules. He gently lifted Catherine up, mumbling, his face flushed with embarrassment. This is not a perverted kiss. This is an emergency. He leaned down, hesitating, heart racing, lips almost touching when, suddenly, Jay's voice rang out over the radio, cold as a knife. Princess? What the hell is Joe? Looking at the screen, seeing Chun-Su's lips puckered, Jay shouted in fury. You bastard! What are you doing? Chun-Su jumped, stammering, sweat pouring down. No, it's not like that. Jay was cold, his voice like ice. I just logged in. The medical team is monitoring her vital signs. Her armor is top-notch, not easy to kill. Chun-Su gasped, a wave of relief spreading, but his heart still pounded wildly. So she really isn't dead, Jay snapped, his tone threatening. I'm checking constantly to make sure not a single hair of the princess touches you. Bring her out here now. His anger still smoldered. Chun-Su hurriedly cut the connection, still trembling inside. Jay stood frozen, staring at the message conversation ended. His anger still burning low. In the game, Chun-Su shouted with determination. Listen up, Goblin. From now on, head straight to the boss room. The goblin laughed wildly, replying, Cow! They sped through the dungeon, dodging a massive rolling boulder at breakneck speed. Using her like a skateboard, heart pounding from adrenaline, he and the goblin jumped and slid forward. With the boulder hot on their heels, it felt like a deadly game. Next came the broken bridge. The goblin swung the rope, flinging Catherine over like a hook, eyes sparkling with confidence. Chun-Su used the rope for balance, stepping carefully, sweat streaming down his forehead. Finally, they faced the giant stone golem in the boss room. The silhouette was like a towering mountain. Without hesitation, Chun-Su raised Catherine like a shield, his heart pounding with tension. The golem swung its arm boom, flinging Catherine far away. Chun-Su froze. A stabbing guilt pierced him. Damn it! I used her as a weapon by mistake, the system announced coldly. Goblin awarded points. Chun-Su shouted angrily. She's my trap disarming tool. Catherine lay sprawled on the floor, her hand twitching slightly. The golem and goblin charged at each other. The explosion roared like thunder. Dust and smoke engulfed the entire world. The goblin thrust its wooden club through the golem's chest with tremendous force. Crash. The golem collapsed, the sound echoing like a landslide. Chun-Su crossed his arms, calm, trying to hide his fear. Today's nothing. Now just grab the golem's core and get out. But the golem suddenly moved. Its shattered body began to reassemble itself. The grinding metal sound made Chun-Su brace himself. System notification. Ruins golem upgraded phase 2, level 45. Chun-Su's eyes widened, heart pounding as if about to explode. What the hell? It gets stronger after resurrection? He clicked his tongue, waving his hand. Whatever, goblin, smash it. The goblin charged forward, eyes blazing with determination. But the golem countered with a thunderous punch, shaking the entire floor. Making Chun-Su feel as if the world was collapsing. System. Instant regeneration golem phase 3, level 50. Every time it gets hit, it gets stronger. The golem shifts its target to Chun-Su. He shouted in panic. Are you cheating? He hurriedly summoned back the goblin, voice trembling. Don't destroy it. If you hit it again, it'll just get stronger. The goblin jumped forward. Chun-Su yelled to stop it. Don't take the hit. He rolled to dodge the terrifying blow, his heart pounding as if it would burst out of his chest. The golem frantically smashed the floor, thunderous like the sky was collapsing. Chun-Su dodged wildly, sweat pouring like a waterfall, thinking, damn it, if we don't destroy the golem's core, it will keep resurrecting stronger. The core must be the weak point. He remembered Gavin had once found the Iron Titan's weak spot, but he himself didn't have any tracking skills. Just smash it randomly? But what if it levels up to 100? The fear felt like a noose tightening around his heart. On the other side, Catherine remained motionless, breathing weakly. Suddenly, an image of a shoe flashed in her mind from the dark dungeon like a painful memory. Her eyes twitched, Then she exhaled sharply and screamed, "Eh!" The scream echoed with pain and panic, tearing through the dungeon's space. The upgraded ruined golem, eyes blazing like hot coals, unleashed a terrifying punch straight at Catherine. Boom! The collision sounded like thunder, echoing across the battlefield, making Chun Su's heart skip a beat. Dust and debris scattered, forming thick clouds that shrouded everything in a misty haze of bones. Chun Su's face turned pale, cold sweat streaming down his forehead, his heart pounding wildly as if it would explode. "Catherine, she'll be okay, right?" He tried to reassure himself, but the voice in his head trembled with doubt. At this level, could the damage really be critical? Or was it truly a critical hit? Fear gripped his chest like an icy hand squeezing tight. But the golem didn't stop. It roared in fury, continuing its wild, relentless pounding as if it wanted to crush everything. Through the thick smoke and rubble, Chun Su could no longer see Catherine. His heart twisted painfully, a wave of helplessness rising as if the whole world was collapsing. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out behind him, cutting through his chaotic thoughts. What the hell is going on here? Chun Su spun around, his heart racing. Catherine was standing there, leaning on her magic staff. Her eyes blazed as if ready to burn both him and the battlefield to ashes. What are these freakish monsters? Her voice was sharp and furious, leaving Chun Su stunned, rooted to the spot like a statue. A mix of relief and astonishment surged within him. She had woken up, but then confusion overwhelmed him again as Catherine shouted, her voice like a blade. "Why am I here? And who are you?" What? Chun Su stammered, his mind spinning, sweat pouring like a waterfall. System. Emergency magic skill activated. Chun Su felt cold sweat trickle down his spine, his heart pounding like war drums. "She's really awake. Please, don't let her remember what I did while she was unconscious." I prayed silently, trying to justify myself. No matter what I did, the important thing is that she's safe, right? She should be thanking me, not yelling like that. A confident smile spread across Chun Su's lips, hiding the screaming worry inside. "I've saved the heir of the Saemin Corporation. I'm definitely gonna get a big reward. I've saved the heir of the Saemin Corporation. I'm definitely gonna get a big reward." But Catherine's furious scream cut through his illusion like a knife. "Hey, are you deaf?" I said, "Explain yourself right now." Chun Su immediately switched to a gentle, friendly tone, though his heart was pounding like a war drum. "Yes, of course. You want to know what happened, right? A girl was attacked by a monster in a secret dungeon and lost consciousness. By the chairman's orders, I took care of her diligently and finally, she woke up." Just as he finished his proud speech, Chun Su suddenly felt his body thrown up into the air, spinning like a top before crashing down to the ground with a bam. Pain spread throughout his body as he groaned. "Damn it. Could you have warned me first?" Looking up, he saw a giant golem looming toward him, its eyes blazing with menace. Catherine screamed in panic, running desperately as if chased by a ghost. "What? I'm asking about that thing." Chun Su blinked in surprise, watching the girl run as if her life depended on it. "What's wrong with her?" Catherine's face turned pale, her eyes filled with overwhelming fear. Her lips trembled as she kept mumbling, I'm scared. I'm scared. If my father finds out I'm playing Heaven Door, he'll kill me. I'm so scared." The fear overwhelmed her like a raging wave, making her look like a lost child caught in a storm. In the real world, Catherine lay in the hospital bed and suddenly screamed, "I'm so scared." The panic in her scream felt like a knife cutting into Jay's heart. He rushed over, his heart pounding with worry. The doctor confirmed in a grave tone, "She's awake." But clearly something happened in the game. "She's very frightened." Jay gritted his teeth, anger blazing in his chest. That bastard Kim Chun Su. The image of Chun Su's sly smile and creepy laugh flashed through his mind, making Jay tremble with rage. What had he done to her? The doctor stepped forward, asking worriedly, "Can we get her out of the game now? Disconnect the device or something?" Go shook his head, his gaze cold. Disconnecting while the shared sensation is still active is too dangerous. And the dungeon is still running. The logout feature hasn't been activated. Jay clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms. If that bastard is still running the dungeon, I'll check it out myself. System. Golem activated the skill Firestone missile. Suddenly, the golem's two arms shot out like missiles, racing straight toward Catherine at a terrifying speed. She screamed, the cry shattering in terror. Her legs trembling, she tried to run away. At that moment, the goblin appeared, eyes flashing with determination. It swung its wooden club with tremendous force, nearly 1 million damage points, shattering the two stone missiles in a brilliant explosion, the light dazzling like fireworks. Chun-Su blinked in astonishment, heart pounding. What is she doing? Running so slowly. How could she possibly escape? He ran over, anxiety burning like fire, seeing Catherine collapse, her body trembling. "Hey, are you okay?" His voice full of worry, his heart feeling crushed. But she didn't answer, only muttered in panic. "I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared." Chun-Su sat down beside her, his heart heavy. What's happening to her? If I don't do something, things will get worse. He turned to the goblin, voice trembling. "Knock her out." The goblin nodded, raising its club, eyes without hesitation. After all, she almost died anyway, Chun-Su thought, a gloomy feeling enveloping him. But just before the goblin struck, Catherine stammered through tears, her voice breaking. Save me." Chun-Su was startled, his heart stopping. She looked up, tear-streaked face, sobbing. "Please, save me. I don't know what connection you have to my father's company, but I'll pay more than my father. Just save me." The despair in her voice stabbed through his heart like a knife. Chun-Su's face softened, a wave of pity rising. "What are you saying? Of course I'll save you. We'll get out of here safely. So, calm down, okay?" But Catherine screamed, her voice breaking apart. "That's not what I mean. Will you really run away with me? Or will we both be killed here? No matter what happens, that damn Saman company will never help me. Those employees, my father, my mother, that whole damn family. No one will save me." She clutched her head, her face twisted in pain as if every wound inside was bleeding. "I don't want to be beaten anymore." Chun-Su stood frozen, shocked to the point of breathlessness. He didn't know what hell this girl had been through, but now it was pouring out like an open wound, painful and heart-wrenching despair. At that moment, Jay's voice crackled over the radio, cold and hostile. "Kim Chun-Su, you bastard. If you don't show me the girl right now, I'll come find you myself." Sensing the threat, Goblin raised his club, ready to attack. "Stop, Goblin. Don't," Chun-Su shouted, raising his hand to block, heart pounding. "Forget that guy. Just hold off that damn golem." Goblin squeaked Kit. In response, eyes sparkling with loyalty. Chun-Su turned back to the screen, speaking into the radio, trying to keep calm though his heart burned. "Hey buddy, you're going a bit too far. Like I'm going to eat her or something. Why ask for my help if you don't trust me?" He pulled Catherine in front of the camera, forcing a smile. "Look, fresh as a fish, teeth white as pearls. Everything's fine. Business 101, trust is key, right? I didn't kidnap her. I'm helping her recover. Got it?" Jay squinted at Catherine's face on the screen, full of suspicion. What is going on? She's neither scared nor unconscious. So what was that earlier? Adjusting his glasses, he said coldly. "It's just a misunderstanding. The girl was in bad shape and you're still stuck in the dungeon. Hurry up and finish. Your responsibility is to get her out safely." "What the hell are you talking about?" Chun-Su was about to object, but Jay cut off the connection. Chun-Su muttered, irritation rising. "Seriously? You can't just hang up like that. My old man will probably die of stress." He turned to Catherine, half joking, half serious. "Hey, you better keep your promise and pay up handsomely. Got it?" Shockingly, the girl replied coldly, her tone sharp as a knife. "I'm lying." Chun-Su growled, squinting, his anger exploding. His voice dropped, threatening. "Looks like you're a bit confused about how things work around here. I need a lot of money, and if you don't pay, I'll tell S-River that you've woken up and demand compensation." Panicked, Catherine hurriedly said, her voice trembling. "I'll find a way. I can sell my stuff, just please keep this secret. Okay? Everything I'm wearing is top-notch. I swear I can sell it for a fortune." Chun-Su mocked, his voice full of sarcasm. "Are you kidding? This pile of trash might be worth 10 million. 10 billion. That statement hit like a sledgehammer. 10 billion. Chunu jumped up, clapping his hands triumphantly, joy surging like crashing waves. "Goblin, it's time to work." "Hit," the goblin responded, eyes sparkling with excitement. At that moment, Chun-Su noticed the golem, and his heart seemed to drop into an abyss. "Level 170, he pointed at the goblin, panic in his voice. "What the hell is that? It has 4 arms now. I told you to hold it down, not to fight it." The goblin naively repeated. "Kit, damn it." Chun-Su muttered, cold sweat pouring down. The golem counterattacked, its overwhelming power like a storm. Chun Su turned and ran, his heart pounding as if about to explode. Damn it! Level 170. One hit and I'm dining with the Grim Reaper. Suddenly, the system announced, Ice magic skill activated. The golem was frozen midair, covered by sparkling ice shards like crystal. What? It stopped? Did we manage it? Chun Su panted, a flicker of hope igniting in his chest. The system explained, target has been frozen. Duration may be shorter with high-level monsters. That was Catherine. She had cast the spell, her eyes blazing with determination mixed with fear. What are you staring at? She shouted, voice both angry and trembling. Planning to duel a level 170 boss one-on-one? Run, you idiot. It's about to break free. They ran at full speed, gasping for breath, hearts pounding like war drums. Seconds later, the golem shattered its icy prison, roaring terrifyingly, a sound that seemed to tear through the space around them. Chun Su and Catherine dashed toward the dungeon exit. There, he shouted, his voice hoarse, we can escape through that door. But suddenly, something stepped on the rope trailing behind them. The rope snapped taut immediately. Catherine was yanked back and fell to the ground. What? She screamed. Her scream shattered in terror. No, wait. Her voice echoed, full of despair. Please, help me. Chun Su stopped, her scream stabbing into his heart like a dagger. The golem loomed over Catherine. The darkness from its massive body enveloped her, ready to crush. He trembled, a horrific memory from the past flashing through his mind like a nightmare. That time I ran. But it was different then. I ran because I was powerless. His lips quivered, heart pounding wildly. This time I can save her. But reason screamed, that monster is level 170. One hit and I'm done. Everyone thinks the same, right? He gritted his teeth, then turned and ran, his heart heavy as lead. She has a doctor ready to treat her. I don't. Behind him, Catherine sank into despair, her heart shattering. No matter how much I screamed, no one turned back. Mom shut the door on me, and now, even him, no one will save me. The golem's foot rose, darkness engulfing her body like the night of the end. Then boom, a deafening explosion tore through the air, a brilliant light like fireworks. Blinding rays wrapped around the golem like a crackling energy net. A man dressed in yellow charged in like a storm, the sword in his hand slashing rapidly with dizzying speed before landing lightly on the ground. Chun Su stared in shock, his heart pounding with amazement, unable to believe his eyes. That guy, the blonde wearing yellow, he's an NPC, a god. The man rested his sword on his shoulder, flashing a bold smile, confidence shining like the sun. You all held up well. Leave the rest to me. Chun Su could hardly believe it, his heart filled with admiration mixed with confusion. Why was an NPC like him here? Seeing Gold's recent actions, Chun Su gritted his teeth and cursed bitterly inside with regret. Damn it, why didn't I realize sooner? The moment the player fell seemed preordained. A sudden NPC appeared, standing tall in the middle of the battlefield. Wasn't this mission supposed to be one you had to lose? Sometimes in this world, there are missions like that from the start. No matter how hard you try, they're designed for the player to fail. A feeling of helplessness surged in Chun Su's chest. Maybe the core of that golem didn't even exist, he thought, his eyes heavy with sorrow. Even if we attack, that damn core will only keep getting stronger. If you face it without knowing anything, then naturally lose. Afterward, in a grand cutscene, an NPC will appear and overwhelmingly crush the enemy. Isn't that the perfect way to showcase the NPC's power in the storyline? Chun Su slightly curled his lips, but that smile was full of bitterness. In his previous life, even when hit by a level 50 enemy, he never felt any real pain. The system was pre-programmed to prevent unexpected accidents like an invisible safety net. But now, standing before the giant golem, the gold NPC gripped his sword tightly, his eyes blazing, and roared. How dare you bring my subordinate to this state? Watching that showy display, Chun Su felt a surge of boiling anger inside. He thought sarcastically, I don't like this guy at all, but right now, he's the only one I can rely on. Immediately after, like a whirlwind, the gold NPC charged at the golem, shouting loudly, Get ready, die. The two clashed, sword flashes sparking, the earth and sky trembling through 200 rounds without a clear winner. Chun Su stood silently, his heart pounding, filled with both hope and worry. Then a terrifying explosion sounded behind him. He startled and turned around, with a dazed look in his eyes. It turned out the gold NPC had been knocked away by the golem, rolling on the ground. The gold NPC propped himself up with one hand, struggling to stand, mumbling carelessly, "Humph, not even worth warming up for." Seeing that battered appearance, Chun-Su widened his eyes, thinking with a mix of confusion and anger. What's wrong with this idiot? Why is he delivering victory lines when he's clearly been crushed so badly? But before he could even gather his wits, the gold NPC charged at the golem again, continuing the fight for several hundred more rounds. After just a few blows, he was punched flying by the golem once more, this time crashing straight into Chun-Su's back. He kept muttering in a hoarse voice, "This guy isn't even worth warming up for." Suddenly, the system displayed a notification. NPC G level 70. Chun-Su's mouth dropped open as he shouted angrily, "Damn it! Wait, level 70? Chaotic thoughts flooded his mind. Players who usually took on this quest were only around levels 30 to 40. The golem started at level 40, so even if a normal player tried their hardest to win, they would still lose when it returned at level 45. Even if you defeated it again, it would come back at level 50. The outcome remained unchanged. According to the script, a high-level NPC was supposed to appear and easily defeat it, right? But this time, everything was completely reversed. The gold NPC, the one expected to shine, was getting thoroughly beaten by the golem. Chun-Su turned to face the golem, now sitting cross-legged, laughing arrogantly. A chill ran down his spine. He thought desperately. Normally, no player would ever let the golem reach level 170. How did it come to this? Meanwhile, the gold NPC stubbornly advanced, muttering, "Humph, just warming up." Chun-Su couldn't take it anymore and roared angrily, "Why do you keep repeating that last line?" Then he suddenly froze, a thought flashing like lightning. Wait a minute, isn't this guy the NPC who came to complete the quest? If the core isn't destroyed, the golem won't die. So, when the gold NPC appeared, had its core already been revealed? NPC G continued charging toward the golem, eyes blazing with determination. Chun-Su watched intently, his heart pounding. He thought to himself, if I have to guess the location of the core, it must be there. At that moment, the gold NPC lunged forward wildly, muttering, "Humph, just here to warm things up." Suddenly, from behind him, something shot forward at a terrifying speed. A massive explosion erupted where the gold NPC was aiming, causing enormous damage. 9999999. Chun-Su's eyes widened. It turned out to be a rock thrown by a goblin. System notification. Goblin has used the rock throw skill. Chun-Su muttered, voice trembling with excitement. The core's location. It must be where the gold NPC aimed. Immediately after the throw, the golem's body began to fall apart. Pieces of its body dropped, causing huge explosions that shook the ground violently. The gold NPC slammed his sword into the ground, panting, still muttering, "Humph, warming things up wasn't even worth it. Without me, they would all be dead already." Watching the golem collapse, Chun-Su sighed in relief, his heart feeling lighter but still muttering. "Is it over?" NPC G, with a smug look, continued muttering. "Anyway, everyone is safe now. That's what matters." Chun-Su rolled his eyes, thinking with a hint of boredom. Safe? He looked ahead where the dust was slowly clearing. A small figure appeared. Catherine stood there, her eyes tired. Confused thoughts swirled in his head. Safe? But is it really? The three left the dungeon, each step heavy. The gold NPC strutted ahead, his arrogant face like he had just achieved a great feat. Meanwhile, Chun-Su and Catherine quietly followed behind, feeling awkward. He rubbed his face inside. So embarrassing. Now I'm even worse off than when I was betrayed. Suddenly, the gold NPC spoke loudly. "Just as I thought. Thanks to me, you survived this ordeal, proving you're quite talented. Now listen. I have a personal connection with Anphone C, Deputy Commander of the Kingdom's Night Order. Don't ask any more. I have my own troubles, you understand?" Chun-Su gritted his teeth, thinking irritably. I didn't expect this chatterbox to be useful. At least he lightens this awkward mood. The gold NPC turned back with a confident look and said loudly, "All right then, next time we meet, don't get too excited about working with me. Because I am gold." Heh. He laughed gleefully and spun around to leave. Just as he disappeared from sight, a golden exclamation mark appeared above his head. Chun-Su frowned and muttered, "That personality, truly sickening." He glanced at Catherine. She was still standing there, expressionless. A surge of anger rose. He clenched his fists tightly and shouted, "I know what happened earlier was my fault." Suddenly, a deep voice echoed from afar. "I know you have awakened." Chun-Su looked up, Bewildered, it was John, Catherine's father. He was stunned, thinking to himself, who is this person? Looking at the high-end gear he'd never seen before, with an overwhelming aura, he wondered, is he just a rich guy? Or a master? Really? Catherine's complexion turned pale, her eyes darkened. She stammered, Dad. Why are you here? Diamond stepped forward, his voice stern. I know you woke up when you had that seizure. I've been worried about you day and night. Don't you know? I thought you'd be better when you grew up. But you're still pulling these harmful pranks. He turned to Chun Su, smiling. Thank you, young man, for taking care of Catherine. It seems everyone's faith in her has been rewarded. I'll make sure you get a proper reward. He reached out his hand to Catherine. Let's go, child. Seeing Catherine stunned into silence, Chun Su thought bitterly. That cowardly girl can't be saved. At least cursed me to my face once. He saw her as if she was about to collapse but didn't beg for help. He told himself, yes, running away was my fault. I know I'm untrustworthy. But this time, maybe I can save her. He shouted loudly. Wait! The two turned around. Chun Su stepped forward, his voice firm. Even someone like me knows who you are. You are Han Jaman, chairman of the Samung Group, famously kind-hearted. Right, Catherine? Catherine was stunned, saying nothing. He continued. Someone so wonderful. Why do you look like the world is ending for you? He imagined pulling her toward him. I can't just let you go like this. But then he froze. That was just his imagination. He still stood there, watching the two of them leave. Torn thoughts. How can I save her? What right do I have? I'm cowardly, quick to break promises. Who is the real hero here? He cursed himself. You're only fit to hang out with goblins. Kim Chun Su. Suddenly someone shouted. Do you know the Night King? One of the three who completed the Great Museum. Everyone shouted in unison. That's Lord Han Jaman, Chairman Sung. Dee smiled, waving to the crowd. Another person asked, who is the girl with you? He chuckled, just a member of the group. He looked at Catherine, his voice low. Remember this well. How do people see me? And how do they see you when you stand beside me? Chun Su lowered his head and walked away, his heart heavy. The crowd pushed and shouted. Move aside. You're blocking my way to meet Lord Jam. He thought to himself, that's right. She's Chairman Sung's perfect daughter. Compared to me, she's a princess. He comforted himself. Why should I feel guilty? I get paid, that's all there is to it. Suddenly a voice rang out. Chun Su. He turned around and saw Zhang Run gritting his teeth. Have you been locked up here all this time? Mr. Che laughed bitterly. Not like a sewer, an actual sewer. I hid there after being captured. But it was interesting seeing things outside that you normally wouldn't. Chudu shouted. That's a crime, you know? Chudu shouted. That's a crime, you know? Zhang continued. By the way, the girl with Chairman Diamond shows signs of having been beaten. Chu was stunned, turned around and shouted. Wait, but Diamond didn't stop. He growled, Old man, stop. He stepped forward. Are you kidnapping someone in broad daylight? Jam sneered. What are you basing that on? That's easy to misunderstand. Chun Su clenched his fists tightly and shouted. Does being a chairman put you above the law? That girl is my girlfriend. We've slept together, done all sorts of things. Catherine gasped, her face flushing red. What? The crowd buzzed with whispers. John remained calm. You must be mistaken. Excuse me, Chun Su pointed. If she's not my girlfriend, then what is she to you? An old man with a young girl, what a dirty old goat. The people nodded and murmured among themselves. Suddenly Cian Run appeared, panting. Samung Corporation's butler Uncle Chich, Cian Run. This is Miss Catherine, the heir candidate who has just regained consciousness. Catherine was stunned, thinking to herself, what the heck is going on? The crowd erupted. Catherine is Chairman Diamond's daughter. Chun Su stepped up to Diamond. Be honest. You'll deny she's your daughter later, won't you? Diamond gritted his teeth. You bastard, Chun Su continued. I will expose you for abusing your own daughter. Diamond stomped his foot and shouted. Don't be fooled. They're conspiring to blackmail me. Catherine burst into tears, her eyes as if her whole world was collapsing. Diamond roared. Han Diamond, chairman of Sung, will kill you all. He activated PK mode, his power exploding. But at that moment, a small soldier wielding a wooden club charged at him head-on. But right at that moment, a small soldier wielding a wooden club charged straight at him. A terrifying clash erupted. The explosion roared so loudly it shook the entire space. The air grew heavy, and dust and rocks flew everywhere, obscuring the view. He could only panic, covering his ears as cold sweat ran down his spine. In his mind, he silently thought with a sly smile, This scene is perfect, just perfect. The goblin suddenly changed direction, its fiery red eyes locking onto Chun Su as it lunged like an arrow. Seeing the imminent danger, Chun Su shouted in a mix of anger and fear. "Damn it! Don't come near me!" He stepped back, heart pounding wildly, thinking to himself, "If these guys find out I'm on the same side as the one who took down the chairman, it's all over." Without thinking further, when the goblin was just a few steps away, Chun Su activated his goblin throw skill in a flash. He grabbed his tiny companion and hurled him straight into the sky with all his strength. His voice cracked from tension as he yelled, "Damn it! Get lost!" Right after throwing, he exhaled in relief, muttering to himself, "Phew, that was close." But when he turned back, he was startled by the chaotic crowd and shouted, "What the hell is that?" No idea who they were, but they charged in like lunatics. Are they out of their minds? The surrounding scene gradually quieted down, but the crowd began to whisper and chatter. A middle-aged man spoke up, his voice curious. "What just happened?" The person next to him, eyes still fixed on the collision site, replied, "They just took down Heat Vong with a single strike." "How is that possible?" Another person interrupted, voice full of astonishment. "Then that guy suddenly flew up into the sky." Hearing the chatter, Chun Su slightly curled his lips, a smug smile flashing across his face. He thought to himself, "Ha! I'm the one who threw him away." Then he turned to Catherine, stepping forward with a worried yet awkward expression. He bent down and reached out to help her up, his voice gentle but a bit hesitant. "Hey, Catherine, get up, girl, wake up." But Catherine's expression suddenly darkened, her eyes cold as ice. She pushed his hand away, her voice trembling but resolute. "Let go." Then suddenly, she clutched her head and screamed in despair, tears streaming down her face. "Let me go. I said let go. Who do you think you are? You can't save me. Don't pretend to care whether I live or die." Hearing those bitter words, Chun Su just smiled slightly, a mischievous glint flashing in his eyes. He stepped closer, gently lifting her chin, his voice low but provocative. "Don't order me around. Whether I abandon you or worry about you is my choice. Waiting for a knight on a white horse? Wake up, you bastard." He stopped, his gaze sharp as he continued. "This place is full of trash like me. Even if you don't know how many crimes your father has committed, at this very moment, he is being punished by the heavens. Your turn now. The pack of hyenas has caught the scent of meat and is drooling over there. You're good at stabbing people in the back, right? Then don't just kneel and beg. Give your mom a punch to the nape." Chun Su's words were as sharp as a knife, making Catherine's face turn pale. But just as he finished speaking, he suddenly startled and looked closely at the girl in front of him. His face flushed red as he muttered, "Oh no, looking closely I see she's not my girlfriend. How embarrassing." He forced a smile, trying to cover his embarrassment. "Ha ha, I forgot. I left the gas on at home. I have to go back immediately." With that, Chun Su spun around and ran off like he was being chased by a ghost, leaving Catherine Ver alone in the crowd. At this moment, Cian Run stepped forward, extending his hand calmly. "Then, little sister, if you have something to say, now's the time." Catherine quietly stood up, her gaze sweeping across the crowd. She pondered for a moment, then slowly spoke, her voice full of determination. "I am Chuyan Ken." Outside the virtual world, on the TV screen, a breaking news report appeared. Gimin, the two faces of the chairman of the Xiam Group, a gentlemanly man in public but a violent father at home. The bruises on Catherine's body were shown openly, accompanied by her heartbreaking declaration, "I want to die." The whole world was shaken by her story. Catherine stood in the eye of the storm, firmly declaring she was Gimin's daughter and revealing the abuse she suffered since childhood. At first, there was suspicion that she was impersonating someone, but when the evidence was posted on social media, all doubts vanished. The truth spread like wildfire. The image and stock price of Xiam plummeted uncontrollably. Gimin suddenly announced he was ill, but everyone knew it was just an act. Cut back to the scene. After hearing the story, Chun Su slammed the table and shouted in panic, "Damn it! I'm so worried I can't sleep. What if that old man hires an assassin to take me out?" Zong Run, calmly sipping his tea, said, "Please keep it down in the restaurant." Chun Su glared angrily. "You want to die? Speak properly." Zong Run smiled and continued, "Images of you and Gimin clashing are spreading all over social media. With Xiam shaking like this, if anything happens to you, who do you think everyone will suspect first?" Chun Su smirked. "It's you." Zhang Run shook his head. No, it's Gimin. Chun Su grimaced and muttered curses. Damn it. I was too reckless to confront a huge corporation, and I haven't even gotten a dime. I should have just kept my mouth shut and lived quietly. Zhang Run remained calm. Trust me, what you're doing is worth far more than money. Chun Su snapped. I'd rather believe a runny nose than believe you. Then he turned to look at Zhang Run's butler outfit. Curious. By the way, do you really dress like a butler? Where did you even get that outfit? Zhang Run sneered. From someone's house? Where else would I get it? Right after that, a guard stepped forward to escort Zhang Run outside. Chun Su watched him leave, shaking his head. This guy is hopeless. Suddenly, a notification board appeared right in front of him. Chun Su was startled and shouted loudly, Are you Ziam's henchman? Joe, the butler, pushed up his glasses, momentarily surprised but still maintaining a calm demeanor. Don't call me that, he continued, his voice lowering. I contacted you to thank you for helping the young lady regain consciousness. I never expected she had to endure such things. Serving her all these years, and I never realized anything. Chun Su made an annoyed face. By the way, after doing such a great deed, am I not getting any reward? The chairman is so stingy. I mean, even if it was a misunderstanding, how come I was fired without a single penny? Joe sighed. Sorry, but I no longer work for Ziam. I can't stay at a company whose family treats her that way. Chun Su rolled his eyes. Oh my god, so you're unemployed too? I'm losing sleep over this. How can the girl who stabbed her own father in the back be okay? The only person protecting her just quit on their own. Joe clenched his fists, his voice full of determination. You're right, not just the young lady, but the whole world out there is worried about her. Everyone fears she might be harmed for defaming the chairman. So I took her with me. He pointed to Catherine, who was live streaming on YouTube with 360,000 viewers. She wore a police cosplay outfit, smiling brightly as she said to the audience, Should I do a Rican dance? Joe continued. I used all my severance pay to support her streaming. This fame will help keep her safer. If one day she doesn't stream without warning, it means something's wrong. Chun Su cursed silently. What do you mean don't like it? How could a young lady from a conglomerate tolerate this until now? Joe smiled. Though late, the young lady has awakened. No, she's reclaiming everything that was stolen. Thanks to you, Kim Chun Su. Chun Su shouted embarrassedly. What's with this close talk? Speak normally, you pervert. If you want to thank me, pay up. Joe chuckled softly. I've sent a gift. Not money, but you'll like it. The boss prepared it herself. Chun Su interrupted. Wait, it's supposed to be money. But it was too late, Joe had already hung up. He turned to Catherine, muttering. I was planning to end it earlier, but she paid no attention, still focused on live streaming. Thanks to the audience. Our 10,000 loves. Oh my, what should I dance to? JH looked at her, his eyes thoughtful. Perhaps the young lady isn't the heir to the conglomerate, but someone destined to become a star. One conglomerate, one person, truly amazing. Chun Su returned to the game and approached the NPC guarding the mailbox. The NPC Rachel smiled. I'm Jachel. How can I help you? Chun Su leaned on the table, pouting. Is there any mail for me? Just one box, probably golden armor or some expensive item. Be careful with it. Rachel smiled gently. Of course, for Kim Chun-Su, the item is carefully kept. She walked to the item shelf, searched and brought out a box. But suddenly a notification popped up. Cursed item. Just touching it can drive a person insane. Rachel grabbed a whip, her cold eyes fixed on Chun Su. Hey, who are you to order whether to take it or not? Chun Su angrily cursed. Damn it. I never asked you to hold it. The notification continued. Rare grade cursed item. Blood red whip. Crafted from the hide of the bloodwing soaked in blood. If used without lifting the curse, the user will suffer random status effects and the summoned creature will go berserk. Chun Su widened his eyes, muttering. What kind of curse is this? If I use it, will I go crazy like this NPC? He cursed silently. Damn it. Did Catherine give me a cursed item right before we parted? He turned back to find NPC Got, who had a yellow exclamation mark above his head. Got repeated. Next quest. Clear out the goblin village. Get rid of the troublesome goblins. Simple quest, you can handle it, right? Chun Su leaned in close, activated the goblin summoning skill, holding the little buddy in his hand. He whispered, What now after seeing these guys? NPC Got continued. Clear out the goblins. They're easy, you can manage. Chun Su looked at the small goblin, sighed. Fighting goblins is your destiny. You can handle it, right? The goblin just made a cack sound, as if protesting. Chunsu frowned, thinking, did this thing just sniff at me? On the carriage heading to the goblin village, Chunsu grabbed the goblin's hand, annoyed. Hey, let's talk for a bit. But the goblin jerked its hand away, making the cack sound again. Chunsu went berserk. Damn it, am I acting like a monster? I threw you out because I had no choice. Do you want to just stand there and let them find us and beat us all up? Little did he know, from afar, a shadow was silently watching. The little goblin lay sprawled on the cart, picking his ear as if he didn't care. Chunsu shouted, you never listen, always causing trouble. Do whatever you want, you jerk. I hate you. But as soon as he said that, he remembered Ovian's words about a broken one-sided love. He clenched his fists tightly, muttering, forget it, I don't want to talk anymore. The goblin suddenly let out a series of protests. Chunsu was about to speak when a loud noise from outside the cart interrupted him. Another goblin jumped onto the cart, screaming loudly. Chunsu panicked, yelling, what the hell is this? Seeing the enemy break in, Chunsu's goblin companion gripped his wooden club tightly, eyes flashing with alertness. Beside him, Chunsu shouted excitedly yet frantically, kill it! Kill that goblin! At that moment, a terrifying explosion erupted from behind the carriage, shaking the entire frame. The driver panicked, shouting hoarsely, what was that noise? Inside the cart, the enemy goblin had just taken a hit but was still alive. This made Chunsu furious. His face flushed red as he yelled, what the hell are you doing? Goblin, it's still alive. Before he could finish, the other goblin suddenly lunged straight at Chunsu, clinging to his head like a wild beast. It bit down hard on his head. A notification popped up. Took 173 damage. The goblin was still ferociously pulling his hair and clawing at him wildly. Chunsu winced in pain, shouting desperately, damn it, do something about that goblin. That's my goblin. After a fierce struggle, drenched in sweat, Chunsu finally managed to pull the monster off his head. He panted heavily, shouting angrily, damn it! But at that moment, his goblin companion, still gripping the wooden club tightly, turned to look at him with a fierce glare, as if ready to attack him instead. Chunsu panicked, stepped back, his voice trembling. No! Don't hit me, you bastard! Suddenly, the carriage curtain was yanked open. The driver, an NPC, jumped down, eyes full of concern, shouting loudly, what's going on? Adventurer Chunsu, still stunned. He pointed at the goblin and yelled, monster! There's a monster climbing onto the carriage. The NPC followed his pointing finger, his gaze stopping at the tied-up goblin companion. He frowned and said calmly, so it's just a goblin after all, probably because we're near the goblin village. Don't worry, I'll take it down with one shot. Chunsu hurriedly shouted, wildly pointing ahead. Wait! In front! Look ahead! Shoot the one in front! The NPC immediately raised his gun, but the bullet missed the target and flew straight into Chunsu's head. A notification appeared. Took 580 damage. He clutched his head, screaming in pain. Not the one in front, you idiot! While Chunsu was still staggering in pain, the companion goblin suddenly charged from behind, swinging a heavy wooden club forward. Luckily, Chunsu ducked just in time, dodging the deadly blow. He sprang up, shouting angrily, damn goblins! Why did you cause this mess? Somebody save me! The sudden plea for help stunned even the enemy goblin. It stopped attacking, eyes panicked, mumbling in a trembling voice, please save me! I only came because I thought you were capturing my kind. I just want to save him, not hurt anyone. Hearing a goblin speak human language, Chunsu was startled, eyes wide, yelling, damn it! Did that goblin just talk? The carriage continued to rattle and shake along the bumpy road. Inside, Chunsu gritted his teeth, staring at the talking goblin, muttering, what the heck is this? A goblin that communicates like a human? But after all, it's just a talking goblin. What's the difference? The goblin, now tightly bound by the legs and dangling like a kite in the wind, screamed desperately, please save me. I only want to save my kind. I don't intend to harm anyone. Chunsu ignored him coldly. Want to die? You dare say that after biting my head? I have no grudge against you, but this works out well. Now I'll head straight to the village and wipe out all the goblins at once. After a while of driving, the driver spoke up. We've arrived. Chunsu peeked outside, looked at the scene ahead, and muttered, This place is, in front of you is a dark tunnel leading to the Goblin village. The driver said evenly, "This is the road to the Goblin village." Chun-Su jumped out of the car and turned to ask, "Do we have to walk from here?" The NPC shrugged lazily and replied, "You can keep going, but I'm too lazy." With that, he spun around and left in the blink of an eye, leaving Chun-Su standing there all alone. Chun-Su, carrying the talking goblin, looked at the tunnel ahead and muttered, "The road to the monster village is definitely full of traps. Sparing this guy turns out to be the right decision." The goblin broke out in a cold sweat, trembling as it said, "That's why you spared me. If you intend to kill someone, please kill only me. The other goblins are innocent. Our attack was a mistake. Dear adventurer, if a human were in danger, wouldn't you save them too?" Chun-Su decisively pulled the goblin in front of him, his gaze icy cold. "No, I won't save them." His terrifying expression made the goblin panic and shout, "We don't hate humans. We are a peaceful race." Chun-Su smirked and questioned, "Then why did you guys attack our village? Wasn't it to cause trouble?" The goblin hurriedly explained, "It's actually the opposite. It's you humans who have been tormenting us." Hearing that, Chun-Su pondered silently. Thinking back, "I did this just because it was my duty. Actually, I don't have any grudge against them. I haven't seen them do anything bad. Goblins are usually evil monsters, so I assumed killing them was normal. But if a goblin dies, who will mourn for it?" Suddenly, from the darkness, two small goblins ran out. One shouted, "Dad!" Chun-Su froze, thinking, "Wait a minute, Dad." The talking goblin immediately yelled, "Tina, my son, don't worry about Dad. Run away quickly." Chun-Su interrupted, pointing forward. "Shut up. Throw stones at them for me." His goblin companion immediately raised a hand to stop him. "No, wait," but it was already holding a stone tightly in its hand and threw it forcefully forward at a terrifying speed. The two little goblin children froze, their eyes full of fear. The talking goblin, just released by Chun-Su, gritted its teeth and ran quickly toward the two children, leaping up to shield them. Fortunately, the stone hit no one. Chun-Su stepped forward, his voice lowering. "That's enough." The goblin was surprised. "What?" Chun-Su continued. "I won't kill you. There are humans willing to beat their own children to save themselves. But goblins like you who dare to risk everything to protect your family can't be considered villains." The goblin father and his two children hugged each other, the little ones sobbing from fear. Seeing this, Chun-Su thought silently, "Is heaven joking with me? The Goblin King never said anything. But aren't they even better than me?" Then Chun-Su was led into the goblin village. The other goblins looked at him with wary eyes. He frowned, thinking to himself, "Damn it, just as I expected. As soon as they see a human, they get instantly suspicious." But then he corrected himself. "No, they're not really suspicious." A few goblins stepped closer, curiously asking, "Where did you come from?" Another cut in, "Go away, you're horribly ugly." Chun-Su gritted his teeth, thinking, "I'm not a goblin." The goblin who could speak, turns out he was the village chief, stepped forward confidently and said, "Calm down, my friend. Before getting on the carriage, I was also hesitant. With that face, who says you're human anyway?" Hearing that, Chun-Su cursed silently. "Maybe I should just kill them all and be done with it." He turned around, trying to stay calm. "Hey, can I leave? I feel really uneasy." The village chief laughed loudly. "Don't worry, seriously." Chun-Su frowned. "No, what I'm worried about is accidentally killing all of you." The village chief waved his hand. "Come on. I've told you many times, don't do that. I'm a wounded adventurer in disguise, so if I don't invite you to a meal, I won't feel at ease." They entered the village dining hall. In front of Chun-Su was a horrifying plate of food crawling with insects. The dish's name, "Helping Goblins with Deadly Poison." He shouted. "The name clearly says it contains deadly poison." Another goblin brought the plate to the kids, shouting, "Guests here, don't run around." The kids kept playing, while Chun-Su stood stunned before the plate of food. He thought to himself, "Luckily this is a game, so I can't smell anything. What the heck am I doing among these monsters?" Suddenly, a goblin bumped into him, causing a plate of food to fly straight into his face. Chun-Su cried out in pain. "Damn it!" The village chief laughed heartily. Chun-Su angrily shouted, "Stop laughing, you bastard. I told you not to laugh." Another goblin curiously asked, "Why are you two together? It's the first time I've seen a human and a goblin get along like this." Chun-Su wiped the food off his face coldly. "Get real. This is my summoned beast. I just control it. Goblin Lin wondered. What's a summoned beast? But if you travel the world with an adventurer, wouldn't that make it the most successful goblin ever? My family and this whole village probably never leave here. Chun Su thought to himself. You can tell they're weaklings. This place is just a low-level dungeon and they'll never escape. The village chief's wife came over and patted her husband's shoulder. Come on, stop sounding so gloomy. I'll go get some snacks. You two wait here. In that warm setting, Chun Su spoke up. Why so down? Look, you're a goblin with a good wife and a happy family. And me, a human, no wife, no friends, no courage or spirit of sacrifice like you. I even doubt my own worth. If I can do it, there's no reason a goblin like you can't do it. He gave a virtual thumbs up, encouraging. Keep it up, fellow goblin. Suddenly, from under the table, 2 goblins ambushed. From above, another one wielding a sickle swooped down to attack him. The village chief laughed. Thank you for your kind words. The sickle strike from above plunged into the table, luckily causing no damage. A system board appeared. Kim Chun Su, level 37 Goblin Summoner. Strength, average. Stamina, limited. Agility, 32. Intelligence, 1. Luck, none. Evasion, depends on agility points. Chun Su turned around bewildered. Huh? What is this? A level 18 goblin looked at him with eyes full of fear. He glanced around and spotted a frying pan on the table, shouting, Too much! Doing everything to protect me. He didn't know that under the table, a goblin was preparing to attack. His goblin companion casually threw a stone at the frying pan but missed. The stone passed through the table and hit the goblin underneath, causing it to cry out in pain. Chun sighed. Too bad. Couldn't catch it. A level 8 goblin clenched its knife tightly and charged forward to attack. But as soon as it stuck its head out, Chun Su struck it, dealing 459 damage. Cried out in pain. Chun Su didn't understand anything, just yelled, Damn it, you stupid frying pan. After missing the hit, he felt something brush past him and muttered, What was that? Something just zipped by me. He stood up. It's time for me to go. I want to stay, but the situation is urgent. The village chief's wife muttered. What should we do, chief? Sweating profusely, he repeated. What do you mean, what should we do? Then the whole group shouted in unison. Adventurer, be careful. Faced with such enthusiasm, Chun Su frowned, thinking to himself, Damn, who would have thought these goblins are actually nice? He turned around and said loudly, Sorry for not saying goodbye. He stepped outside, muttering, That's done. But in another corner, a stranger who had just killed a goblin said coldly, See, I knew you were around here. He gripped his sword tightly and advanced toward Chun Su, his voice threatening. Found another goblin. When he saw the goblin lying flat on the ground, Chun Su's eyes widened, igniting with fury. He gritted his teeth and growled, You were cooking for me just now. Hong Min Cheon, a tall guy with cold eyes, turned to Chun Su with suspicion. What's this? You can speak human? Are you a player? What are you doing in this dump? He glanced at the 3 goblins and smirked. Ah, I get it. You came to kill those guys too, right? Quite a crowd. He stepped forward confidently, grabbed Chun Su's hand, and said cheerfully, Need a hand? Chun Su's expression immediately changed, his eyes blazing. He roared, You dare touch my comrade? Without hesitation, he activated PK mode, pointed forward and commanded, Go, goblin! At the command, the companion goblin immediately kicked the goblin next to it, as if trying to pass the blame. The kicked goblin panicked and shouted, What? You really want me to charge? Instinctively, it dashed forward, but just as he approached, Hong Min Cheon was kicked flying dozens of meters by him. He fell down, groaning in pain. You bastard! Seeing that, Chun Su shouted, Damn it! You guys! That crazy guy! It's not you, it's him. The accompanying goblin burst out laughing gleefully, revealing sharp teeth. Chun Su glared. You did it on purpose, didn't you? At the strange action, Hong Min Cheon frowned. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Calling a goblin a friend isn't enough. Now you're turning on PK and attacking me? Do you even know me? Do we have any grudge? Chun Su clenched his fists tightly, his voice trembling with anger. You're the one who suddenly attacked my friend first. Without another word, he threw a punch straight at Hong Min Cheon's face, dealing 78 damage, but he just smirked. In another corner, an explosion rang out. Zeros, grabbing a goblin by the neck, shouted, Troublesome or not, why are you so fired up now? Onum's side standing nearby. Isn't there any goblin stronger? This mission is boring to death. She waved her hand. Just finish it quickly and go home. Suddenly, in front of her was the image of Chun Su, planting a banana tree upside down. Anam startled and shouted, "What the hell? Is that a person or what?" Hong Min Cheon yelled, "Can someone deal with this crazy guy? He says goblins are friends, and now he's hitting me." Anam frowned. "What? Goblins are friends? And then you turned on PK and killed it?" Hong Min Cheon shook his head. "Not me. It turned on PK first, wearing fancy armor, but it didn't help at all. He ran away and fell. Deal with him. I'll finish off the goblins." Anam looked at Chun Su's face and sighed. "No wonder you're friends with goblins. At this rate, we probably have to kill it to complete the mission." Zero spoke up. "Handle it quickly before things get worse. And finish cleaning up those goblins too." With that, Hong Min Cheon entered the village and began the massacre. He muttered, "This stupid mission. Just wipe out the goblins and be done with it." Then he swung his sword and cut off the village chief's wife, causing her to log out immediately. Chun Su's goblin companion pointed ahead, made a few noises, then laughed as if it had hit the jackpot. Hong Min Cheon tightened his grip on his sword, his voice cold. "You can laugh watching your own kind die? If your own child died, you wouldn't even blink, right?" He continued. "You goblins live without scruples. These missions to kill goblins are just to clean up trash like you. Well, it's about time you died." The goblin companion's expression turned insane. From deep within the village, another explosion rang out. Anam wondered, "What now?" Zeros shouted, "Hong Min Cheon, enough already." Chun Su, lying on the ground, suddenly covered his face and laughed maniacally. "Ha ha! You guys said the goblin mission was boring, right? If it's boring, go play with that goblin over there." Above, the goblin companion had already taken down Hong Min Cheon in no time. Chun Su smirked. "That's the strongest goblin boss in this village." Without hesitation, Anam charged forward and delivered a straight kick to the goblin, but it easily blocked, biting her leg with its mouth and letting out a delighted cry. Zeros shouted, "Use the warrior skill Violent Bulb Burst. Hit it hard." Anam broke free from the control, landed lightly, then looked at the cloud of dust before her. She muttered, "See? This goblin just caught my kick." With its mouth, Zeros teased, "You were saying no goblin is strong. Now you're scared silly? Going crazy?" Anam gritted his teeth angrily. "Who said I'm scared? I'm just surprised it's strong. It's definitely going to lose. So why be scared?" Chun Su laughed maniacally like a madman, stepping closer to put an arm around the unconscious Hong Min Cheon. "This guy's legit. Wake up and say something. Buddy, you lost so badly you passed out? When we get back, you'll definitely get teased for losing to a goblin." Anam turned back angrily and shouted, "Shut your sick mouth." Chun Su looked straight at her, his tone full of provocation. "Your bunch only knows how to betray each other, but our goblins don't. Using that as a reason, killing goblins is just a way for you to brag, right? Then hang goblin heads on the wall to show off." Anam shouted loudly. "I've never displayed any of that." Zeros ordered, "Don't waste energy arguing. Deal with this goblin first." With that, he unleashed a terrifying burst of power that shook the air. Chun Su stood aside thinking, "Idiots. This goblin won't listen to me anymore. If you hadn't provoked it, it wouldn't be this crazy." He shouted loudly, "Take them down quickly, goblin." At the command, the goblin's expression suddenly changed. It lay on its back, squeaking a few times. Chun Su angrily barked, "Going crazy again? You planning to disobey me?" Suddenly, his eyes widened as he thought, "It's not obeying. What if I try begging?" He ran over, kneeling low before the goblin with a flattering tone. "Please spare my life. O mighty supreme goblin overlord, all-powerful ostrich-like creature. If you don't act, I'm surely dead." The goblin just smirked, feeling triumphant but still didn't take action. Chun Su gritted his teeth thinking, "Bowing before a low-level goblin. How humiliating. But if I don't make it obey me, I can't do anything. Pride won't fill my stomach." He continued, voice trembling. "I bow my head in apology for being disrespectful to the goblin lord. From now on, I won't throw you around recklessly or give random orders. I will fast and save every bit to offer you the finest meals." Anam stood beside him, puzzled. "Just now you called it a friend. Now you're kneeling and begging?" Zeros warned, "Hey, step back. Want me to wipe you out right now?" At that moment, something flew straight into Zero's face, dealing 9,999 damage. He fainted instantly. Anam was stunned, while Chun Su smirked with satisfaction. "Ah, Turns out my prayer worked. System notification. The Goblin King is extremely pleased with your cowardly abandonment of humanity. You have earned 1 goblin point. Chun-Su stood up, looking at the players with pride. Sorry about that, Anam shouted. Hey, Hongmin Cheon. Stop joking around. It's not funny. She turned to Zeros, who had collapsed after crashing hard into the cliff. Her eyes widened as she thought, what the heck? Zeros got killed by a single hit from the goblin. This is ridiculous. Who sets up such a cheap trap in a goblin extermination quest? There's no way we can win. She spun around and ran away. Chun-Su laughed loudly. Oh wow, you were so eager to kill earlier. Now you're planning to run away? The companion goblin stepped forward and grabbed her ankle. Anam was knocked flat on her face to the ground. Chun-Su stepped up, raised both hands to the sky, mumbling like a madman. Oh goblin comrades, the era of being oppressed for being goblins is over. There will be no more missions allowing humans to massacre us. No more hiding in dark, suffocating caves. No more suffocating. His face gradually turned insane. His voice echoed. Our savior has descended right here, he declared. Humans are traitorous scum, always stabbing in the back. They are the enemy. We must kill them all. He turned to the goblin crowd and shouted, gather all the goblins in the village. The moment to strike back has come. Immediately, all the goblins in the village rushed toward Anam. Her eyes widened, filled with fear as the monsters roared and advanced. At the Phoenix Castle of Elbasa, on the towering castle wall, 2 guards lazily leaned against the railing. One suddenly turned to his colleague, teasingly said, make a 3-word poem about goblins. The other, yawning widely, replied nonchalantly, flag, flag, flag. The first angrily cursed, you idiot! Stop that rude nonsense right now. Suddenly, the guard sensed something unusual. His eyes narrowed, his voice trembling. What the hell is that? In front of them, from afar, a dense crowd as black as the old Mongol armies was surging forward. Small green figures moved at a terrifying speed. The guard's name was puzzled, his voice faltering. Could it be? They are. At that moment, countless goblins charged forward, their eyes wild, howling like wild beasts. Leading the chaotic crowd was Chun-Su, standing proudly on a rock, raising his hand and shouting loudly, his voice echoing like thunder. Listen up, fellow goblin warriors. The human city will be completely destroyed by us. Scene shifts to 3 hours earlier. Chun-Su's face turned mad, his eyes flashing with frenzied light. He muttered in a low, deadly tone, humans are the enemy. They must all be killed. He turned to the goblins in the village and shouted, gather all the goblins. The moment to strike back has come. The goblins got excited and shouted in unison, damn them! Kill them all! Kill them all! Chun-Su calmly stepped in front of Anam, who was tightly bound, her eyes full of panic. He smirked coldly, wait, don't kill her. If she dies, she'll return to the resurrection shrine in the village. Can a traitor to her comrades die so peacefully? He glanced at her and continued, your comrades, one is dead, one unconscious. Neither can press the resurrection button. Do you want to taste the pain they feel? Anam trembled, clenching her fists and swallowing back tears. She stayed calm, but her eyes revealed anger and fear. Chun-Su, with a vile expression, stroked his chin and laughed hoarsely. Looking up close, this girl is really something. Let me try riding her. His words made Anam's eyes widen in horror as she screamed, what? Back to the present. Chun-Su was riding on the back of the real Anam, raising his fist high and shouting loudly, ha! Kill all those humans for me. He bent down to look at her, his voice warning, don't be foolish and log out. Your money and weapons are in my hands. Anam's tears streamed down silently inside, but she still tried to scream out, all right, I know. I'll give it back when this is over. Chun-Su sneered, good. When the goblin era comes, you'll be raised like a pet. The girl shouted loudly, her voice full of resentment, I refuse. Inside the city, a man rushed into the Adventurers Guild, shouting, goblins are attacking. Call the explorers quickly. But his desperate cries didn't make anyone pay attention. Everyone in the guild continued working calmly. Placing both hands on his hips, he wondered, are you kidding? Who's attacking? Jean, the vice guildmaster of the Flame Fury Guild, smiled sarcastically. Goblins? Those tiny shrimp, the man stammered. It's true, they come in packs. There are many out there. Dia Min sighed lazily. Oh man, those little shrimp can be handled by the guards. Iron, sitting nearby, asked, "What about the goblins?" Horace leaned against the wall sarcastically. "An in-game event? Sounds interesting." Slot, standing nearby, interrupted. "Don't be foolish and get involved. If you get dragged in and miss the dungeon schedule, it'll be a pain." Horace smirked coldly. "Scary, huh? At least let me protect myself." Slot spun around and shouted, "Huh? What do you mean?" Suddenly, from outside the window, a shadow flashed by. A goblin broke through the glass and rushed straight into the hall. But as soon as it touched the ground, Horace pointed his gun straight at its face. A gunshot rang out, sending the goblin to the other world. Horace calmly said, "What's this? A real goblin?" Slot glanced over, thinking to himself, "Does he have eyes on the back of his head or what?" Das tightened his grip on the sword behind his back, muttering, "Good heavens, I thought it was some prank." Immediately after, a horde of goblins burst through the door into the hall. Everyone shouted, "They're really attacking!" Das, the knight, supported the Furious Flame guild leader, swung his sword fiercely, turning the goblin horde to dust in the blink of an eye. He muttered, "This raid must be intense. These lousy creatures would be boring even if there were 100 of them." Jemin, the vice guild leader, gaped at Das's power. He activated the professor's insight skill and was startled. Out there, it's not hundreds but tens of thousands, maybe even more. A massive wave of goblins flooded in like a tsunami, overwhelming the hall. The adventurers, drowning in a sea of goblins, shouted, "What kind of crazy numbers are these?" Amid the chaos, Horace remained calm. "This city is really in danger now." Armstrong's branch guild leader turned to the girl beside him. "Don't tell me you plan to just stand there and watch?" The girl, an alchemist and Armstrong's deputy leader, pushed up her glasses and replied coldly, "Go ahead and just watch." Horace laughed loudly. "No way, I don't like that. Haha." The girl sighed, speechless. After a moment of observation, Iron stood up, muttering, "Completely different from the last time we met the offspring. These goblins are ugly and not cute at all." She waved her hand. "Let's go." The entire hall shook violently. Iron's summoned beast appeared, smashing through the floor and letting out a thunderous meow that shook the heavens. Chun Su stood among the goblins, laughing loudly. "Ha ha! Let's make them taste hell." In the town, the people were chased and killed by goblins. Sufri, the pink-haired girl, ran while shouting, "Don't come near here." But on the way, she bumped into a level 8 goblin, knocking it flat. She wondered, these guys are so weak. She turned to her teammate, "Only good at numbers." The man beside her nodded. "That's right, goblins are trash." Those words made the goblins pause, their eyes briefly saddened. The group shouted, "Terrible goblins! Where do you think this is?" The three immediately launched fireballs, attacking the goblins, causing a huge explosion. The bald guy laughed excitedly. "Ha, you guys are just trash at most level 20. Wipe them all out." Seeing his underlings wiped out, Chun Su rubbed his face and lamented, "Oh my god, what kind of skill is this that people dare to fight back?" He turned to the goblin companion sitting arrogantly on the chair, using the great flattery technique. He knelt down, speaking flatteringly. "Oh great goblin deity, our comrades are oppressed. Morale has hit rock bottom. Please show your divine power." Anam, standing nearby, cursed silently. "Damn it, just quit the game already." Chun Su continued, "Please grant mercy. Hear my heart." The goblin sitting on the chair laughed mockingly, holding a wooden mace, right leg crossed over the chair, looking arrogant. The three others kept throwing fireballs, continuously destroying the goblins. The bald guy laughed loudly. Hunting like this is pretty thrilling. This goblin is really fun to fight." But he didn't know the Goblin King was approaching. The Goblin King was advancing. When the Goblin King appeared, the bald guy muttered, "Hey, wait a minute," and then the three were thrown aside by a gentle strike from it. The Goblin King landed, letting out excited hissing sounds. The three were unconscious and returned to the village to respawn. Chun Su laughed loudly, excited. "Ha, you fools! Underestimating goblins leads to this consequence." Anam looked at the Goblin King and exclaimed, "Is that really a goblin?" The goblin troops were reinvigorated, roaring as they charged at the three unconscious, mercilessly tormenting them. Chun Su had to intervene. "Hey, that's enough. They're all dead. Let's go deal with the rest." But his words fell on deaf ears. The goblins attacked frantically. Some dragged Sufri away. Chun Su angrily shouted, "Wait, where are you dragging that girl?" He jumped off Anam's back and rushed to stop them. "You crazy fools! Let go of her!" But the goblin didn't listen, biting hard into his hand, causing him to cry out in pain. Chun Su clenched his fist tightly, muttering, "These bastards have completely lost their minds now." A foot stepped quickly on the ground. The adventurer rushed forward, intending to attack the group of goblins. They froze as this person swept past, and just moments later, they all spat blood simultaneously from having their heads cut off. Chun Su stammered. Seeing this scene, his eyes widened and he exclaimed upon recognizing the person. Gold glanced around and muttered, "How strange. Why would those goblins swarm all the way here?" Then he turned to Chun Su and questioned, "Do you know what the heck is going on?" For a moment, his face went blank. "No way." "No, I really don't know anything either." Gold frowned and muttered, "What a hassle." He scanned the area once more, then commented, "The adventurers are still trying to hold their ground, but the number of goblins is overwhelming. Even if each deals minimal damage, this many won't be bearable for long." Gripping his sword tightly with both hands, Gold spoke again. "If this battle drags on, it will only get worse." Then he quickly took an offensive stance, determined to end it all in one strike. Chun Su beside him tried to stop him. "Wait." He placed a hand on Gold's shoulder and reasoned. "Isn't it because the goblins couldn't just sit still and take hits forever that they fought back?" Then he directly reminded Gold of what he had said. The first time the game just gave missions like sitting still killing goblins, then the next mission was to wipe out the entire goblin village just because of a description calling them evil monsters. You guys just blindly believed it without any verification. Isn't that worth dying for? Chun Su gritted his teeth and challenged. "Goblins are evil, so they must be killed? Doesn't that sound stupid? Damn it. It's just that you guys have never tried talking to them." Gold paused and replied encouragingly. "Talking to goblins is just a waste of time. All they have in their heads is greed." He shouted loudly. "Stop joking around. What the hell do you know to say that? Goblins have villages, get married, raise children, and live no differently than us humans." Gold calmly responded. "They're just pretending to live like that." He explained again. "Goblins are monsters. They're born from the abyss, have no families or children. Every word and action is just to deceive adventurers." Gold's explanation didn't stop there. "But I don't want to destroy their entire species. They also have the right to exist, but if their numbers grow too much, it will harm world peace." Then he reasoned to Chun Su. "So we have to eliminate them little by little to maintain balance." His face twisted when he heard these words. "Don't talk nonsense. Even if that's the case, have you ever thought about those who are about to die? If you had ever eaten the warm meal they cooked, you wouldn't say that." Gold only silenced Chun Su with 3 words. "It's poisonous." He also recalled, "Maybe, but the goblin soup was poisonous, and besides that, there wasn't anything too strange." He was disgusted and shouted loudly. "That fried thing is disgusting. Did they go this far because of me?" Hey, thinking back, memories related to this bunch kept coming up, leading Chun Su to conclude, "Damn, this fried thing really has some weird stuff going on." He gritted his teeth, admitting, "It's okay. Looking back, everything is just weird. This is a game. In the game, monsters are only created. There's no such thing as giving birth or getting married. It's all just their little skits." Chun Su angrily glanced at the goblin group. "These bastards dared to trick me," Gold continued to advise. But Chun Su quickly moved. "If you understand, hurry up. Where are you planning to go?" Nim held her head and commented, "Looks like I just got involved in something bad. Is it still possible to run now?" But before she could move, Chun Su climbed on her shoulders and ordered, "Change of plans, right now." At this moment, the goblin summoning skill was activated. Chun Su shouted loudly, "All goblins, listen up." He raised the goblin in his hand high, attracting the attention of the goblin crowd, then loudly proclaimed, "The Messiah has just decreed that." They immediately stopped and looked up at him. "This is enough. All goblins, cease fighting immediately. Hurry up." However, they didn't listen at all. Chun Su's eyes widened in horror at the scene. "Stop fighting." He watched the goblins still frantically attacking the dead and couldn't help but comment, "Damn, what's wrong with these guys?" Observing their savage behavior, he wondered silently, "Why suddenly is no one listening anymore?" Chun Su shouted with all his might, "Don't you listen to the holy Messi? All goblins, stop now." At that moment, another guy appeared out of nowhere. "Hey, what's that guy doing with the goblins?" Chun Su grimaced, looking over there, cursing silently. "Damn it, I have no idea what the hell's going on." "No, it's a misunderstanding." With a smooth move, Chun Su flipped himself backward, catching Yu Nim off guard just a setup move for his next skill. My Zio clicked his tongue at this little performance. "Impressive flip technique. Almost had me thinking you were the mastermind behind this whole goblin setup." just a side character but acting like the main one. Then, trusting Chun-Su, he turned away, reminding, "Well then, help kill some more goblins." He sighed. That was a close call. At that moment, the goblin finally clutched its head. Chun-Su glanced over and let out a breath. It stomped angrily and screamed, and he thought to himself, "Oh no." Then he hurriedly explained, "Wait, it's not like that. Earlier, I didn't throw a backward wrestling move. I slipped and fell backward. That's all." The goblin immediately bent down and grabbed a large rock, then aimed it at Chun-Su with the intent to attack. He shouted, "Fuck, might as well just vanish right now." Chun-Su grabbed Nim's arm, using her as a human shield so she took the full hit of the rock from the goblin, while Chun-Su himself used a skill to temporarily gather the goblins. He muttered to Wanim, who was having a nosebleed, "I will never forget your noble sacrifice." Goblin's full belly. Chun-Su tossed Yuo Nim, no longer useful, aside, looked directly at the goblin and questioned, "Damn it? You really threw that straight at me? Summon beast and you dare." Chun-Su muttered, his hand rummaging inside his clothes. "This won't do, you." The goblin still stared blankly at him as he spoke again. "Looks like it's time to teach it a lesson." A shadow of something flew up, catching Iron's eye. She muttered with a puzzled look, "A rock?" Then glanced downward. Below was Chun-Su facing off against that goblin. Iron thought to herself, "The floppy-eared goblin is the same guy from before. What the hell is he doing here?" Her eyes widened in shock. "What's with that blazing red whip? This idiot. Don't tell me." Then she continued to speculate. "It intends to use a whip until it bleeds without breaking the curse. This item has been cursed. If not resolved before use, the user will suffer random effects, and the summoned beast will become berserk." Chun-Su here started whipping with all his might while loudly shouting in the goblin's face, "I kept wondering why Catherine gave me this. Now I get it. She meant for me to beat you to a pulp, right?" He swung the whip. Iron tried her best to stop him, but the next thing visible was a cataclysmic explosion. The blue dragon head stood atop the pile of goblin corpses, proudly laughing and declaring, "These damn monsters swarmed in such numbers. It was a satisfying kill." The vice guild leader beside him anxiously reminded, "Sir, this is no time to celebrate. The blood supply is hitting rock bottom. Several guild members and other adventurers have already been taken down, haven't they?" The blue dragon head angrily shouted, "If you can't handle these trash monsters, that's all there is to it. Anyone who dies in battle is kicked out of the organization." "Got it." Meanwhile, the yellow head was also continuously firing his gun. The goblins all had a hole drilled through their heads. They exploded like fireworks while he muttered, "The 100th one to get a bullet in the brain." He glanced at the girl beside him and continued commenting, "That shooting practice should be enough." She replied, "Please don't misunderstand." The kind girl tallied the count for him. "You fired exactly 100 shots but only killed 99 goblins. Don't think I'll just guess because they're goblins." Golden Head smiled and gave her a thumbs up. "I'm not doubting the Vice Guild leader's skills, but have you counted that guy over there yet?" She turned around as she replied. At that moment, a bullet whizzed past her, heading toward the goblin behind her. "Which guy where?" Successfully punched a hole through this goblin's head, creating a spectacular finishing scene for him. "Corpse Spot, this blood fountain is just for you." He fired the last bullet into the sky. The other goblins were still in chaos when Green Dragon Head spoke up. "Why are you picking them off one by one like picking vegetables?" His sword instantly wrapped in power as he said, "If you're hunting monsters, this is how it's supposed to be done." He swung, flames blazing everywhere, making the goblin horde freeze in cautious fear. A super strong goblin slowly stepped forward. The Vice Guild leader warned cautiously, "Wait, something's off among those goblins." The goblins parted, all turning toward the grotesque goblin in the middle. It was grinning, glaring fiercely at him. The Vice Guild leader immediately warned, "Guild leader, something very strange is going on." Green Dragon Head took a running leap into the air, holding a sword in his hand. As he activated the skill Fire Knight's heavenly flame cannon, he shouted loudly, "Burn them all down." A pillar of power erupted into the sky, followed by a terrifying explosion. An extremely large scale, and Tan Long's head was proudly standing amidst the flames. The guy loudly declared, "Goblin dragon or whatever freak it is, if it messes with me, it'll end up in the chicken coop." Unexpectedly, a goblin leg appeared from the fire. He sneered, somewhat amused. The goblin slowly stepped out of the flames. Tan Long's head cursed. "What the hell is this now?" In contrast to the fierce battle on the other side, Iron was in a panic, reaching out to try to stop it. But Chun-Su, with a perfectly desperate clown face, forcefully swung the whip down, clearly aiming straight at the goblin standing still right in front, its body swaying. The whip's tongue was almost about to make intimate contact with the monster grinning gleefully. A cruel smack echoed, and at that moment the goblin officially exploded with a bright red aura, even more vivid than blood. Shock was evident in every feature and echoed in Iron's voice. "It's too late. Why did you do something so crazy?" Seeing Chun-Su still motionless and starting to drool, she screamed in frustration, urgency in her heart. No more time to waste. The summoning must be cancelled immediately. But clearly, right after that strike, he had fallen unconscious, causing Iron to panic. Unconscious already? Meanwhile, the bright red energy gradually dissipated right in midair, replaced by the goblin, who should have been knocked flat, now entering a dark, frenzied state. At this very moment, the knowledge she had learned kept swirling endlessly in her mind. When a summoned beast loses control, all its stats are massively amplified. This is called berserk. Luckily, at this level, I can still manage somehow. However, before Iron could make any plans, she had to lean aside and narrowly dodge at the speed of a goblin. Too fast. If it weren't for the instincts her body had honed and made her own, it seemed part of her body would have been crushed under those jaws. This was no ordinary summoned beast. At that moment, her whole body involuntarily recoiled backward, kicking up dust and smoke beneath her feet. Finally, Iron succeeded in creating a safe enough distance from the monster before her. But things were far from over, as cold sweat continuously dripped down with every line of analysis. The most dangerous aspect of the berserk state was the anxiety spreading through the mind. It would no longer recognize its own master. And clearly, the goblin proved her fears right as it gleefully approached Chun-Su. But at the critical moment, Menon suddenly appeared and grabbed him wholeheartedly. However, within seconds, it stylishly shook its head and casually tossed Chun-Su out of the area. Iron immediately activated her summoner skill to call forth Lambird and successfully caught him midair. However, that goblin was so full of divine wrath that its entire body snapped upward and flew really high. Iron furrowed her brows as everything was going in a bad direction. Now that the obstacle was gone, of course she wouldn't let the goblin struggle free. Menon's attack was just enough to wake it up. Carrying its massive, oppressive body, it roared into an attack stance as if commanded by its master. Unfortunately, Menon failed to capitalize on the advantage of its huge body, and was even kicked by the goblin, falling flat on its face. This sudden and unexpected turn left Iron stunned. As for the monster causing all the trouble, although it successfully kicked away the obstacle, it only landed on the ground without reaching Chun-Su. It seemed to realize that Iron was the real obstacle and immediately lunged to attack, making her scream echo. Climb! The moment that fierce figure actually made contact with Iron, her experience and knowledge naturally wouldn't let her lose her cool now. So Iron immediately used her summoner skill and called forth Gigas. Thus, the Earth Spirit Gigas officially appeared, with a form no different from a mountain aiming to pierce the sky. The goblin facing this opponent showed no fear, only extreme rage. Its fist clenched tightly, showing all the pent-up power focused there, only to finally unleash a fierce, satisfying blow without a hint of panic. Gigas took the full brunt of the blow, neither missing nor exceeding, and immediately trembled from the impact. What happened next was even more surprising right behind. What was thought to be just a normal strike, unexpectedly, Gigas' entire body began to crack, then officially shattered, revealing Romeo's body right behind. This caused Iron, who was almost directly involved in the battle, to be horrified. Did I see that right? The damage just now was too much. If the summon isn't cancelled immediately, someone will die. Seeing that the situation couldn't be stopped, she decisively gave the order. Run away from here quickly, Romeo. With his own teleportation speed, in just a moment, Romeo successfully escaped Goblin's sight, which made the one who wanted to destroy his master, Chun-Su, extremely furious, to the point of jumping up and down, even angrily pounding the hard stone road beneath his feet uncontrollably. At this moment, energy continuously radiated from all over its body, causing even the scattered stone fragments to hover. With his mind buffed, he grabbed the two largest stones that fit perfectly into his palms, directly demonstrating what could be called a barrage of consecutive cannon shots with a determined fight to the end. Although Romeo had thrown himself high into the air, unfortunately, he still had to endure considerable impact from the goblin. At that moment, Iron could do nothing but solemnly say, "Thanks to you, Romeo." Run at full speed. With his supreme flying skill, regardless of his large body possibly getting injured, Romeo still persisted at full speed. With supreme soaring skills, despite his large body being vulnerable to injury, Romeo still persisted at full speed. However, that crazy goblin seemed to have found a successful way to counter, so it kept smashing stones continuously. Unexpectedly, its brain had evolved to a terrifying degree as it even knew how to use the weapon in its hand as a baseball bat. A burst of power was swung out, aimed straight at the sole target, Romeo. It was as if the goblin had calculated every flight path and move. That stone clearly could fly straight and take it down. Sure enough, the escape plan led by Iron was shattered into smoke and dust. Romeo feathers flying everywhere, still carrying the unconscious Chun Su, unable to do anything, which made her furious. Really, her tone was full of disdain. Long time no see. I already told you not to be such a boring man anymore, didn't I? An arm stretched out trying to hold him steady. And unlike usual events, Iron completely succeeded in firmly grabbing Chun Su. Then, the two of them freely let themselves fall through the vast air. With her body below, the violent drop stirred up thick smoke, forcing Iron to bear a tremendous weight. But the goblin, witnessing everything, didn't intend to let it go, even entering an excited phase. Step by step, it dragged its weapon forward, certain that the prey could not escape from here. At the same time, in another corner, Aspas Das was brimming with excitement at the scene before him. Oh ho! Because the goblin in front of him, though bathing in blazing flames, still kept moving forward steadily, making him exclaim, "Are you really asking for a beating?" Without wasting much time, Aspas took his stance and prepared to unleash the Fire Knight's skill. The sword in his hand instantly burst into fierce flames fueled by eternal fire. Gemin came running from somewhere, unable to hold back his panicked commentary. "Guild leader, that guy. He took your eternal flame attack head-on and is still standing there cool as a cucumber." He furrowed his brows tightly and made a decision. He's completely different from the enemies we've faced before. This is the moment for me to step in and help you. But clearly, Aspas Das showed no gratitude and instead retorted, "Relying on others means I've already lost. Shut up and just sit there and watch. Just like you've been doing all along." Those words made Gemin freeze. Just like I've been doing from the start? I'm a genius with an IQ of 160, and I've been sitting idle all this time just observing? The anger mixed with frustration inside him threatened to burst out as Aspas finally launched his attack. All because that guy wouldn't let me do anything. At the same time, the goblin was no less fierce, roaring as it prepared to strike back. The fierce clash of their attacks created a light as bright as the morning sun. It's unclear which side clearly won, but one side was definitely engulfed in suffocating black smoke, taking damage of 9 nines. It turned out the one who got blasted away was Aspas, who had always been arrogant and full of himself. The people watching all this were still too shocked to recover. "Hey, did you see that just now?" Horace had to chime in. "Damn it, she even blinded him earlier." "Yeah, I saw that too." Gemin felt like freezing as he heard their words. Maximum damage all the way. The winner of this battle was the goblin, reveling in victory. Meanwhile, he was trembling and commented, "If a player takes damage exceeding their max HP, they can't bear the pain and get knocked out immediately." Tears of agony streamed down as Gemin, the guild leader, screamed in despair. But suddenly, a warm voice belonging to someone rang out. "Just by looking, you can tell it's a total loss." Aspas, who should have been done for, was standing there comforting and shouting loudly, making him lose all composure and yell, "Ha, what? How are you still alive?" But the guy didn't answer directly and just smiled. "Hey, genius, you were just babbling some strategy nonsense, right?" Finally, the sword pointed straight at the smoking goblin ahead and asked, "So is there any strategy to handle a monster that deals maximum damage in just one hit?" Gemin tried to regain his composure and offered an analysis fitting the current situation. "Normally, the top strategy is called running away is the best option." His sharp gaze returned to the race with each emphasized sentence. "Winning is definitely impossible, but you can still land a decent hit, sir." Finally, he summed up with the fierce fighting spirit radiating continuously from his body. "Can't win? But you said you could throw one really strong punch at it, right?" Once again, the eternal flame officially ignited in a blazing direction, literally along with the declaration. "Then, I will use that one punch to finish them." Somewhere engulfed in a sea of fire, goblins and humans still appeared. Jamin shouted from a distance before I signaled, "Absolutely no one is stupid enough to attack first." Got it. He thought to himself, the guild leader's palm strike was nothing special. Not to mention that monster strike was a supreme damage hit right there. Jamin ran while throwing something to the ground, silently complaining about what kind of freak is so overpowered that you can't even measure its level. Jamin ran while throwing something to the ground, silently complaining about what kind of freak is so overpowered that you can't even measure its level. The guild leader's buff skill, Eternal Flame, pierces armor and deals direct damage to the opponent's face. If that was a one-shot comeback move, maybe there'd be a chance to win. But of course, it's only a single shot. Nearby, a goblin stood in the middle of the fire, grinning wickedly. Then it placed its hand on the ground and pushed with great force. After that, the goblin charged forward with a terrifying laugh. Jaemin thought again, admitting that charging solo against a boss like that is pure stupidity. But this stubborn guy with pride as big as a mountain won't retreat until he gets his revenge. Well, just hit it once. If it doesn't work, then retreat. Thinking that, he gritted his teeth and activated the professor's skill. The round object Jaemin threw to the ground reacted. From its center, something like a stick sprouted up. Around the newly grown long bar, there were also small sharp bars sprouting out. All the lumps around were the same. He continued to channel his power, deploying the repulsion field, the professor's lab. Jaemin's inner self screamed. In his laboratory, everyone must obey his orders. On the system board appeared the line. Freeze the opponent's movement within the device area once for a maximum of 8 seconds. The higher the level, the shorter the time. He shouted loudly, "This is the moment." Aspis, clad in armor and wielding a weapon, stood before the goblin just frozen in place. He took an attacking stance and said, "Thought this time you were done for. Gotta admit you're pretty strong." "But I'm much stronger," Aspis finished, channeling his power to use 2 skills at once. The 9 live skill, which lets you survive a fatal hit with exactly 1 HP once per game, and the Berserker skill, where the lower your health, the higher your damage. He slammed the goblin down with a strike, dealing nearly 350,000 damage. The goblin, frozen in place, was attacked by Aspis's flaming sword. Before the blow could land, it managed to move again. Jaemin frowned in frustration, thinking silently, "It can still move? It's been less than 2 seconds and it's already awake. What the heck?" On the other side, the goblin slammed its hammer hard onto the ground. He immediately activated the professor's skill, repositioning and teleporting players within the machinery area, with a cooldown of 1 minute. Jaemin suddenly shouted, "The level difference is too big. Rushing in headfirst will only lead to a ridiculous death. What era is this that there's still some fool risking life and death for this lame game?" Hearing him yell like that, everyone around started whispering, and they had a point. "You saw just now, dealing 300,000 damage and it still got up fine as if nothing happened. If you get involved and then disappear early, isn't that embarrassing? This silly event is just for goblins to warm up, who in their right mind would drag a divine boss in to fight." Then they all scrambled to run away. "Damn it, I'm logging out." "Me too. Probably everything will be settled when we log back in later." "Forget it, I'm done playing." Horace stood in a corner, arms crossed calmly, saying, "Let's go quickly too. We really can't take on that whole group." Charlotte immediately retorted, "You're actually making sense today." She continued, "Of course, even if you want to fight, I won't approve it." Suddenly, just as Charlotte was logging out, she realized something. She widened her eyes and shouted, "Wait, don't tell me it's you?" Horace smiled smugly. "Bingo, I was just tricking you." A system notification appeared. Due to the overwhelming number of players, the Heaven's Door server has a login lock mechanism that prevents logging back in for 10 minutes after logging out. Just as she was about to finish logging out, Charlotte screamed in frustration, "Wait 10 whole minutes, Horace?" Before I could say anything else, she was completely logged out of the game. In another corner, Aspis smirked. He swaggered with a golden sword on his shoulder and said, "What kind of crazy dream is that, dude? You see, the damage is actually hitting it. Its health might already be down to half a bar. Quitting now would be such a waste, right?" Jaemin shouted from afar, "Still not giving up? Stubborn much? You can only use the freeze motion once, and the cooldown for repositioning is a whole minute. Plus, we haven't even fully analyzed its attack patterns yet." Suddenly, he calmed down and uttered 2 words, "All in." Aspis glanced and saw a large rock hurtling toward them. Someone shouted, "They're throwing rocks." Smashing straight into the face, the goblin still hung its grotesque face and attacked. In another corner, Horace was continuously firing his gun at the front. Around them, the sounds of gunfire and explosions echoed, yet Aspis stood silently without moving. Then he glanced toward the direction the bullet was flying. Aspis thought to himself, "No time to react at all." Horace scratched his head and laughed. "That was pure luck. I panicked and just fired a shot, didn't expect to hit." Hearing that, he thought again, "Shooting with a gun? Huh? You said, if I accidentally ruined someone's solo boss hunt just now." Before Horace could finish, Aspis cut in. "Since that guy from our guild jumped in, this isn't some honorable solo match anymore, right?" He coolly reminded, "Just don't get in my way. That's all." He coolly warned, "Just don't get in my way," and you replied, "Hey, please don't worry." Horace smirked and continued, "Then I'll just go all out." No sooner said than done. The 2 young men dashed forward like lightning. Horace struck first, stepping down on 1 foot and then leaping up. A bullet shot down to the ground. The goblin grinned slyly, glancing at Horace hovering in the air, firing bullets down at it. "Then you joked that's a bit too much, you know." Looking down at the goblin's diamond-like back, Horace marveled, "Wait, it really didn't take any damage?" Hit by the bullet, it angrily turned its back with an unpleasant screech. Unnoticed, Aspis had already advanced from behind and raised his flaming sword, ready to strike. Then he delivered a back attack dealing over 400,000 damage. Before Jaemin's eyes, an explosive scene unfolded. He was stunned, thinking, What on earth is happening? In this battle where the survival odds are lower than winning the lottery, why are these guys so stubborn not to retreat? Jaemin glanced at Aspaz, who smiled confidently, and wondered, what kind of people are these two anyway? He then looked over at Horus, proudly raising his gun, his inner spirit igniting, as if he didn't fear death at all. Amid the roaring flames, it was hard to clearly see the goblin's figure. Suddenly, it lunged forward, raising its hammer high and screaming. Scene change. Kim Cheol-soo suddenly shouted loudly. He raised his hand to his head, groaning, what a headache. What the heck just happened? Cheol-soo cast his eyes down to the ground. His hand was still wearing the iron gauntlet and was squeezing something that made him exclaim, what is this soft thing? While squeezing, Cheol-soo exclaimed, oh so soft. I love it so much. And when Irene came over and saw this scene, her face darkened. She recalled an unpleasant scene and muttered to herself, how unlucky. It seems this crazy guy has woken up. Kim Cheol-soo. Hearing someone call his name, he looked up. Isn't she the one who was with the royal cat boss that day? Irene shouted loudly, stop it, don't squeeze anymore. She crossed her arms and asked, do you know the goblin following you? Quickly dismiss its summoning immediately. Cheol-soo raised his face and questioned, why? What for? Irene then scolded him. Don't you know what you just did? You used the cursed blood whip that hasn't been dispelled yet and swung it right at that goblin's face. Didn't you? Cheol-soo remained silent without answering. She continued, you were unconscious so you probably don't remember. But that thing is going crazy, smashing everything it sees. Irene crossed her arms and asked bluntly, have you ever thought about how much pain it must be in to hurt someone against their will like that? For that goblin, and for all the other players, please hurry up and dismiss its summoning right now. After she finished speaking, he quietly replied, I don't know. Irene was stunned and asked again, what? Cheol-soo shouted loudly, I don't know how to do it. This game doesn't have any button to Jiechu Jiaohuan. I've never seen such a feature since I started playing. She was a bit surprised to hear that. What do you mean your profession is a summoner, right? If you can summon, there must be a way to Jiechu it. He immediately yelled, no means no, nothing more to say, the one who wants to Jiechu it the most is me. Irene snapped angrily, hey, how are you talking like that? What if that goblin gets hurt? Cheol-soo smirked. Hurt? You just tell me to name it. Why do you keep interfering since the other day? Is it bad to unintentionally hurt others? Intentionally hurting others is the real jerk. In this life, for me, you two are only of two types. Those who have hurt me or are about to. If they get hurt a little, all the better. He screamed wildly, worry about keeping yourself safe, that goblin. His mind is fine, its body is unharmed, it's very tough. Just as he finished speaking, something flew past behind Cheol-soo. He looked around bewildered, following the direction of the streak of light. Seeing something being knocked away with nearly 800,000 damage, Cheol-soo was stunned and puzzled. Goblin. After releasing the attack, Aspaz immediately stepped back. He exclaimed in surprise, so this was hidden all along. The goblin was knocked away by a single blow, dealing massive damage, after being knocked far, far away. Despite that, the goblin was still able to hold on and land lightly on its feet. After a while passed, the goblin suddenly charged forward like a rocket. Seeing this, Aspaz said, still not satisfied? Alright, I'll finish this now. Then he used the Fire Knight skill, Eternal Flame. Suddenly, a red system notification appeared. You have run out of spirit energy. Upon hearing this notification, he was stunned and exclaimed, what? The goblin was still rushing forward at a dizzying speed. Aspaz had exhausted his stamina so much that he dropped his sword. The goblin lunged at him and grabbed his face, blocking his vision. Jaemin immediately used his ability, Reposition, to teleport Aspaz away. Right after teleporting, he shouted angrily, what are you doing? Jaemin stormed over, scolding. You said you'd win, so why did you drop your sword now? Then he used his meager strength to punch Aspaz's leg and yelled, fight until it's over. He was the one who always won, as usual. If you can't win, at least survive. Sometimes he looked like a moth flying into the flame. He sobbed, tears and snot streaming down. Why don't we just run away from here? Who would risk their life for a game? Aspaz stared blankly and looked at his friend. Then he raised his hand to cover the boy's face and said, shut up. I told you, yelling like that is just admitting defeat. Then Aspaz turned to Horus and said, hey, marksman, we're pulling out. You can stay if you want. But if you die, I'm not taking responsibility. He calmly replied, no, I have to end it here too. This group is more trouble than fun. Aspaz wondered, what do you mean by this group? From afar, a figure was running towards them with a cloud of dust behind. Getting closer, the runner was Cheol-soo, cursing as he ran, followed by a bunch of goblins. Cutting back to the scene where he was talking with Irene, Cheol-soo thought to himself, goblins have taken damage, and not just a little, over 700,000 damage. He bit his nails thinking, Kimono is really dangerous. If it dies, my life will hit rock bottom. After thinking it through, Cheol-soo stood up mumbling, first I have to call it back. I'll have to use the gather command. Irene wondered, gather? She immediately advised, don't call it back here. It'll recklessly endanger you again. Let's calm its rage first. There's no need to unsummon it, he asked. Is there another way? Irene answered based on her knowledge. The explosion just now could only have been done by the Black Flame Guild leader in this entire town. When a subordinate's health drops to 0, they automatically unsummon, and status effects like rage also disappear. Cheol-su immediately objected. You're telling me to just let the Black Flame Guild kill it? What if it really dies? Can I still call it back? Irene said, subordinates can't die. They just sleep deeply and then wake up again. They originally have no concept of life and death. She held his hand tightly and continued, usually that's the case. But you once said your goblin can't be unsummoned, so the usual rules are hard to apply. Hearing this, Cheol-su immediately shouted, so you want me to bet my life on your words? Hearing this, Irene suddenly realized and thought to herself, what, my life? He clenched both fists and yelled, that goblin is my life itself. I can't even imagine what it would be like to return to reality without it. I'd rather die than live without it. The more Cheol-su spoke, the more stunned she became at what she was hearing, and she remembered the little dog she cherished in real life. Irene just froze, staring at the boy before her, silently questioning how this could be possible. How can someone hold such deep feelings that they cry just because an entity isn't themselves? If your master was him, you wouldn't have died so tragically. Then Irene gently took Cheol-su's hand. Knowing she had hurt him, she sincerely said one sentence, sorry, Kim Chol-su. Irene continued to soothe Cheol-su, saying no matter what, I won't let the bone you cherish most die. Let's do everything we can together. Hearing this, he thought, winning the bone, huh? Cheol-su went crazy again, shouting, don't interfere if you have no way to bring it back. I don't have time. Irene calmly explained that after analyzing his goblin as an entity with only one life, she had found the solution. A raging beast, like a pet abandoned in the wild for too long. The easiest way to reach that wounded heart is to nurture it. Hearing this, he suddenly thought of something and said, with food, she replied. It won't be easy, Irene continued, but I believe it can succeed if you put your whole heart into it. Cheol-su thought, damn it, what is she saying? I just want to beat up my goblin. Oh, now that I think about it, I once lured it with the skill feed the goblin, and it ran after me crazily. He suddenly realized something else. Wait, I've never actually fed it even once until now. Then Cheol-su immediately used the skill feed the goblin, conjuring a sausage. He thought to himself, yes, this can wake it up. No, this is the only way. Wait, damn it. Thinking this, Cheol-su suddenly started running. Seeing this, Irene shouted, hold on. If you already have food, why not call it back? Suddenly, a goblin with a crazed, hungry look ran past her. Irene looked at them in astonishment. Looking at the crowd of goblins running forward, she thought, are these goblins targeting Kim Cheol-su? At Cheol-su's side, he was rushing forward as fast as he could. Then Cheol-su glanced back behind him. Just as he turned his head, he saw a goblin running after him with a hungry expression. He looked back at the sausage in his hand. The information board said it was a special sausage for goblins. Legend has it that it can even make a goblin's estranged wife return, summonable once a day. After reading this, Cheol-su's head was full of question marks. He cursed while running at full speed. Aspas saw a bunch of goblins rushing over and was shocked, wondering what was going on and why they were charging at them. Horace quickly logged out and fled, frowning as he said, they must have smelled something enticing. If we don't escape fast, it'll be a big problem. He hadn't even left yet. Aspas hadn't reacted, and Cheol-su already winked and dashed past, putting some distance between them. He quickly grabbed Jamin's hand and pulled him along. Then with one throw, he flung his friend into the air. After that throw, Aspas was completely drained. With only 1 HP left, he said, see you later, Vice President. In the end, Aspas was crushed by the ravenous goblins rushing over. System notification appeared. Currently connected, has died. He completely vanished into thin air. Cheol-su lowered his head and urgently said, are you planning to leave without asking me first? The goblin, though heavily damaged, still stood firm. He held out the sausage he had been panting to bring over and said, hey, this is your favorite sausage. I don't have time. Eat it quickly. Seeing this, the goblin immediately put on a hungry expression at the sight of the sausage. Cheol-su felt a bit helpless and thought to himself, damn it, is this the rage effect? It's going crazy. He nervously held out the sausage and said, good job. This is your delicious, top-quality sausage. Eat it. Cheol-su brought it closer to it and spoke softly, good, very good. Just as the sausage was about to reach the goblin's mouth, but before it could enter its throat, a swarm of green goblins suddenly rushed from behind like a storm a bunch of goblins swarmed in from nowhere, wildly running around and accidentally knocking Cheol-su over, causing chaos. They just charged forward like they were flying, trampling over each other in row after row. 1 goblin, 2 goblins, and a whole heap standing so close with barely any gaps sparked a second Itaewon disaster. Watching the goblins accidentally trample on him, he could only clutch his head to protect himself. Cheol-su grumbled inwardly, damn it, those annoying goblins are such useless trash. He kept cursing in his head, greedy and selfish, and there were so many of them. Damn, that guy was right, these bastards are too numerous, way too many. Cheol-su nearly reached his limit and shouted out loud, might as well die a few more times, no big deal. But his words barely made a dent. The goblins kept piling up, forming a towering mountain. They noisily pushed and trampled each other just to become the tallest and snatched the single sausage piece at the top. The heap of goblins eventually reduced to mere shapes under the evening light. Suddenly, from that mysterious dark pile, a burst of power flared up, throwing everything around into chaos. Goblin corpses scattered as the system announcement sounded. Rare rank, light blue steel armor, with a 1% chance to activate the skill Heavenly Earth Shatter upon being hit. Hearing this, Chul Su was stunned. Heavenly Earth Shatter? This armor has options like that too? He reflexively fell straight down while the screen still displayed everything. All the goblins who trusted and followed you were completely wiped out. According to the sound made by a goblin at the same time as the system notification, the Goblin Lord was extremely pleased and gained 1 goblin point. A strong green goblin kicked away a huge boulder from behind. The kicked boulder caused a chain reaction of rock explosions deep inside the cave. Chul Su calmly landed on the ground with great dignity. The deep pit he fell into emitted a mighty and immortal power. Immediately after, a cautious goblin carefully lifted Chul Su out of the pit. Chul Su glanced over and called out, "Goblin, hey, wake up." It stuck out its tongue and made a senseless sound, making him slightly scold. "Hey, you're back, you damn dog. If you're hungry, you have to say so." Just as he finished speaking, out of nowhere on the barren ground flew a delicious sausage. The goblin immediately abandoned Chul Su and happily ran over to grab the sausage. He was stunned, inwardly blaming himself non-stop. This is truly despicable. After a while, the system screen finally displayed. Mission complete. Goblin village destroyed. Goblins 18,783. Level 30. Reward 350G. Suddenly, a woman's figure appeared out of nowhere beside Chul Su. She bent down and whispered softly. Frenzy was dispelled. Thank goodness. The cold-voiced, blue-haired girl asked, "Have you defeated all these goblins?" Chul Su replied irritably, preparing to argue. "What now? Are you my mother?" She sighed sharply and said, "What are you babbling about? I'm just worried about you." "All right, fine. I'll be straightforward." She paused for a moment, then asked, "This goblin raid, it's because of you, right?" He confusedly denied it. "No way." She immediately cut him off, put some spit in her mouth, and then spoke. Chul Su slowly stood up to listen to the explanation. Goblins are usually just small-time monsters. Even if there are a few hundred or even tens of thousands, they can't really harm the players in this village. Even if your HP drops and you fall, you can still revive without any penalties. But no matter what, them attacking innocent people is your fault, so hand all this over to them. Her relentless words made him break out in a sweat. "I know, I was going to do that anyway," Chul Su shouted angrily. Just then, there was an explosion from that side. Elsewhere, the blue-haired guy glanced over with a skeptical look. "What is this?" Someone risked moving close to the edge of the cliff to get a better view. On another side, the blue-haired guy peered over skeptically. "What is this?" The blue-haired young man looked down with a horrified expression. "Welfare funds. Anyone who needs it, take it." Below the pit were piles of gold, silver, and lost goblin belongings with a sign that read, "Welfare funds. Anyone who needs it, take it." The scene shifted to a closed room where everyone was non-stop discussing. This time, it seems the outcome was quite positive. "That's what I heard." Finally, one of those people kept urging urgently, "Come on, report the results on G67, hurry up, faster." The old man beside calmly announced, "G67, injury level 9999999, confirmed to have reached the maximum limit." The entire hall was stunned. Even the most cruel criminals had never reached that number. An image appeared of a goblin with bloodshot red eyes with a cautious voice commenting, "Within human hearts always lies a part of kindness, and ultimately that is what weakens summoned beasts, or sometimes causes them to lose control." Suddenly another voice cut in, "But G67 has no such thing as a human heart. Do you mean it's a perfect container?" The person opposite could only stammer, that voice continued sarcastically, "But still, this is a great achievement." The cool and composed man next to him said, "In the end, who knows how many people had to be sacrificed for this? After dozens of resets, finally a savior has appeared." Before he finished speaking, he hesitated a bit, but the fact that such a perfect goblin was summoned means G67 is the one among the 700 summoners so far who is most similar to a goblin. He kept analyzing non-stop. If such a being were left to recklessly wield that absurd power, everything would definitely fall apart. Another person spoke up, "Of course, that must never be allowed to happen. We have to use all our strength to keep him under our control. We absolutely must succeed." The old man with a white beard furrowed his brow and concluded that only by doing that could we continue to exist under the name Iscariot. On the desk, a quiet hand moved the mouse, clicking through each item on the computer screen. Notifications about hot news updated continuously throughout the week reported a goblin raid at Phoenix El Basar. Luckily, the goblins were low level, so the damage was minimal. Chul Su struggled in the pit, thinking to himself that if the gods would bless this incident to pass without major problems, it seemed no one knew he was the real culprit. Looking back, following that catgirl's advice had been the right decision. He could embezzle alone rather than face a furious group of players hunting down the offender. The screen updated again with current news. An event about living subsidies at Phoenix El Basar, featuring a wind mage, level 35. The person sitting before the screen couldn't help but wonder who the heck this guy was. He massaged his forehead in frustration. 10 years of life lost. Damn it. Being tricked by monsters was this miserable? Goblins my ass. What kind of kindness is that? Chul-Su covered his face, staring intently, thinking, damn goblin, is it all chaos just because I didn't feed it? But honestly, he suddenly felt he really had become the goblin's master. Summoning beasts? He didn't know a thing about this class, not even how to take care of a pet. A green-haired girl appeared on the screen, making him ponder. Next time he meets the owner of that cat, he has to ask. She's quite high level, able to summon a sparrow or something too. Definitely gives off the vibe of an expert. Chul-Su was suddenly stunned and entranced. Wait a minute. Why would such a powerful girl help me? It's been strange from the start. The green-haired girl spoke up, starting a conversation. So cute, he thought indifferently. She called him cute right away, then slowly asked, can you tell me your name? The question caught Chul-Su by surprise. She insisted on knowing his name. He looked intently at the computer screen and blurted out, she's so pretty. Maybe I should try flirting. Chul-Su suddenly turned to the side and said, get lost, you bastard. The bald old man briefly introduced himself as Sung Riel here. He waved his hand to shoo him off, saying, I know already, crazy guy. A second later, he was stunned again and asked, who the hell are you? And why are you here? Are you watching me? Sung Riel suddenly frowned seriously and warned, you've looked worried all this time, answer me? Are you following me? Clearly, coming here was the right move. Chul-Su frowned disdainfully. Do you want a beating? What do you know to act like you understand me? How could that be? He didn't stop but spoke slowly. It's probably because of the goblin. His eyes widened in astonishment and curiosity. That's true. But how did he know? Sung Riel didn't hide it and calmly said, of course I know. How could I not? Your summoned beast is about to lose the strength it has now, so you're worried, right? Chul-Su looked straight into his eyes and asked curiously, what do you mean it won't keep its strength? What nonsense are you talking about? Is the goblin sick? Because it hasn't been fed? His two questions made the man even more surprised. You don't mean to say you didn't know? Sung Riel stared back at him and mentioned, I heard they discovered a critical bug related to summoners summon beasts. There will be a patch soon. I hope I'm just worrying for nothing, but your goblin being unusually strong. Isn't that because of a bug? His words struck directly at his psychological defenses, making Chul-Su feel as if he was completely seen through, leaving him stunned. Immediately, Chul-Su jumped up and shouted loudly, are you serious? That bug fix, is it real? Where did you get that information? Huh? As soon as he finished speaking, the person next to him also spoke up. There's a new announcement from Heaven's Door. The two discussed slowly. Any updates? Nothing major, just that in a week there'll be a bug patch, I guess. Those words once again left Chul-Su dumbfounded. He stood motionless in disbelief. The scene shifted to Chul-Su sitting silently in a wild, untouched field. He was bored, holding a stone in his hands and staring intently at it. Seconds later, Chul-Su seemed helpless, nearly surrendering as he let the stone fall from his hands. But every now and then he clenched his fist tightly as if determined about something. Suddenly, Chul-Su stood up and yelled out like pouring his heart out. Damn it. A goblin standing from afar seemed to receive the signal and responded with their distinctive sound. At this moment, he was nearly broken, constantly pulling at his hair and wondering why it had to be now. Chul-Su stared blankly ahead, thinking to himself, my goblin is extremely abnormal now, if the so-called critical bug detected by the game company is in the summoner. He watched the green goblin in front intently and pondered, then it must be this very goblin. Thinking this, Chul-Su grew even angrier, grinding his teeth. Only a week left before the fixed patch. I can't go back to that miserable life. Chul-Su's eyes turned red with fury. During this time, he must find a way to earn 20 billion no matter what. Suddenly, gold appeared unexpectedly, reminding him not to be cocky just because he'd managed to kill 30 goblins, which looked pretty pathetic. The system screen also displayed, mission complete, goblin village extermination, goblins 18,783 out of 30, reward 350G. Seeing Chul-Su holding the gold goblin again, it mocked him, put that down. The words infuriated him, and he shouted non-stop, stop nagging and give me the next mission quickly. I don't have time. This time, which bastard should I smash? The god NPC did not respond but curled his lips into a disdainful smile. The system screen updated with a message. To accept the next mission, you must reach level 40. The direct notification made Chul-Su curse out loud. Damn you. Chul-Su looked at the system notice feeling even more frustrated. Damn it, who would have thought that level would be the problem? Killing 10,000 goblins and only leveling up by 1. Later, at the Adventurers Guild, while everyone was discussing, he thought that instead of wasting time taking out trash monsters, he might as well take a mission to earn bonus rewards and save time. Chul-Su looked up and observed for a moment, his expression darkening. Damn it, all the good missions had already been scooped up. Suddenly his eyes caught a rather special notice. Chul-Su was immediately drawn in. A mission rewarding as much as 10,000 gold? He quickly read the details carefully. Demon Mask, level 36, Lost Ruin Underground Lair, 10,000G. That's like 1,000 in-game gold. After assessing it, Chul-Su concluded that the Demon Mask mission was definitely the highest level quest left. He reached out, pulled down that paper, and silently decided, well then, I'll take it. Suddenly, Chul-Su's gaze landed on Hai One Nim, a fighter at level 36 just like the mission required. The moment she saw his face clearly, she immediately fell backward onto a chair and screamed, "What? That crazy pervert bastard again?" When Chul-Su saw her face clearly, he suddenly realized, isn't she the girl he rode last time? Then hearing those words, he immediately shouted, "What do you mean by perverted psycho? If people hear that, what do you think they'll take me for?" People around quickly recognized him and started cursing. That perverted psycho, he's just ogling that mission like he's picking who to play with first. He's really lost it. Just look at his face. It matches his true nature. Chul-Su stood amid the crowd, listening to their criticisms. Honestly, I always saw him as crazy, definitely a nutcase. Someone quickly snatched the mission paper down and shouted at them, "Stop arguing already." Ray smiled and called out to him, "Why don't you come along with this old lady?" Seeing the juicy mission stolen, Chul-Su blew his top and started yelling, "Hey old lady, who do you think you are? Snatching my mission? I called dibs on that first." The old lady ignored his nonsense and pointed at a corner of the paper, mocking him. "No way a young guy like you didn't see what I did. Seems you missed the line at the bottom." Her finger pointed to the tiny words in the corner of the paper that no normal person could spot no matter how hard they looked. What was written there hit Chul-Su hard. He screamed, "3 people? Why? I'm enough on my own. Why the heck do I have to carry these 2 extra burdens?" After thinking it over carefully, he turned and pointed at Hai One Nim, who was still dazedly sitting on the ground. "She looks pretty useful, actually." Chul-Su despised the old lady before him immensely, and as for her, well, she was just an old hag. Okay, Ray didn't care about his contempt. She just offered a few additional reminders, saying if they didn't want this old woman tagging along, no need to force it, but sure hope he was okay with that. Since Chul-Su didn't respond, okay, Ray left while clearing her throat with a jeer. "Besides you, plenty of people would be happy to have me join them." At the same time, the surrounding group was sizing up Chul-Su. One girl startled and spoke up, "Wait, hold on. Isn't that the crazy guy involved with Han Ki-moon's daughter?" Hearing this, Chul-Su could only curse inwardly. Seeing these people still ignoring the mission, he thought helplessly, damn it, there's no time to argue. Immediately after, he pulled OK Ray back and boldly declared, "Fine. I'll take this old lady on the mission with us." Chul-Su looked towards Hai One Nim behind him and then shouted again, "And the last spot is hers." She really didn't want this to happen, trembling as she pleaded, "No, please, don't." Right after, the system updated the information for the 3 of them. Mission accepted, Fighter Hai One Nim, Goblin Summoner Chul-Su, and Mage OK Ray. Time passed. In a different scene, Hai One Nim was battling a monstrous beast. After taking down a beast, she still couldn't believe she was actually on this mission. Wondering how she suddenly ended up here, staring at Chul-Su's annoying face, she angrily thought, stuck with this thunderous guy again? Meanwhile, he was still wildly shouting, "Hey, at this rate, the Congo mission won't end until next year. This mission might drag on forever." Hai One Nim couldn't stand it anymore and shouted back, "I can't run any faster." She turned and pointed at the level 35 and 36 bears ahead, angrily questioning, "If you've got eyes, look at their levels. You think I can one-shot all of them?" Chul-Su sighed deeply, then adopting a cool attitude, nonchalantly said, "Come on, this is just a bunch of trash monsters. Whatever, just ignore it. Even if we get reported for summoning bugs now, who cares?" Suddenly, a green figure approached, and the group immediately yelled out, "Goblin!" A bluish-green silhouette flew past Hai One Nim, who screamed in terror. Goblin, perhaps triggered by her scream. A furious goblin charged forward. It was very close to Hai One Nim. In just a moment, a mysterious flame appeared out of nowhere and reduced it to ashes. OK Ray used her sorcerer fireball skill and reassured them, "Leave these trash monsters to the old lady." But Chul-Su was not moved. Instead, he grumbled, "Hey old lady, don't block my way again." Not only the goblins, but those thick-furred bears from earlier quickly also advanced. Before it could take any other action, a tiny goblin hand pushed it back. Under the astonished gaze of the shaggy bears, it just collapsed. Looking at its loot, the goblin smiled triumphantly. After seeing this scene, Hai One Nim immediately shouted angrily. It was the same goblin from before. Then she trembled and begged Chul-Su for help. Why was that goblin here again? Without noticing her fear, he calmly said, "Because it's my summoned beast." Got it? As if absorbing some terrifying truth, Hai One Nim was speechless. "Summoned monster?" Chul-Su replied casually, "I am the summoner of this ultimate monster, which can swallow everything in one move." Facing the giant shaggy bears, Chul-Su looked even more proud and warned them, "So don't block the way. Just step aside and watch." After some time passed, the goblin happily hopped around again. It seemed they had defeated those shaggy bears, and Chul-Su's group cheerfully left the area. Hai One Nim asked the old lady curiously, "Hey, ma'am, Why did you sneak into playing Heaven's Door? Okay, Ray was a bit surprised to hear her question. What? The old woman lowered her eyes and calmly explained to her that this PC game started because of her husband. Hai-One Nim immediately got excited. So she plays this game because her husband dragged her in? Sounds so romantic. Okay, Ray blankly asked. Romantic? What's that? She was extremely curious about her story, constantly urging, tell me more. What kind of man is your husband? What character does he play? Okay, Ray sighed deeply and then hesitated. He is, at that moment. Something appeared that made the goblin agitated. It kept making strange, eerie noises. Chul-Su also looked up ahead and smugly said to it, Is that you? The legendary monster? The demon mask? Hai-One Nim gritted her teeth, staring fixedly at it, then wondered. I thought it was just a mask, but what's that poking out? She immediately noticed OK Ray's strange behavior. Mom, next to you. She's closing her eyes, looking sad. Don't get close to it. Her eyes were filled with an indescribable sadness as she gazed blankly at it. In another scene, the old lady sat beside the man's immersive gaming pod, whispering complaints. Having fun? Huh? Before, he used to grumble all the time about space being wasted, about harmful electromagnetic waves and whatnot. But now he's stuck in the game all day long. The warrior lying in the pod replied to her, I'm bored. Can't even make it outside. Might as well play this. She paid no mind to this and offered him a slice of apple. Here, I peeled an apple for you. Eat up. Looking at her husband lying inert inside the pod, she sadly said, Well, thanks to the government handing us old folks this machine to kill time. A voice replied, All right, be quiet and go somewhere else. Inside the game world, the warrior exclaimed in shock, Oh my god, what on earth is she doing coming here? Okay. Ray stood in a scene full of cherry blossoms, gently explaining to him, I borrowed my friend's device to enter here. Honestly, this place looks just like the real thing. He pointed at her name and mocked. Look at that account name. Can't even get the name right. Just by looking, you can tell she's an old lady. Okay. Ray asked bewildered. Is it that obvious? Warrior was helpless. The name's right there above your head. Anyone can see it. Okay. Ray looked up and observed for a while. Then her face gradually flushed red. The old lady's aged face became embarrassed. But what's up with his name? Sounds tacky and also kind of sensitive. In the current scene, she was standing in front of a huge masked monster. Eyes behind that mask gleamed brightly, staring intently at the prey before them. Hai-One Nim grew even more worried for OK Ray and hurriedly said, That's dangerous, ma'am. She remained standing still, calmly watching the blazing sword about to come down on her. OK Ray strained to speak each word. Sorry, folks, you're about to have to help some old folks. No sooner had she finished speaking than she created a purple orb of power, a mage's skill. That orb was quickly launched toward the masked demon. A dark bomb. Amidst the thick smoke and dust, Chul-Su couldn't help but admire. Damn. That skill is so cool. This old lady's hitting hard. No sooner had he spoken than OK Ray dashed right past him. The mask of that demon slammed straight into Chul-Su's face. The monster's shadow covered the goblin, and it yelped even more excitedly. Hai-One Nim was still stunned. What just happened? Did she just take down that monster? After the dust settled, they saw a strange figure supporting OK Ray as she walked, and someone immediately blurted out in confusion, Grandma, who is that person? Receiving no answer, they kept mumbling their names, Iloverka Creo, OK Ray, Park Okri. Hai-One Nim still couldn't accept what she was seeing. She kept muttering, wondering if these two knew each other. Hai-One Nim still couldn't accept what she was seeing. She kept muttering, wondering if these two knew each other. Behind her, the goblin, who had been standing still, suddenly started hopping around. Hai-One Nim immediately noticed this strange behavior. She turned around and asked, What's wrong, Gob? Before she could finish her next words, the sight before her stopped her in her tracks. Lin. There, the warrior wearing the demon mask's belly was strangely swelling up. Everything was happening so fast that Hai-One Nim couldn't help but yell out, I hate this so much. The dark movements, as bleak as Chi Dao's future, echoed with a few thunderous blasts. From that godforsaken cave, Hai-One Nim ran like mad while screaming loudly. Hai-One Nim's face was filled with terror, tears streaming down her cheeks as she ran desperately without daring to look back at Chul-Su, who chased her like a madman. She shouted loudly, I'm seriously losing it. I really hate this game. Right after, Chul-Su, wearing that black mask, caught up behind her and lightly poked Hai-One Nim's back with his hand, making her shudder all over. Suddenly, Hai-One Nim's footsteps came to an abrupt halt. Then she spun around and kicked Chul-Su's face, who was just yelling, I told you to throw away that stupid mask already. Thanks to that thunderous kick, the mask flew off the bruised face ID on Chul-Su's face. Still twisting to look at the black thing falling off, Hai-One Nim quietly rejoiced. The mask, it finally dropped. Just dealing a little damage was enough. No need for a clean knockout. But the black mask, floating in midair after being kicked off Chul-Su's face, made her uneasy. As always, that mask would target someone. Then she saw the black mask staring at her and felt a chill, thinking, Whoever stands closest is going to get absolutely wrecked. Sure enough, a woman's intuition never fails. The mask immediately targeted Hai One Nim. The surroundings went pitch black, and she whispered helplessly, "Kim Chul-soo, please understand this for me." At this point, Chul-soo was like a pregnant woman, collapsing to his knees, groaning, "Damn it, I feel so nauseous. This damn devil mask. How dare it mess with me?" Once he regained his composure, he immediately stood up and shouted, "You bastard! I saw everything. Why the hell did you run off like smoke and not help me? Also, damn, you run fast and strong." Meanwhile, the previously fragile and weak Hai One Nim was now all muscle, looking like some American pro wrestler staring up at the sky, cursing life for having no worthy opponents. Seeing this scene, Chul-soo's face drained of all color. His muscular farmer's arms and the mask worn by Hai One Nim scared him half to death. We only see Chul-soo steadily stepping backward. Suddenly, a blinding flash appeared. Hai One Nim's body radiated flames, her toned muscles pinning the weak Chul-soo like a tree against a wall. Yet he cooperated well, cheeks flushed and stammering, "Don't do this, we're good brothers." Controlled by the mask, Hai One Nim misheard this as rejection and punched him hard enough to spray red syrup. Feeling things were seriously wrong, Chul-soo hastily summoned his trump card. A goblin. The system activated immediately, summoning the goblin skill. Hai One Nim seemed to clone herself into three, punching and kicking at Chul-soo, who stood firm holding the goblin up to block the storm of blows. Clenching his teeth, Chul-soo finally realized the problem. Damn, this cursed mask was controlling whoever wore it. No wonder he had been powerless earlier. He ordered the goblin to absorb all the hits while instructing, "Goblin, that mask. Attack it directly." Just as Hai One Nim, controlled by the mask, lunged forward, the goblin suddenly brandished a stone hammer. Right before the goblin could smash the hammer on the mask, it popped off Hai One Nim's face. At that moment, all the muscle mass on her body vanished, leaving Hai One Nim wide-eyed and dazed, staring at the stone hammer wielded right in front of her. As expected, the moment Hai One Nim got hit by that hammer, she flew straight into the sky with a terrified scream. Over here, Chul-soo wasn't faring much better. After losing his host, that mask lunged at him again, making Chul-soo scream in desperation. "Damn it, it's back again, do something." The mask rushed forward aiming to control the goblin, but unfortunately for it, the goblin's long nose got in the way. In fact, the mask bounced back from the force, leaving the goblin completely stunned. Seemingly embarrassed by its own long nose, the goblin looked down in self-pity, while the mask, realizing it couldn't latch onto the goblin, quickly switched targets. Seeing it aimed at him, Chul-soo summoned every ounce of strength since birth and started sprinting like crazy. "Oh no, me again? Damn it." While running for his life, Chul-soo noticed people ahead and immediately shouted, "What the hell are these monsters? Don't block my way, move aside." Okay, Ray turned around, saw Chul-soo rushing over, and scolded playfully, "Hey, don't come closer, you dog." Of course, Chul-soo wasn't deaf. Hearing that, he wondered, that old woman just cursed me, didn't she? Then he noticed the man in black armor on her back displayed some cheesy info. Love Parkacry, level 39 warrior. Surprised, he thought, wait a minute, that nickname looks familiar. Remembering the tall, mysterious god I met earlier in the cave, who also had that exact nickname, everything clicked. At this point, that name, the demon mask worn up there, it had to be Love Parkacry. I glanced over at the old lady who was running as fast as her 3 legs and 4 feet would carry her, with only a few teeth left in her mouth. Her nickname coincidentally was OK Ri, a level 32 mage. Chul-soo mulled it over silently. OK Rai. Feeling like I had uncovered the truth, Chul-soo rushed in front of OK Ray and shouted, "Damn it, are these 2 siblings?" The old lady, though aged, still had great strength and immediately yelled back, "We're husband and wife, you idiot." Chul-soo looked at the couple with a pale face and said, "I don't care what you guys are. The important thing is those 2 old hags tricked me, right? Damn, so that's why they stuck with me on the mission." He quickened his pace to escape, but the black-masked gang was relentless behind him, leaving only one message. "Once you're out of here, you're in for a world of trouble." Chul-soo dashed off, leaving the old lady carrying her husband on her back, chasing after him. Behind her, that mask, like a grim reaper demanding a soul, persistently followed. At this moment, the old man opened his eyes, groaning, "I'm so dizzy." Seeing Warrior awake, she rejoiced, asking if he had fully come to. The black mask suddenly latched onto her face, causing her to freeze. Warrior, still weak, panicked and shouted, "Oh my god, what are you trying to do?" Then she dropped her husband onto the ground. Warrior groaned in complaint, "Oh no, feeling woozy. I'm probably dead already." Chul-soo was running when he immediately slammed on the brakes after hearing a sound. He looked behind him, but the ugly demon mask that used to cling to him like a debt collector was nowhere to be found, which was very confusing. Wait, what the heck? The demon mask wasn't stuck on him anymore. Over here, that old man was also struggling to get up, facing his own wife, but his face had darkened as if he had seen a ghost. His expression seemed to spell out 4 words. Utterly unbelievable. He murmured his wife's name. Okay, Rai. Being experienced, warrior immediately realized and turned to scold Chul-Su, calling him a bastard. He said young people can handle it, but guys old like us would be done for immediately, you little punk. Hearing warrior yell at him like his own kid, Chul-Su, naturally salty from losing 10 times in a row, replied, Hold on, young people can handle it? Sounds like you want me to put on the mask myself. His face twisted with disdain, and his tone was full of insolence. Stop talking nonsense, old man. Who gave you permission to jump into this game at your age? It's just a little control from the mask. Like it's the end of the world or something. Thinking about the 20-meter-tall monster-grabbing warrior, Chul-Su continued, Do you know the monsters in this game can jump out anytime? Anywhere? What if you have a heart attack? Who's to blame? Young people handle it? Yeah, right. If it's dangerous for old folks, why do you stick your face into this game? At this moment, Hai-One Nim came running along with a goblin behind her. Kim Chul-Su softly said, Aren't those my number 1 and number 2 subordinates? Seeing Hai-One Nim completely intact without a scratch, Chul-Su, stunned, asked, Wait, how are you still alive after taking the full hit from that goblin? Hai-One Nim, gasping for breath, explained that among the team members, no one actually lost blood unless they turned on PK mode. Dumbass. Then why did you run so fast? Did you put all your points into agility? Hearing this, Chul-Su blandly replied with a single Then he pointed ahead and said, You didn't know? That old hag tricked us. She was planning for someone else to wear the mask, not her husband. He continued, I planned to escape and take revenge first, but unexpectedly, the demon mask stuck to her instead. Hearing Chul-Su's words, Hai-One Nim's expression suddenly turned horrified. She called out, Hey Kim Chul-Su. Right after, she asked him, Have you ever secretly wished to become a goblin? Hearing this, Chul-Su forced a grimace and said, What nonsense is that? Why would I want to become a goblin? Seeing him quickly object, she immediately clarified, No, not that lame goblin. I mean the goblin you summoned. That one's insanely strong. Don't tell me you never once wanted to be it. Chul-Su pondered a bit too, stroking his chin and muttered, Lately it's been ignoring me. Then after a moment, he shrugged it off and said, Whatever, the important thing is it's strong. But I can't always control it, so sometimes I think it might just be easier if I were a goblin myself. Setting that aside, seeing Hai-One Nim ask some strange questions, he suddenly asked, Hey, why are you asking like that all of a sudden? Instead of answering him, Hai-One Nim interrupted, Hey, when I put on the mask, how do I look? Chul-Su answered firmly, like a certified lunatic. Hearing that, Hai-One Nim immediately got angry and raised a hand to punch Chul-Su. No, I'm asking about your appearance. He replied indifferently, Well, you suddenly bulked up, all muscles, looking pretty intense. Hai-One Nim calmed down, sighed, and said, I knew it right away. I guess the mask would transform this into the version you desire. I like weight training, but my body never really builds muscle much, so I often think if only I had more muscle, even if I don't have to look as fierce as just now. Then she recalled the warrior's incredibly tall figure and speculated, and that old guy is short. If he's insecure about his height, it's easy to understand why he seemed as tall as a pole when I met him. Chul-Su and Hai-One Nim looked in the same direction together. He quietly said, So if your theory is right, then that old lady, Hai-One Nim agreed, probably so. The warrior was now standing with his back to Chul-Su and Hai-One Nim, his shoulders trembling. Wait a minute. Tears streamed down his eyes, his expression both cowardly and stubborn. His 2 hands trembling as he held his sword and said, I will save you right away. Looking at the woman before him, now controlled by the mask, she knelt on the ground, clutching her large belly with a dazed expression. Darkness swirled all around. Chul-Su whispered softly, It seemed she longed for a child. Back in the past, the young couple anxiously heard the doctor's diagnosis. This time, there was still no pregnancy. They held hands tightly, stunned. As the doctor suggested, why not consider giving up? A golden flower field shimmered gently under the soft sunlight. The husband, feeling down, plucked a fresh, vibrant blue flower. Choking back tears, he said, Come on, cheer up, dear. He noticed his wife sobbing with her face in her hands and said, Oh, crying again? Some people are just born infertile. It's not your fault. No need to cry. He patted her shoulder, comforting her. It's okay. We can still be happy together. So what if we don't have children? He pulled her head onto his shoulder, gently stroked her hair, saying, One day you'll have a naughty son. Then another day you'll bear my daughter. Isn't that fun? Don't worry anymore. With a warm and gentle voice, he added, You're still a child to be crying like that. Let me see, are you really a kid? Before him was only his beautiful wife, like a flower pinned in her hair. Don't cry anymore. I will take care of you forever, my treasure. Those memories were eternally etched in the warrior's mind, tears quietly forming at the corners of his eyes. He painfully watched his wife's belly swelling wildly. Okri. Chul-Su hurriedly whispered to each other, Let's get out of here quick while we can. That thing is too fast, we can't kill it. Hai-One Nim hesitated worriedly, looking at the 2 elders. Wait, We can't just leave those two here alone. She had been through that ordeal herself, so she felt very empathetic and understanding. I felt the mask stick to me, but I couldn't say or do anything. I felt trapped in a dungeon, unable to log out. The heavy sensation made her inner fear rise, like experiencing sleep paralysis. I was completely helpless and worried this would never end. Her voice trembled softly. That old man had endured it all, right up to this moment. It was as if her determination, long suppressed, suddenly burst forth. Kim Chul-soo, just save those two. Suddenly, Hai-Won Nim panicked when she realized the person standing beside us had vanished. What? Where did he go? Turns out that guy had made a quick exit, dodging the issue. She shouted to stop him. Hey, Kim Chul-soo. He wiggled his fingers and nodded. Don't tell me you're planning to wear that mask because of them? Got it, she indignantly retorted. I never said that. Just destroy it, I said. Why should I? Chul-soo grumbled in annoyance. It's hard to catch. And besides, hunting other monsters levels you up faster. Hai-Won Nim had to resort to her secret weapon. Fine then, goodbye. I'll take all the rewards, including that unique monster loot. He winked as the phrase unique monster was mentioned. This odd behavior immediately confirmed she had succeeded. It's no coincidence that such monsters are rare. Look closely. The information about the mask was truly different. A level 36 ghost mask. Have you ever seen a monster with this name color? Surely the experience and drops will be amazing because it's extremely difficult to kill. Chul-soo's spirit quivers. His head gradually pulled back. The reward? Monstrous. He thought no more and shouted, Goblin, keep. Only pitying the small, fragile green creature in front of a twitchy madman grinning wickedly. That smile is hard to put into words. Just know it's creepy. Let's get to it. Hai-Won Nim was puzzled by his strange behavior. Hey, what's with that whip? That goblin looks terrified. He acted like a dictator yelling, just watch and see. This is the only way to kill that damn mask. The whip in his hand was a rare cursed item called the Blood Plague Whip, the summoner's exclusive weapon, made from plague blood leather. This item was cursed. If used without dispelling the curse, you'd lose your mind and the summoned creature would enter a frenzy. Although Chul-soo still felt uneasy, he always had a backup plan. Frenzy would greatly boost all the summoned creature's abilities. It would lose its mind, but feed it a sausage and it'd be fine. He worried a bit about random adverse effects, but those were just random. He just had to stay conscious and he'd be okay. So he charged in, wildly swinging his whip with all his might. I Kim Chul-soo always go all in when I bet. This crazy look would make anyone want to keep their distance. Just as the system announced. Adverse status, weakened, damage received increased for a time. Chul-soo grinned wickedly, jackpot. He immediately ordered the creature, now glowing red. Hey, Goblin, see the old woman's mask? Kill it and I'll give you some sausage, go on, you little devil. Suddenly it lunged up, grabbing hair, aiming to bite his neck. What's wrong with you? Chul-soo lifted it up with difficulty and said, over there. Goblin summoning skill activated. Throwing summoned goblin skill triggered. He nearly screamed. That way, damn it. The goblin flipped through the air. It agilely twisted its body, aiming its scrawny foot at the old woman. Its speed and quick reflexes delivered a swift kick straight at the mask. The warrior cried out in pain upon seeing his wife attacked. Okri regained her composure after that blow. Oh my, feeling dizzy. Fortunately, since they were in the same party, they took no damage, no friendly fire. Okri's Kim Chul-soo, Okri. She shouted, stopping him from coming closer. I'm fine. Don't come near me. If you get close, that guy will. No sooner had she spoken than the mask darted before the old man's eyes. He could only gasp, damn. Hai-Won Nim rushed over just in time to push him away. She gave a quick briefing, took the old man's wife's hand, and urged, let's get out of here fast. We'll handle this place. Then a burst of light flashed into his face. Without hesitation, the warrior sprinted to the collapsing old woman. He helped her up firmly, calling out, stay awake, we have to leave here. Chul-soo surged with the reward. The demon mask, you really resist fiercely, truly a unique monster. But this time you won't escape. The goblin crawled on its hind limbs along the ground, baring its teeth with a growl. It blinked, opened its mouth wide, and charged forward. Hai-Won Nim, wearing the demon mask, had transformed into a muscular girl and lightly dodged. At the very moment it brushed past, she grabbed its leg and pulled it back. A knee strike landed, no telling if it hurt the goblin. Chul-soo stood with his mouth agape, unable to believe it. She not only dodged the goblin's attack, but even counterattacked. After that blow, the goblin sluggishly sat up, hissing a hoarse noise from its throat. It lifted its face, revealing an angry expression. Before it could do anything else, Hai-Won Nim was already in front of it. Her right leg raised an impressive 180 degrees off the ground. This demon mask seemed to grant an ordinary human abilities that are hard to come by. A strike landed with brain-shaking force on the goblin. Well, at least it didn't have a brain. Its owner, Chul-soo, let out a shocked sigh of relief. Thankfully, the goblin wasn't injured. He had worried that she'd turned into some super-level monster. Watching the back-and-forth fight, he had an odd feeling, as if something was off. He immediately realized the issue. The enraged goblin hadn't landed a single hit yet. His eyes shifted to observe Hai-1 Nim. Although she wasn't dealing damage, her movements, another powerful blow slammed directly into the goblin's face. Chul-Su's aghast, constipated expression concluded that it wasn't because she was weak, but because the goblin was just too tough. The truth was, it was almost miraculous the goblin had managed to crawl back up until now. Suddenly, Chul-Su heard a loud noise echoing. Huh? Suddenly, the earth and rocks above collapsed, and seeing the prize vanish right before his eyes, he screamed in despair. Why did it end up like this? The elderly couple hadn't even had time to support each other outside. Warrior also noticed the situation, the cave. He quickly deduced what was happening and pressed Okri's shoulder down. Okri suddenly realized he lunged forward to shield with his body. What on earth? Are you crazy? What the heck are you doing? His tone was seriously whispered in her ear. You remember now, you once said you'd care for me like a treasure for life. But as you grew up, you forgot that promise. Unconsciously, he tightened his arms. You're so lonely that you had to follow me into this place. That seemed to be the final regret that could never be fulfilled. I'm sorry. Even though the rocks fell, Chul-Su grit his teeth and kept cursing. Pea sprouts, pennywort. Hai-1 Nim's voice echoed somewhere nearby. Kim Chul-Su, can you hear me? As soon as he heard it, he blamed her. Where are you? It's all your fault. She was right beside him too. I saw your hand already. Can you still move it? So she had to witness that hand flipping the middle finger at her. What kind of jerk is this? She added, anyway, there's a demon mask under your hand. I'm stuck and can't move. Why don't you try killing it? His tone turned sarcastic. Oh ho, so I'm not the only one stuck here, huh? His hand clenched tight on the sweat-drenched mask above. You're definitely dead. Dead for sure, 100%. Landing a blow only dealt a tiny bit of damage. Take this punch, you bastard. The mask screamed as one, its cracked grooves revealing a blinding light within. It instantly shattered in the blink of an eye with a ridiculous squeeze. Hai-1 Nim gave a faint smile. It died from just this much damage, huh? Her level jumped from 36 to 39. Turns out that thing was just a chase play monster, dying with even a light touch. Skimchul's also gained experience, leveling from 38 to 41. The only problem was his face was stuck in stone, making conversation difficult. Is it dead? It's dead, right? Where's my huge reward? He frantically groped around beside him. Where the hell is it? The thing dropped after defeating the ghost mask was a ghost mask exclusive item. He couldn't sell a summoning item. Chul-Su was extremely anxious and frustrated. Damn it, he had to pick it up before she or someone else did. Suddenly, a strange rumbling sound slipped through every tiny crack around him. Wait, what's that noise? He could clearly feel it approaching. A goblin popped out of nowhere, pressing its foul face against his, making a shurr sound. In just a few minutes, he cursed 3 times in a row. Damn it, I forgot about this bastard. It's not out of its berserk state yet. Chul-Su used his summoner skills to feed the goblin. He needed to quickly feed it a sausage. However, his body couldn't move. Damn it, my hands. But the goblin's behavior was strange compared to before. Why wasn't it charging? Could it be that it couldn't see him because it was dark? Then he looked more closely at its bulging eye. Wait, this guy, Sayuru, what's wrong with its eye? Could it also be affected by the madness? That eye could even slowly extend toward him. It stopped right in front of his right eye. Looking closer, it didn't look like an ordinary goblin but rather a tube with teeth and 2 tentacles like blades. Chul-Su screamed out in terror. Damn it, the goblin's creepy smile made him so scared he almost peed himself. Oh damn. Oh man. His blood-curdling scream worried Hai-1 Nim. Kim Chul-Su, what's wrong? What happened? Suddenly, the trapped person was thrown out by something. In the blink of an eye, there was no sign of him anymore. Chul-Su was sent flying far away, carving a new path. A pitch-black hole that sucked in the wind in an instant was created. An elderly couple dusted themselves off, looking dazed as they lifted their heads from the pile of dirt. The warrior emotionally embraced the old woman. I'm alive, Okri. Maybe heaven is helping us. Meanwhile, Hai-1 Nim was left there, utterly confused. She glanced back at the remaining items at the spot. The goblin had returned to normal, its face craving the demon mask. She reluctantly said, I'll go outside first. And so, after hearing her story, Chul-Su confirmed, you mean you couldn't leave it behind so you took it with you, right? He screamed in disbelief. Damn it. You expect me to believe that excuse? You're dead for sure. Get me out of here quickly. Hai-1 Nim was flustered, wondering how to pull him out. She held the mask in her hand like it was a hot potato. I didn't know, really. I had no idea it was a unique, non-tradable item. A one-of-a-kind demonic summoning mask that couldn't be traded. I honestly just wanted to take it back to you, otherwise someone else might snatch it up. Chul-Su sank into the wall, fuming mad. And if she heard that, she was as good as dead. As soon as the goblins stopped rampaging wildly, I'd call it over and send you off for some boiled chicken right away. Then I saw the warrior step forward a few paces. Sir, this is all the property my wife and I have here. Chul-Su, still venting, suddenly froze. What did you say? You went on, apologizing and thanking us for the help, then urged Okri, saying she should apologize quickly too. Apologize. His expression turned authoritative. So, you mean to pay money to atone for messing with us? Fine, but we'll have to see how much before deciding whether to spare you. Hearing that, Haiwon Nim was totally not on board. Hey Kim Chul-soo, do you really want to take all this money? This is their entire savings, you know. He stepped forward reassuringly. It's okay, we've already decided to quit this game. The two patched things up in just moments. Just like you said, this dangerous game could kill us anytime, so we might as well quit for good. I'll sell the computer and spend more time with my wife. So that money? We don't need it anymore. Haiwon Nim's expression remained awkward. But since he handed over all that money, he smirked with satisfaction. You hear that? This is also the price for the life I saved for them. Besides, they've said they would quit this game anyway. If they don't convert it to cash, it would just be useless. Hearing that, the others huddled together whispering, wait, can things in this game really be turned into cash? Hey, what the heck is going on? Sure, as long as you go to the bank, they'll exchange everything for you. It's kind of a pity, isn't it? Finally, she patted the counselor's shoulder and urged, just log out of the game quickly. Warrior hesitated for a moment, but seeing her decisiveness, he pressed on. They already apologized anyway. Hurry before that guy is still stuck. Chul-soo lost patience and yelled, hey, what are you still standing there for? Haiwon Nim's giggling voice sounded. What else? They stuck out their tongues in unison, vaguely saying, just sneaking off, what else? With anger reaching its peak. Before leaving, she casually added, oh, by the way, your goblin has long stopped being berserk. The golden NPC deity appeared, exclaiming, level 40 already? Looks like you've become a pretty capable adventurer now. He stepped closer, staring straight into the wild dog's eyes. Just by looking I know, Skimchulsu's goblin summoner level 41. You've grown stronger and are no longer far behind me, or at least you're on par now. He exhaled with a soft sigh and in a gentle voice said, all right, perhaps it's time to reveal a secret to you. The dandy turned away gracefully, saying, take a little stroll with me. But the guy beside him was incredibly impatient, cursing. What the hell are you dragging your feet for? You bastard? Hurry up and show me the mission. Gold spoke thoughtfully. All this time I've been looking for someone like you. While Chul-soo raged, swirling a goblin around in his hand like a madman. This nutcase, really? The man ahead was still lost in his own world. A comrade who shares my vision. Do you really want me to wipe the floor with him? Why don't you listen? Gold began leading us into the main storyline. You probably know about it, the 1,000-year Great War between humans and monsters, right? What the hell is that all about anyway? The roar thundered like heaven's own storm and seemed endless. As you know, that epic war ended with humanity claiming victory. The narrative reminisced nostalgically about the past. The monsters were defeated and imprisoned, and from then on, the human world entered a long era of peace. The narrative reminisced nostalgically about the past. The monsters were defeated and imprisoned, and from then on, the human world entered a long era of peace. Gold led him to a room where the only light came streaming through the doorway. Chul-soo gave a nonchalant assessment. Sounds intense enough, huh? But what the hell does that have to do with the mission? Gold pulled out a blazing torch from somewhere, and that's why humanity needed a target to funnel all their hatred into. He shone a light into a large prison cage, inside which was a huge, fierce beast. As a result, the existence of monsters became indispensable. His expression was serious, utterly terrifying. Such a monster exists even in the village? If it ever escapes, disaster is certain. Gold recounted that humanity could only unite when facing a common enemy. The monsters. Therefore, to preserve peace among humans, monsters simply cannot disappear. His face was grave as he predicted the future scene. War would soon erupt again, and to stop this battle, we're forced to make a choice. He slightly bowed his head and spoke deeply. Even if many must die because of it, it's only to save more lives. It's an unavoidable choice. Chul-soo looked disdainful and said, why all the heavy philosophy? Weirdly enough, this time you even won't skip the conversation. Apparently, Gold wasn't joking at all. Listen carefully, Kim Chul-soo. He ignored my nonsense and said, I'll recreate that epic human-monster war. As for me, I just need the mission. Got it? His resolute voice rose as he said, the road ahead will be tough. So do you want to join me? The system screen popped up with two options. A company or not a company. What's your choice? Chul-soo smirked. Oh ho, you have to pick a company for the mission to continue. Huh? His finger pressed down on the red text. So what if you choose not to accompany? Together, not together, let's try not going with it. Gold was programmed to reach out his hand, thinking it over one more time. I need you. Even if he pressed again, the NPC before him would just repeat the same line. Think it over again, I need you. Aha. Turns out this was designed to force you to press accompany. Then came the tedious banter from Chul-soo. The NPC kept repeating think it over again, and he just replied, ah yeah. Not doing it, so what, bye-bye. Suddenly, Gold did something unusual. He drew his sword and assumed an attack stance. There was no other choice. I'll force you to follow me, said the level 70 god NPC. Only then did Chul-soo panic and plead. What the heck, man? I was just joking. Fine. I'll follow. I said I'd go already. Didn't I? But his sword blade didn't hesitate and slash right through. Damn it. His face contorted in pain as he felt his wound start to bleed. But then he sensed something was off. Huh, what's this? Why doesn't it hurt? Getting hit by a level 70 guy and feeling nothing? Wait a minute. At that moment, Chul-Su reconsidered. This mission required level 40 to accept. Normally, how could a player of his level fight a level 70 god? The battle was a forced loss against the level 170 Relic Golem Phase 5. Turns out, just like before fighting the Relic Golem, this was a mandatory defeat. So that's the end of this game, lose, and your only option is definitely to be downgraded to companion status. He crouched down to provoke, saying, "Is that all? I'm still as strong as an ox." Suddenly, a goblin jumped out from nowhere beside him. Chul-Su shouted to stop it. Hey, wait, don't kill it. Between me and it, we're just acting like we're fighting." But it was too late. The goblin used its rock-throwing skill. He went berserk, yelling, "I told you not to kill it, you damn mutt." But it was no use because the hit was too painful. "Oh god, are you okay?" He looked back to see a clean hole in his body, NPC god level 70. "Thank god. Damn it," he panted, admitting, "You're really strong now. One hit, absolutely perfect." His body was enveloped by blue light, indicating he was about to be teleported outside. Well, that's it. He fell into despair, muttering, "So now what do I have to do to get the next mission?" Once outside, Chul-Su frantically commanded, "Goblin, give it your all and attack it." Suddenly, a flash of golden light appeared, and monsters swarmed near the desert beside the ruins. Electro-scorpions. A wizard with bright blonde hair warned, "This is my spot." His face was deadpan, thinking, "Damn annoying trash monsters competing fiercely. I haven't even killed one yet." Chul-Su started getting annoyed with these people. Giving up your spot? No way. This is an outdoor dungeon area, not anyone's personal territory. All the electro-scorpions around were wiped out, but he sank into despair. His mission was ruined, and the bug fix patch was about to be released. Because he knew that moment was approaching, the time to enjoy goblin power was coming to an end. The leader was pointing his staff at the monsters. Lightning. Just as he finished chanting the spell, something zipped past his head. A bolt. A single maximum damage strike made the scorpion explode. He stomped angrily, preparing to settle the score. "Hey, who dares?" he shouted fiercely, repeating, "This spot is mine." Only Chul-Su, with his devilish face, couldn't hold back and activated PK mode, meaning "I got here first, guy." After a while, Scheme Chul-Su's, the goblin summoner from level 41, had leveled up to 44. This is messed up. He stared at the number on the screen, grinding this area for days, yet couldn't earn even 1,000,001. One despair followed another, draining his will to live. Damn it, this amount is nothing. Killing stray monsters only gets pocket change. What he needed now was a jackpot worth billions, like when he killed Geiger. Countless questions crowded his mind. That's why he risked plunging into the high-level dungeon. With a goblin in hand, his life was supposed to turn around. So why was he still stuck like this? The solemn words and tone of the publisher echoed. Even if you want to advance to stronger dungeons, everything must follow the order. But even owning a summoned beast that could one-shot anything, he was still trapped in this trash monster zone, wasting time. Until one fine day, an announcement popped up about a critical bug found in the summoner's summoned beast. Just when everything was going great, they had to fix it. And before I even had a chance to do anything, I lost everything. It's obviously unfair. It's like the whole world conspired to crush me. Chul-Su tore at his hair and groaned, certain someone out there had prayed for his total destruction. Damn it, how else could such relentless bad luck happen? Damn it, damn it. Suddenly, the system flashed a notification. PK mode, PK mode. What the heck is this nonsense? Right after, someone delivered a brutal smack to the back of his neck.
Please like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more awesome content.
The protagonist Kim Kyeol-soo jolted awake with a blood-curdling scream, his face filled with sheer panic. The chaotic scene passed, and now Kim Kyeol-soo was sitting beside a fountain. An older man, looking like a martial arts master named Sung Ryol, was already there and reproached him, asking what the hell he had been doing. Kim Kyeol-soo showed obvious irritation. He replied sarcastically, saying that was his thanks after Sung Ryol had gone to the trouble of healing him. Sung Ryol ignored his attitude and got straight to the point. He said it was fortunate he happened to pass by, then asked bluntly whether he had been in a fight with someone. Kim Kyeol-soo flinched when Sung Ryol said he had fainted. The word faint stunned him. For a moment, blurry memories surged back. Kim Kyeol-soo recalled seeing a PK mode notification. He muttered, "PK mode?" And then the truth exploded in his mind. Someone must have turned on PK against me. Rage flared when Kim Kyeol-soo realized he had been ambushed by another player. He ground his teeth and shouted in fury, "Which bastard dared to attack me?" Anger quickly turned to determination. Kim Kyeol-soo stood up, his gaze icy, and said to the small goblin at his side, "Come on, goblin. We have a debt to collect, and we must pay it." Sung Ryol was skeptical of his revenge plan. He asked how he intended to find the attacker with no information, then posed an important question. "Did you do something to make someone hate you?" Kim Kyeol-soo froze at the question. muttering the two words, "make enemies." Sung Ryul saw his confusion and emphasized that a random ambush like that was very unusual since it offered no benefit. Sung Ryul continued to explain that in this game there was no mechanic to steal money or items from other players. So there was no gain to be had from doing something like that. Kim Kyeolsu pondered who might bear a grudge against him. A name suddenly popped into his head and he wondered, could it be that guy, Han Jimu? Sung Ryul immediately dismissed his speculation. He asserted that someone of Chairman Han Jimu's caliber wouldn't bother to take down someone like him and would just scoff. Sung Ryul advised Kim Kyeolsu to give up on revenge if there was no suspect. He compared it to petty misfortunes in life, like bumping into a passerby or getting bird droppings on your head. Sung Ryul's advice did nothing but make Kim Kyeolsu feel worse. He collapsed, screaming in despair, not only because he had been attacked, but because of his entire miserable situation. Sung Ryul tried to pull him out of the mire of despair, reminding him to focus on the task at hand. He asked bluntly, "Don't you have something you need to do?" Then Sung Ryul delivered a killer reminder. The update day is coming. Kim Kyeolsu's face immediately changed color, shifting from despair to utter panic as he recalled the terrible truth. In Kim Kyeolsu's mind, the worst-case scenario appeared. The goblin's lifespan, his greatest strength, was about to end. He bitterly realized that revenge would have to be put on hold. Now a more urgent problem occupied his thoughts. Not revenge, but money. Before it was too late, money-making quests had to be prioritized. But he suddenly remembered another obstacle. Kim Kyeolsu's eyes widened in horror and panic. The burden of having to earn money before the update, combined with another serious issue he had just realized, shocked him even more than being ambushed. Amid the panic over money, Kim Kyeolsu suddenly remembered another problem. He stammered and asked, "But what if I killed that NPC named Shin?" Sung Ryul reassured him not to worry. If an NPC dies, you simply don't receive quests from them, and they will respawn. Relief quickly turned to anger, and Kim Kyeolsu yelled at Sung Ryul, blaming him for not saying that sooner. Sung Ryul replied calmly that, in any case, he had met him now. Sung Ryul suddenly called Kim Kyeolsu pathetic. At his bewildered expression, he formally introduced himself for the first time with full gravitas. Kim Kyeolsu poured out his heart. He needed 2 billion immediately and doubted whether he could earn that sum by doing quests before the update. Sung Ryul acknowledged that the goblin's power was overwhelming, worthy of being called the strongest. However, Sung Ryul continued, "In dungeons there are things that can't be solved by strength alone. There are always variables beyond your control, and the image of the goblin happily playing in the water was proof of that carefreeness." Sung Ryul analyzed bluntly that clearing a dungeon in one day was very difficult. Even with that monster, it could take 2 or 3 days, even weeks. Therefore, he couldn't be certain how long it would take for him to reach high-level dungeons. Sung Ryul's words were like a bucket of cold water dousing Kim Kyeolsu's hopes. He bowed his head, his voice cracking in despair. "So, is this the end?" Kim Kyeolsu clenched his fists as helplessness surged. He bitterly thought about how hard he'd worked to get this chance, only for it to end so hollowly. All the pent-up emotion finally burst. Kim Kyeolsu collapsed and sobbed uncontrollably. He screamed, admitting that from the moment the update date was announced, he knew his fate was sealed. Between choking sobs, he shouted his nearly singular plan. Recklessly, having accidentally obtained a faulty summoner's token, he intended to milk it dry and rush into the highest-level dungeons before it was patched. He continued to weep miserably that he hadn't even reached high-level dungeons and was already struggling like this. He cried out through tears, "I'm done for. Without the goblin, I'm nothing." Amid his desperate screams that it was all over, a cold system message appeared. "PK mode has been activated." Suddenly, a thunderous slap landed square on Kim Kyeolsu's cheek. It was Sung Ryul who struck, an outright physical blow to pull him out of his slump. Half in pain and shock, Kim Kyeolsu held his cheek and turned to shout at Sung Ryul, "Damn it! Are you crazy? What the hell are you doing? Do you want to get killed?" Instead of an apology, Sung Ryul responded with an even louder shout, forcing him to snap back to his senses immediately. Sung Ryul posed a cutting question, forcing Kim Kyeolsu to look beyond his own selfishness. "If you collapse like this, what will become of Guild Evaton?" Images of Guild Evaton's members rose in Kyeolsu's mind. Sung Ryul explained that right now they were fighting desperately to deny that their victory in the hidden dungeon was thanks to Kim Kyeolsu. The battle scenes of Guild Evaton continued to appear. They fought to the end, giving everything to prove they could win without him. Sung Ryul went on to explain that he was the one Guild Evaton had to constantly watch out for and be wary of so they wouldn't lose. "We call that a formidable rival." And then he delivered a sharp closing line that dug into Kyeolsu's mind. "Guild Evaton's formidable rival isn't the goblin, it's you yourself." Sung Ryul's words ran like an electric shock through Kim Kyeolsu. He asked, after all that, did he still believe he was nothing without the goblin? As Kyeolsu stood frozen, another slap came. This time he no longer endured it and screamed, "You can stop hitting me now, you bastard." After taking several slaps, Kim Kyeolsu staggered and then collapsed to the ground, muttering curses in helplessness. But then an unexpected change occurred. From the ground, Kim Kyol-soo looked up and, for the first time, called his teacher by name. Hey, Sung Ryul. Sung Ryul was stunned. He hadn't expected this. He repeated it as if to confirm. You just called me Sung Ryul? Kim Kyol-soo awkwardly turned his face away. His cheeks flushed. He mumbled a sincere, if embarrassed, word of thanks. A flicker of surprise appeared in Sung Ryul's eyes. Then a subtle, knowing, satisfied smile appeared on his lips. Sung Ryul grasped Kyol-soo's hand in a firm handshake, tacitly confirming their new master-student bond, and said, "Don't regret this later." To hide his embarrassment, Kyol-soo could only shout, "Shut up!" At the same time, elsewhere, our story shifts to a new character. Catherine, a popular female streamer with white hair, cheerfully starting her broadcast with a challenging task. However, inwardly Catherine was cursing the difficult quest. The chat immediately noticed she'd accidentally swore. The streamer instantly flipped her act, playing the innocent, blithe girl, denying it wildly and insisting that someone like Catherine would never swear. Regaining her professionalism, Catherine declared she would complete the Take No Hits challenge against a super-fast monster, even betting 10,000 to up the drama. Catherine stood alone in a vast, desolate desert. Wind blew the sand into a haze. There wasn't a living creature in sight. She looked around and realized a harsh truth. There wasn't a single monster. While outwardly feigning surprise, inwardly she was cursing that her 10,000 had just gone down the drain. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind, announcing that if she was looking for a hunting ground, she'd come to the wrong place. The speaker was another player with striking spiky blonde hair named Ziajanma Byolsez. He explained this was the Deadlands. No monsters spawn here, so players seldom come. Ziajanma Byolsez fell into reminiscence, recounting a time when this place had been a peaceful, cheerful hunting ground where players were considerate and cooperative. He continued the unfinished story. Then one day, that guy appeared. Catherine asked curiously who he meant. Ziajanma Byolsez explained that the guy suddenly showed up and wiped out all the monster respawn points here, turning the place into a wasteland. At that moment, a giant scorpion monster suddenly respawned right before Catherine. Ziajanma Byolsez said monsters do respawn over time, but instantly the newly spawned monster was killed by an invisible attack in the blink of an eye, taking millions of damage. Catherine's quest suddenly registered as complete because the monster was slain before she could act. Ziajanma Byolsez pointed and explained, "See? Monsters that respawn here immediately become his prey." Ziajanma Byolsez taunted that if Catherine wasn't satisfied, she should go confront the guy. He neither hides nor flees. Catherine turned around, eyes full of astonishment and curiosity, looking toward where Ziajanma Byolsez was pointing. From afar, under the blazing desert sun, she saw two figures approaching. As the two drew nearer, Ziajanma Byolsez immediately recognized who had monopolized the hunting ground. He murmured, "That's Kim Kyol-soo." An unbelievable scene unfolded before Catherine. Sung Ryul, the companion, suddenly launched a powerful punch into Kim Kyol-soo's back. Catherine was utterly confused and outraged. She couldn't understand what was happening. Why was the elderly man who had been walking with him stealthily attacking Kim Kyol-soo from behind like that? Kim Kyol-soo collapsed into the sand. Catherine's gaze fixed on the attacker, Sung Ryul, standing there coldly. The whole scene, to her and the viewers, was an incomprehensible betrayal. As Catherine looked closely at the man who had attacked Kim Kyol-soo, a familiar feeling washed over her. She felt she had seen him somewhere before. She tried to dig through her memory, muttering identifying features. Bald head, an old man, then the memory surged back. Catherine's eyes widened as she realized she remembered who he was. A brief flashback appeared of a past transaction in which a scroll was exchanged. The memory clarified further, showing Catherine's guild members in a dark alley conducting an information-buying transaction. Catherine remembered. He was the one who sold them the foreknowledge that day. She wondered why he had attacked Kim Kyol-soo, but then another, more plausible thought occurred to her. The truth broke open when she saw Sung Ryul easily hoist the seemingly unconscious Kim Kyol-soo onto his shoulder and start running. This wasn't an attack. It was a staged act. Catherine understood everything. The attacker and the victim were actually accomplices. She watched their figures recede, trying to call Kim Kyol-soo's name, but it was too late. At that moment, an emergency comm screen popped up. Her manager appeared, pale as death, panicking that the stream had been cut abruptly and that he was about to call both the police and a special task force. But Catherine, having shed her carefree facade, coldly cut him off. She ordered him not to make a scene, saying this was the perfect time to assign an important task. Find me someone to secretly tail a target. Catherine gave the command decisively, unconcerned about the cost. She needed someone quick, reliable, and discreet to carry out the mission, launching an investigation that promised to change the situation. Time passed quickly. Old man Sung Ryul began stroking his beard and scolding Chulsu. "You better make some money. Fast." Hearing that, Chulsu shouted back, "Do you think I don't want to? How the hell am I supposed to come up with $2 million right now? The game updates in 3 days." Damn it. At those words, Sung Ryul silently raised his hand. But a few seconds later, he was floored by a punch from Chulsu. Don't act high and mighty. I let you get a few hits earlier, didn't I? Sung Ryul looked up and spoke with a tone full of grievance. Let people finish their sentence first. Next time you raise your hand, don't slap me before I talk. Chulsu fired back, and Sung Ryul had no retort. So he had to focus on the main point. There's no way you can pull $2 million out of that little time. At best, you'll get maybe 2,000. At that remark, Chulsu started yelling again. Are you kidding me? 2,000. What the hell is that gonna do? You could use that money to make a hot pot and feel better about yourself. Sung Ryul, of course, knew that, so he offered him a suggestion. That small amount is for your preparation. If you want to win the lottery, you have to buy a ticket, right? You lack time and you also lack money, so isn't now the time to gamble on luck? The old man said this with a crafty smile. Time passed quickly. Cut to a street in the center district where many people were passing by. At that moment, Chulsu raised a sign that read, Save time, will clear dungeons. 1,000 gold, quick player ready. Seeing his foolish posture, a few people started to take notice. Who is that? He even claims to have a quick player ready. Which quick player is he talking about? Let me see him. Purple-haired guy spoke up. Chulsu admitted, it's me. The purple-haired guy said in disbelief, Don't try to **t me. Chulsu didn't get angry, he even taunted the other. What's the matter? Is your whole life a pack of lies? If you don't believe me, come to a dungeon with me once. If I don't clear it, I'll give your money back. His confident words made the purple-haired youth put on a mocking face. Oh my god, that's a lot of confidence. Huh, can you clear the Count's Grand Library dungeon? Faced with that challenge, how could Chulsu refuse? Count what? I don't even know what that is, but I'll definitely win. Once again, his confident expression left the trio unable to contain their laughter. Haha, you'll win? Haha, look at this guy. Listen to what he just said, ha ha ha. Oh my god, do you even know what the Count's Grand Library is? A level 44 like you can't even get through the door. By now, even Bodhisattva would be 3 parts angry, let alone our protagonist. He gritted his teeth to keep calm. You trying to be funny? Get lost. Use it then. Booty wiped a tear and gave Chulsu a chance. Fine. I've got a dungeon I want to run. I'll hire you for it. Okay? If you can't clear it, you have to refund all the gold. Understood? Chulsu ground his teeth like he was still angry. Alright. Hurry up. I don't have time. With that, the two made the deal. After they finished, Booty added, This dungeon recommends level 46. Insanely high. But since I want to level up fast, he thought happily to himself. A level 44 going solo in a level 46 dungeon is doomed. Just watching him fight for some experience will be entertaining. When he fails to clear it, I'll demand the refund like we agreed. This is how I get stronger without breaking a sweat. Just as he was thinking that, Booty realized Chulsu in front of him had vanished. That bastard. Where did he go? Booty said blankly. Elsewhere. Chulsu was holding several bundles of cash and laughing like crazy. Haha, those morons actually handed money to someone they've never met just because he offers to clear dungeons. Haha, level 31 getting into a high-level dungeon? If it were possible, I'd have done it ages ago. You short-brained idiots. After saying that, the protagonist secretly admired Sung Ryul inwardly. I didn't expect that guy to come up with such a sweet scheme. Sung Ryul is sly indeed. I'm about to make $4,000 in 2 days. How could it be only 2,000 like he said? What an idiot. At the same time, a notification appeared before Chulsu. The Goblin Lord is very excited by your trickery. You have received 1 goblin point. The message surprised the protagonist a little. Huh? I forgot this even existed. The Goblin Lord? Is that jerk kidding me? Goblins are about useless now. What can 1 point even do? Get lost, nobody needs it, he said, swiping the screen aside. But then he saw the dumb face of the goblin. He saw the goblin's stupid face again. This seemed to annoy the protagonist a bit, so he kicked it aside with his foot. Get lost. Time shifted to evening. In some corner of the city, a brown-haired guy stomped out of a house in frustration. Damn it, today's been terrible luck, he complained. At the same time, he bumped into the protagonist. This turned the already unlucky man instantly angry. Hey you, if you bump into someone you should apologize properly. Chulsu said nothing. He whistled cheerfully and kept walking. Now the brown-haired guy was puzzled. What's wrong with him? Is this guy for real? Did gambling turn him into this? Back at his table, he put all the bags down and said to the person across from him, Sell everything to me. Benairo, seeing the stranger's face, was a bit curious. I've never seen you before. Benairo's gotcha, 100 gold per pull. Now let me show today's prizes. The grand prize is a legendary item that was once a fearsome foe in the great war between humans and monsters. It's famed for its bravery and extraordinary power, almost like a real monster, the weapon gauntlet of Vega, the Lion King gauntlet. Second prize is the legendary meteor boots. These boots allow short-range instant teleportation. Calling the meteor is no exaggeration. And third prize is the guardian ring of the divine protector. Put it on and you're as tough as steel. Hearing his rundown of each item's functions, the protagonist got so excited he slapped the table repeatedly. Spin it now. I've got plenty of money to play. I'm spending all 34,000 gold. Not leaving a single coin. Hearing that, the others in the shop started paying attention. What? How much? Hee. This should be entertaining. Are you really gonna burn through your money right now? 34,000 gold? You're going all in? The big guy hurriedly asked. Chulsu turned to him and asked, Huh? Why the 360-degree attitude change? The big guy didn't explain and asked instead, Are you really going to play for real? Over here. Benairo didn't give Chulsu a chance to think it over and said, 1,000 gold per pull? Fine. Saying that, he produced a card from somewhere and immediately placed it in front of the protagonist. The card instantly burst into blinding light, making Chulsu exclaim in excitement, Ooh, what's this? In front of Chulsu were 10 cards, Benairo's 10-pull combo. All the cards were face down for the protagonist to choose from. Chulsu felt anxious and excited. I'm pulling now. Please, gods, let me hit something good among these 10. As he thought that, Chulsu reached out to pick a card. But before he could flip it, a hand stopped him. Wait, the other shouted. Annoyed, Chulsu turned and snapped. What? Don't block me. It's my money. The big guy calmly explained. Relax. Look at all the people watching you. Don't flip it like some impatient jerk and ruin the mood. Got it? Look at Benairo there. That's Benairo's signature narcissistic pose. Another burly guy cut in to explain. You're a noob, so you probably don't know. That pose is to hide his face. Look, whenever you touch a card, he twitches toward that card. He's already flipped them all and knows the results, so he'll definitely know which one you pick. The better the prize, the more that guy trembles. This is the second time I've seen Benairo shake like that. The card you're touching is the lucky one. Man, everyone here can feel it. This is peak suspense. As the crowd's excitement swelled, Chulsu flipped the card over. However, the item turned out to be nothing more than a stick. Embarrassed, Chulsu turned to the big guy beside him and asked, So that twitching thing you mentioned was this? The big guy jumped, whistled and said, Holy crap, deal me in. I was just doing it for fun. Elsewhere, the background actors, knowing Chulsu still had money, started taunting. Come on, this was just the warm-up. You only spent 1,000 of the 34,000 gold. Their words calmed Chulsu a bit. Yeah, they're right. I still have lots of gold. Keep playing. Emboldened by their taunts, Chulsu kept flipping cards but only drew trash, making him curse loudly. Damn it, 10 more pulls, he said, pulling out another bag of money. But this round's results weren't any better, so it went 10 pulls, then another 10. Countless sets of 10 passed by, to the point he flew into a rage and lunged to grab Benairo by the hair. Luckily, people around stepped forward to stop him. After a few seconds to breathe and calm down, he analyzed the situation. Now I only have 10,000 gold left. Is this rigged? Or are those guys running a scam? Just as doubt crept into Chulsu's mind, the burly guy placed a hand on his shoulder. Remember what I said earlier? Superstitions can be convincing sometimes. If you're unlucky, let someone else pick for you. He said this as he reached toward the cards. Chulsu immediately slapped his hand away but felt a bit more confident. He might be right. What if my hands are actually jinxed? Gotta break this crappy streak. Saying that, he summoned his goblin, prompting whispers from the crowd. What? That's junk prize from the gacha? No way you can use a goblin as a prize? Ignoring them, Chulsu brought the goblin up to the cards and asked, So, do you see anything good you want to pick? The goblin seemed not to understand its owner's intent. It wildly waved its hands, scattering the cards all over. Chulsu snapped, You idiot. You're crazy. If I'd known, I wouldn't have called you up. At the same moment, one card fell to the ground because of the goblin's flail. The bald guy immediately realized something and shouted, Wait, what's on that card to make Benairo pull that face? At that moment, Benairo's face was dripping with sweat. The protagonist seemed to sense something. He turned to look back at the card, murmuring under his breath. Could it be? Over here, the background actors continued to whisper excitedly. Benairo looks like he got electrocuted, and he's pretending to act cool, even whistling. Seeing that, the big brown-haired guy added, Gods, I think luck's on your side. I've only seen Benairo pull that expression 3 times in my life. Hearing this, there was no way Chulsu could trust him. He immediately shouted, Shut up, you idiot. Then he stared at the card in front of him and kept calculating. Sung Riel said if I pull the Lion King gauntlet, I'll not only clear my debts but get filthy rich. The second and third place prizes can be tossed aside. What I want is the grand prize, the Lion King gauntlet. Thinking that, he quickly raised the card above his head for everyone to see. Someone immediately yelled, Oh, that's the Lion King gauntlet. That remark instantly changed Chulsu's expression. He hurriedly looked again and blurted out, Damn it. What the hell is the Lion King? The background actors gathered around, murmuring, I didn't expect this fake thing to drop. Isn't it even rarer than the grand prize? This is the first time I've ever seen one. Unlike the others' curious attitudes, Chulsu was furious. Damn it. Why are you all whispering like you're showing off? You kidding me? This is just a useless decoration. Contrary to his thinking, the bald guy explained. You call that decorative item useless? You really don't know what you're talking about. There are games where a tiny little bag with no stats or bonuses can sell for billions of won, you know? Simply because it's cute. This information left Chulsu jaw-dropped. A billion won. It has no effects, no buffs. Who the hell would buy that? The bald guy chuckled. People spend huge sums just to look good. Cosmetic surgery costs a fortune, and it's become commonplace these days. Adding points to yourself is human nature. For the sake of being cool, people will burn through billions in an instant. On this side, Chulsu seemed to believe him. He hurriedly inspected the card in his hand. Wait. So this is the jackpot prize, right? You mean this decorative item is insanely valuable? Say something, Benairo. At that, Benairo scratched his head awkwardly. I didn't even mention it. I didn't expect you to pull a special item with the same odds as the grand prize. Chulsu, sweating profusely, asked again. So this really is... Before he could finish, Benairo dumped cold water on him. That item is non-transferable. It's an ultra-rare, untradeable item. Even mountains of money can't buy it. Some people burn through hundreds of thousands of gold and still can't get it. It's reasonable for you to be proud. The more he heard, the more distorted Chulsu's face became with anger. Finally, he couldn't hold back and screamed like a madman. Damn you bastard. I'll throw in the last 9,000 gold and rip your throat out. And so, with an endless all-in frenzy, Chulsu was now holding his head in despair. This is insane. No way. How can my luck be this rotten? I can't hit a single thing. Why can't I at least get third place? What a waste of money. For million one could buy how much fried chicken? I'm crazy. I was stingy over a few thousand for boneless chicken, and now what the hell am I doing? No way. The 34,000 gold was just for offerings. Think logically. I've already spun 340 times without a hit. So it's got to come now. Just 1,000 gold. Just one more thousand and it'll drop. Thinking that, he trembled as he reached toward the armor in his inventory. A few people nearby, realizing what he was about to do, hurriedly said, Hey, you already pulled the special prize. Don't bankrupt yourself. Sadly for them, that warning couldn't calm someone as crazed as Chulsu. The protagonist immediately sold the armor. Rare armor for sale. Everblue steel armor. Urgent sale. People started looking at each other and said, Huh? That's a rare item. For real? How much do you think it's worth? If he's selling fast, it's probably cheap. Ask him. Hearing that, the black-haired guy asked right away. Looks legit. Why is he selling it in a rush? Hey, how much are you asking? Chulsu crazily shouted, naming his price. Go. His obnoxious attitude annoyed people. Why is he making us bid for his stuff? At that moment, a voice from behind the crowd called out, 1 million gold. Everyone hurried to look at who had offered. 1 million? Who the hell is that? Not to mention them. Even Chulsu was shocked by the number. 1 million gold. Oh, this armor is worth that much. Even after lowballing, it's still 1 million, so it must be even pricier, right? Kim Ju-ho calmly stepped up to the protagonist. Why so tense? 1 million gold, sold. Actually, it's not even that much. Just sell it. You want to sell fast and I want to buy fast, that's why I offered high. Hearing that, Chulsu hesitated but nodded. Okay. I'll sell. So the two began the trade. But when the trade screen popped up, the guy named Ju-ho tossed in another item, prompting Chulsu to shout, Hey, that's not money. You trying to scam me? I'm busy, you know? Ju-ho looked at Chulsu with a disparaging gaze. You blind? That's a rare material, the beating dragon heart, buddy. When that name was mentioned, the background actors erupted in chatter. What's the beating dragon heart? Isn't that the rare material dropped by the Crimson Dragon? But how did he get that treasure? All eyes turned to Chulsu, slowing his reactions. He thought to himself, beating dragon heart material? Judging by their reactions, it must really cover the cost. Meanwhile, Ju-ho kept urging. Honestly, trading this for the armor still loses me money. But my time is as valuable as gold. Just think of it as selling for gold to avoid the hassle of converting. Provoked, the protagonist got heated and accepted. Fine then, make the trade. Hit accept. Suddenly a notification popped up. Trade cancelled. Chulsu stared at him in confusion. Ju-ho smiled and explained. Sorry, I misclicked. Let's do it again. Again the trade screen appeared. Chulsu kept urging in his head. Hurry up. Sell that set for 1 million and restart. With that thought, Chulsu didn't hesitate and quickly pressed confirm to complete the trade. Haha, thanks for the deal. Rich kid, shouting from the other side. Ju-ho teleported away as he called back. Thanks? I'm the one who should be thanking you. His action struck the protagonist as odd. Busy enough to log out immediately? Whatever, worry about yourself first. Why care about everyone else? Then he looked back at the item in his hand. However, at this point the protagonist's face went as dark as a cooking pot. Wait, what the hell is this? This is a strawberry. The crowd witnessing this burst into teasing remarks. You got scammed. Haha. Losing money and turning dumb is common here. No wonder. Scammers treat this place like a gold mine. When trading, you should inspect carefully before clicking. From the start, that armor was never worth 1 million gold. Putting an absurd price like that is suspicious. TSK. At the same time, the bald guy came over, patted him on the shoulder, and offered some blunt words. Including me, how many people in this whole crowd actually hit something real for you? No one actually wins. They just egg you on until you lose everything like I did. They're all stuck here whining to vent. Earlier you looked like you were about to win for royale. They were all thinking the exact same thing. Please be trash. Only when they found out it was non-tradable did they breathe a sigh of relief. Totally predictable. No one wanted to congratulate you from the start. Look around. Anyone still sticking around? Consider it tuition. Don't you dare come back here again. After saying that, he left, leaving Chulsu alone in the room. The goblin, seemingly oblivious to the mood, trotted after its owner's heels. Chulsu's face twisted with fury. He screamed, "Let go! Damn it!" Cut to his room. As soon as he took off the VR headset, Chulsu couldn't help cursing. "You bastards! I'll kill you all." Right after that, a taunting voice rang out. "Oh wow, how scary. Hey, murdering people gets you jail time. If you go to prison, how will you pay your debts?" The voice came from a blonde guy who looked like a thug. Seeing the two of them, Chulsu broke into a cold sweat. "Wait a minute. No, I already paid back." The blonde guy grabbed his hair and yanked him off the bed. "What the hell? You mutt? You've got billions owed already. Aren't you supposed to pay the rest? Want to ruin your life?" Chulsu kept begging. "No, I'll pay. I really will pay. Can we go outside and talk?" They dragged each other into a narrow, quiet alley. While the big black-haired guy watched the perimeter, the blonde man started teaching Chulsu a lesson in punching. "You want to ruin your life for real?" Chulsu raised his hands appeasingly. Wait, don't hit me. I'll pay. I promise I'll pay." His promise nearly made the blonde guy laugh out loud. "Man, you're ridiculous. Being sick of debt is obvious. Just call and it's done. Why come all the way here?" With that, he landed a punch straight into Chulsu's gut, making him vomit blood, curling up like a shrimp. The thug continued. "You don't get beaten unless you don't pay enough. Understand? Don't move or I'll break your bones right now." As he said that, he lifted his leg while Chulsu just held his head and took it. Suddenly a familiar voice cried out, "Oh my god, you're dead." Chulsu looked up and saw a familiar figure who had blocked the kick for him. The blonde guy was a bit surprised. "What's this? Didn't you see clearly or what, old man?" The black-haired guy in the back was also a little surprised. "This old man is stepping in?" The blonde on the chair yelled. "Can't you read the situation, you idiot?" Turning to Sung Riel, he somehow produced a brick in his hand and said coldly, "All right. Then whoever torments my friend should pay a little price, don't you think?" But before the old man could look cool for even a few seconds, the blonde youth drew his leg back and kicked straight into his stomach, sending him flying backward as he shouted, "What price, you old man?" Beside them, Chulsu cried out anxiously, "Sung Riel, are you okay?" Ignoring the two of them, the youth jabbered on. "This old man likes sticking his nose in, huh? How dare he hold a brick up to someone?" As he spoke, he reached down to pick up the so-called brick. But to his surprise, it turned out to be a wad of cash. "What? This is money? Oh, so you came to pay the debt?" he said, dumbfounded. Old man Sung Riel scolded. "At least let someone finish speaking. Oh, my back." Turning to Chulsu, who didn't understand why Sung Riel had paid his debt. "What are you doing? Why are you suddenly paying my debt?" he asked. Sung Riel didn't answer. He just looked at the collectors and explained, "Each note is 1,000, so that's exactly 1,000,001. You didn't come to collect the principal today, did you? If you only came for the interest, take this money and go." The blonde didn't foolishly accept that at face value. He handed the money back to his men and ordered, "Count it." Then he turned back to Sung Riel and asked, "Who are you anyway? Is he your friend? We didn't just meet yesterday. I know you don't have any friends." Sung Riel brushed dust from his pants and urged them, "But the money's settled, right? I don't think I owe you an explanation about my relationship with Kim." To that, the blonde shrugged in acknowledgement. "Right, we just want the money. Whether he's a close friend or his lover, we don't care." In the back, the black-haired guy muttered for a bit, then nodded. 100, a full 100 bills. Hearing that, the blonde nearly spat blood and barked. 101,000 is short. You idiot. That's only 100,000. Can't even count debt correctly. The big black-haired guy forced a smile and hurriedly recounted. "Oh, right. Okay." The blonde, not wanting to waste time, cut in, "You gonna count all day, dumbass? Let's go." Then he turned to the protagonist with a mocking reminder. "Hey, Kim Chulsu, treat your friends well, you hear?" Time passed quickly. Cut to some cafe. Now Sung Riel was asking Chulsu about the debt. "That money, the 100 million you borrowed 10 years ago, has become 2.3 billion won now? Compound interest at 33%? That's insane. But if that's true, then what about your claim that the debt was left by your parents? At this point, the protagonist could no longer hide it. He covered his face and admitted, "How did you know about that? Did I ever say it? Actually, what I told you was a lie. If I admitted it was loan shark debt, everyone would look down on me." The old man asked again, "So have you asked your parents for help?" Hearing parents, Chelsu slammed his hand on the table in anger. "What parents do I have to ask? I'm actually an orphan. Do you know how badly I was bullied for not having parents? They really left me a debt I can't erase." Sung Ryul seemed to sense Chelsu's helplessness. He softened his voice to console him. "I understand your situation, but that loan is enormous. If you borrowed 100 million to get by, what did you spend it on that required such an amount? Did you go gambling?" To that question, Chelsu fell silent. After a few seconds, he said, "The only thing I can put up as collateral is probably my own life." After hearing that, Sung Ryul closed his eyes, as if he had understood everything. "Let's see. Now I understand why you risk your life in those high-level dungeons. The goblin's power can vanish at any time, so you get even more reckless. So what do you plan to do now? You still have to pay the money." Chelsu replied helplessly, "What else can I do? I'll have to do day labor at construction sites. I live day to day as it is. I'll never escape those low-level dungeons in my life. Summoner of goblins or whatever. Sounds like a joke, because that goblin is literally me." After saying that, he picked up a can of beer and kept drinking as if to ease his frustration. Sung Ryul, for his part, tried to encourage him. "Now is too soon to give up. You've gotten a lot stronger." Chelsu set the can down and looked at him with grateful eyes. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, I'd have been beaten to death. I'll pay off my debt to you at any cost." Sung Ryul immediately warned him. "Don't say at any cost. That sounds terrifying. Now finish that can, my friend," he said, pushing the beer forward. Chelsu clinked his can with his and said, "I'll drink it all. Buy me another can." Time passed quickly. The update day arrived. Chelsu prepared to log back into the game. He thought to himself, Sung Ryul's right. I'm already level 44. I'm not the same as when I only knew how to mine. If I quit now because the goblin lost power, it's way too early. I'm strong enough. As soon as he logged in, he saw the stupid little face of the goblin. "You look normal enough. What's so funny? Now you're only a level 1 monster and you still think that's funny?" People around him started laughing uproariously. "Look at that guy. Haha, I can't stop laughing. What's wrong with him? He must be crazy." In front of them was Chelsu wearing nothing but his shorts. He'd lost all his gear in that gacha. Chelsu understood immediately and thought, no wonder they're laughing. Damn it. Not long after, Chelsu re-equipped his novice starter set. "Luckily, I didn't sell this set or I'd be screwed. From now on, I can't rely on the goblin. It'll be my own fight. I have to show them everything I've got. To do that, first open the stats panel and put points into this area. Before, the goblin did the fighting, so I didn't need to allocate points. Now I have to calculate both outgoing and incoming damage myself. Only 2 points in stamina? Now I can see that all the overconfidence I had was entirely thanks to the goblin. A level 44 character still like this. Fine, boost stamina first, then add strength appropriately for melee combat." In that way, very quickly Chelsu allocated all his points and rebalanced. "This looks pretty good. Kind of like a nimble assassin. Agility is high too. Now I just need to buy a weapon that fits these stats." At that moment, Chelsu noticed his balance. Only 20 gold left. This made him break out in a cold sweat again. "Oh right, I burned all my money on that gacha. Crazy. I can't even afford a shabby stick." Then suddenly he seemed to remember something. "Wait. The gacha items?" A moment later, cut to the Adventurers Guild. A hearty laugh began to ring out. "Haha, I've been playing Heaven Door for so long, and this is the first time I've seen a case like this. Being invited to a party with someone as famous as Revenant is truly an honor." The Mage Roy said with a bright smile. "You're exactly as rumored. So quiet." "Huh? A man who hit level 47 just from normal mob kills. Tonight's hunt will definitely be intense. Today we've taken on a commission from someone and we need one more player." At that moment, Chelsu's voice suddenly came from behind them. "Are you two looking for a teammate? Maybe I can help. I'm the owner of the Vega King Lion gloves." Roy, who seemed to know the item's value, asked, "The King Lion of Vega?" Chelsu flashed the glove in front of him and boasted, "Oh, you know it too? Haha, I'm not trying to show off or anything." Seeing Chelsu had such nice gear, Roy of course wouldn't refuse. "Then I don't have to bother finding a teammate, right? It's rare to see Vega equipment in real life. Join us." Chelsu cracked his knuckles in contempt. "Revenant, what are you staring at? You cheap NPC." As soon as he said that, Roy hurried to explain. "This is our captain, Revenant." Chelsu quickly changed tone. "Huh? Hello." A while later, scene cuts to Red Gorge. By then, the 3 main characters had arrived. Revenant the Mage saw Chelsu so tense and said with a smile, "No need to be that on guard. This mob area is a lot lower level than us, so if we don't attack first, they won't rush us." As he said, these were just level 33 lizardfolk mobs. Hearing that, Chelsu relaxed his tense posture. Still, inside he was wound tight. Do I look reliable? This glove is useless, it's just decorative with no stats at all. I only pretended to show it off to get invited to the party. This is the first dungeon I've entered without the goblin by my side. My armor is only level 3, so being extra cautious is justified, he thought. Meanwhile, Roy tried to make conversation. By the way, I noticed you, Chulsu, haven't changed class yet? Chulsu pointed to his head and asked curiously, why haven't I changed class? Don't you see the title above my head? Roy replied, no, for you only the level shows. That explanation made Chulsu realize something. So my class appears as not changed to others? Literally hidden. Huh? But how could he say Chulsu hadn't changed class either? Could Revenant be like that too? But how could he say Chulsu hadn't changed class either? Could Revenant be like that too? At the same time, something light streaked past Chulsu, and then an arrow planted itself right in front of him, which made the mountain god look back. What the hell? He said the monsters wouldn't attack first? Then Chulsu saw that his goblin had proactively attacked. This made him furious as he yelled, what are you doing now, you idiot? The system notification explained. Summoned pets will attack detected monsters unless ordered to stop. Seeing this, Chulsu hurriedly recalled his goblin and scolded it. Good grief, you started trouble after just a glance? You're weak after the patch, so don't go acting tough. Roy stepped forward and asked curiously, that goblin is? Chulsu didn't hide it and explained, oh, that one? I meant to say earlier but forgot. It's my summoned pet. This explanation made the mage even more curious. You accidentally switched to a hidden class? But you can only summon a single goblin? Chulsu answered, its absurd power is actually its advantage. But it's probably a bug. No wonder this goblin is unreal strong. But I heard there was an update today, right? I heard they fixed bugs for summoners. The golden era's probably over. The mage frowned thoughtfully. I see. Sorry, but where did you hear about that patch? The protagonist replied, I heard it from a reliable friend. But why do you ask? Roy took the chance to explain. Then your friend must have misunderstood. There's nothing in today's patch notes related to summoners. As if to prove Roy right, after taking countless hits from the lizard folk, the damage the goblin received registered as 0. Chulsu himself even took an arrow straight to the forehead, but he didn't seem to feel it. He only cursed inwardly. I'm speechless. At that moment, Sungriel hurriedly said, sorry, I was really wrong. Kim Chulsu waved his hand awkwardly and said, hey, you don't have to apologize like that. His ropes being held upside down over the cliff now, he continued. He's about to die anyway. Sungriel cried out in panic. I was wrong. Looking at the scene below, he kept freaking out. Maybe I misread the patch notes, so the goblin's still fine, right? Please forgive me. Kim Chulsu glanced down at Sungriel with contempt. Look at this brazen guy, thinking I'd let you die that easily. What would I get out of that? He added, thinking about how much time I lost because of your mistake. I could throw you off 100 times and still not feel better. Right after that, a strong force yanked him sharply back up. Once seated safely atop the cliff, Sungriel rubbed his back and groaned. Oh my god, my back. Then he broke into a cold sweat and stared ahead in panic. A hand suddenly reached out towards Sungriel in an unexpectedly friendly gesture. Chulsu bowed slightly and said, you probably didn't mean any harm, right? Kim Chulsu smiled and added, since my friend apologized, I'll accept it. What else can I do? Geez, hearing that, Sungriel looked up dazedly, still not fully understanding. Then he fell silent, bowed his head as if thinking, and let a small smile curl at the corner of his mouth. Sungriel said with a chuckle, who said I'm your friend? We just play the game together sometimes. He then reached out and took his hand, saying, guys like you really annoy me. Seeing that, Kim Chulsu said, Goblin, hang him up right there. Sungriel quickly said, oh, I was just joking. A little while later, he was dressed properly and took a sip of warm tea. Watching the steam rise from the cup, Sungriel said, Kim Chulsu. He looked down through the window and said, he's completely trusting me now, so it's time to start acting. At that moment, Kim Chulsu was still walking slowly on the street, ready to use the goblin's power he possessed, Heaven's Door. But then, suddenly, a car plowed into him as he walked below. Sungriel's expression changed instantly. His eyes went wide and his mouth dropped open in terror. Kim Chulsu was then rushed to the nearest hospital. Sungriel anxiously asked the doctor, Doctor, how is he? Is he okay? The doctor replied, are you his guardian? Sungriel answered seriously, yes, I am his guardian. The doctor then said, he's lucky. After being hit by a car, he only has minor scrapes. There was a head impact, but scans show nothing serious. At that time, Kim Chulsu was sleeping soundly in bed with his head fully bandaged. When he wakes up, he can be discharged right away. After the doctor left, Sungriel finally sat on the bed with relief. Sungriel exhaled. It was my carelessness. He may be strong in the game, but outside he's just a normal person. At that moment, Kim Chulsu's arm twitched slightly. A small sound escaped. His eyes opened in a daze, looking around. Here, Sungriel. Seeing this, worriedly blurted out, oh my god. You're awake? Kim Chulsu's face remained glazed as he stared ahead, his lips barely moving as if saying something. he quietly asked someone. At that, his expression instantly changed. After a moment of explanation, sunlight poured down from the sky into his eyes. Kim Chulsu smiled warmly and said, "So you mean that you and I are very close, right?" He looked puzzled while holding the goblin and said, "And this cute monster is my summoned pet?" "Sorry, I don't remember anything." Kim Chulsu acted innocently and said, "Anyway, thank you so much for helping me." Sungryul whispered to himself, "This is trouble. Amnesia. Huh. I'm powerless here, but there's nothing I can do." He watched the boy playing with the creature, surprised that his personality had completely changed. Gentle Kim Chulsu cradled the creature and said, "Is it nice here, little one?" At that, the goblin seemed to see something terrifying and screamed pitifully, its reaction full of disgust. Sungryul narrowed his eyes, appraising him. Not only had his personality shifted, but Kim Chulsu now kept paying attention as the goblin jumped off in a direction. By chance, Kim Chulsu bumped into a burly man. "Damn it, where are your eyes?" He looked up and smiled innocently. "I'm really sorry, sir. Are you hurt anywhere?" As soon as the man saw Kim Chulsu, he immediately said, Never mind, be careful next time." By now, he had completely become a good person. They then started hunting monsters. Sungryul said, "Order the goblin to attack that monster." Kim Chulsu, hearing this, looked worried. "What? It has to face such a big monster?" He patted Kim Chulsu on the shoulder to reassure him. "Don't worry, you just don't remember. Your pet has taken down so many like that before." Kim Chulsu looked bewildered. "Really?" Then he panicked and said, "Goblin, attack it." The goblin immediately moved forward. It then struck one of the giant's legs with a very weak hit. Seeing that, Sungryul couldn't hide his disappointment. Scowling, unable to believe it, he stared at the scene in astonishment. Once the strongest, perfect summon, Kim Chulsu's. At this moment, the goblin offered no resistance as the monster prepared to strike. It was supposed to be the savior to help them fulfill Iscariot's greatest dream. The monster's massive claw came down immediately. Suddenly, Kim Chulsu appeared, shielding the tiny goblin before him. It looked up blankly with wide eyes. He softly asked, "Are you okay?" Kim Chulsu smiled affectionately and said, "My friend." At the sight of this, the goblin immediately vomited a disgusting splatter of greenish-red bile. He's still worried. "So you are hurt? Sorry for forcing you to fight." Sungryul had no other choice but to pick up his weapon and activate his warrior skill. He quickly followed with a powerful counterstrike against the monster. The monster immediately fell to the ground. He stared in amazement. Defeating that giant with a single blow? Sungryul cautioned, "No need to panic so much." He added that the lightning strikes are powerful and fast but have extremely weak defense, making them prime targets for experienced players. This place is famous as an ideal leveling spot for that reason. So many people come that fights get cramped into each tiny square. He continued holding the goblin in his arms, dazed. "There really are a lot of battles. If we could hunt together, that would be great." Right then, a cold snort echoed. He never thought he'd hear himself say something like that. Another man appeared, smiling. "Is that you? The one who used to monopolize all the monsters in this area?" Kim Chulsu turned back in confusion to look at the other man. Did he dare to look me in the face and say that exactly like that? He looked harmlessly at the newcomer and asked, "Who's this guy?" "He's a top-tier mage, level 41, Kim Chulsu said. "I feel like I've seen him somewhere before." "Somewhere?" He immediately panicked, clutching his head. "Somewhere. I've seen him somewhere before." In his mind, a figure appeared, the resurrected top-tier dwarf. Exactly. The other guy, seeing this, became angry. "Who is that? Can't you see the label above my head says top-tier mage?" Sungryul on the side couldn't help but think, wait, if he's a top-tier dwarf, then he was definitely one of the idiots back then. He silently calculated. Though there's some confusion, the guy still remembers. Perhaps he'll recall his memories more easily if... Kim Chulsu continued pointing at the opponent. "That's right, a top-tier mage. No? I clearly remember it that way." Sungryul thought to himself. Replaying the moment when Kim Chulsu was thrown into the hidden dungeon and nearly died, he let out a small laugh. "Even if you don't want to remember, you must never forget. Don't blame me. I did everything for you." Sungryul cleared his throat to stop them. Ahem. The man behind reminded him, "I have something urgent to do. See you in the village tonight." Hearing that, Sungryul asked, "Urgent? Top tier? Wait. No, you mean you have something urgent?" Sungryul didn't answer and turned away, saying, "See you later." As the man slowly walked forward, a voice suddenly called out, "Come with me." Kim Chulsu grabbed his hand and said, "Let me come with you." Sungryul turned back to scold him. "What are you saying? I told you I'm busy, and this has nothing to do with you." Kim Chulsu smiled warmly and asked, "Nothing to do with me? But you don't look well. Do you have some trouble?" He held the man's hand tightly and continued, "You saved my life. So this time it's my turn to help you." The man hesitated and stammered something. Sungryul immediately snapped, "Don't joke around. What the hell are you doing? Don't you know what I plan to do?" The man kept squirming. "Let go, let go, let go. Why are you clinging to me?" Kim Chulsu laughed and replied, "I will never let go. I'm sure I did this before I lost my memory. I did it then too." Sungryul kept trying to kick Kim Chulsu off. "Let go, you lunatic," he insisted, I absolutely won't let go. Don't leave like that, let me come along. Across the way, the top-tier mage looked on in bewilderment and said, "Hey." He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "Damn it, I still have to contact Iscariot to get info on the hidden dungeon." Looking at this guy, Sungriel felt irritated. This is how we'll restore his memories before it's too late. This blood-sucking man doesn't get anything. The mage on the other side said absent-mindedly, "Hey, this person is..." Then someone else interjected, "All right." Then a voice called out, "Sungriel." He startled and turned around at that voice. The one who arrived was Hyuk Hyukum, the Dark Shadow Assassin, level 56. He said, "Hey you, why didn't you pick up my call? You wanna die?" Sungriel quickly shoved Kim Chulsu away and said, Hyuk Hyukum, you came yourself? That's strange." He stepped forward and continued, "What have you been doing to get so high a level? Was the situation so bad you couldn't report or contact anyone?" He answered, "You forgot to step back. I use my head more than my muscles." Sungriel added, "A night hunter. Have you already completed the second job change? No wonder the dungeon experience was brutal." He bristled, "Don't pick at other people's wounds. Unfortunately, I don't have time right now to reminisce with you." Hyuk's face grew angry. Patton the Destroyer and Ji-hyun the Deathbringer's lives are in danger. Hearing that, it seemed he remembered something. Patton the Destroyer and Ji-hyun. Na Jon Chil Ji's Ji-hyun. Then Kim Chulsu looked toward Hyuk. Those names sound familiar. That person looks pretty strong. Probably not my match. I wonder if he's noticed me until now. On Sungriel's face, the expression was serious. Aren't they the strongest members of your team? If they hadn't risked entering the hidden dungeon, their chance of being threatened would have been lower. He continued, "I don't know the details. They only relayed 3 things and then cut contact." Hyuk began to recount. 1. Quickly assemble the entire Eviton team, including the Master Guild. 2. There's a level 100 monster, so be careful when going in. Hearing that, he panicked. Level 100? His hand clenched. Damn idiots. Why did they set foot in such a reckless place? Sungriel's voice dropped. What's the last thing? Could it be their final testament? He pointed toward Kim Chulsu lying on the ground. Bring that idiot along. If possible, prioritize Ji-hyun's message above everything. Hyuk sneered. What use is that weakling? Sungriel thought to himself. No. She made a sensible decision. Ji-hyun saw firsthand what kind of power he has. He calculated inwardly. Even if Hyuk spoke that way, he must still hold some hope for Kim Chulsu. The very reason they had to come here was Kim Chulsu. But Kim Chulsu now. Kim Chulsu dazedly looked up and asked, "Me?" Footsteps drew nearer. Patton and Ji-hyun hid behind a wall, not daring to breathe heavily. The living armor cust trudged on its iron-shod feet through the mist. When its footsteps faded away, Ji-hyun let out a quiet sigh of relief and murmured, "It passed by." Patton still gripped his sword, on edge and fed up with the situation. Hearing her, he lost faith and retorted, "We've been trapped here 2 days. Do you still believe we can survive? Do you still have faith after looking at all those corpses?" Indeed, around them lay countless dead bodies sold out like salt. Then Patton grumbled and blamed, "We shouldn't have reported it on your say-so. Because you rushed and said there was a level 100 monster, no one came to rescue us." Ji-hyun disagreed and argued reasonably. "What if we hadn't warned them? If they came without a plan, they'd all die too. You know, Hyuk isn't that kind of person." Patton lost patience and shouted, "That's not it." Ji-hyun, fearing his shout would attract cussed the living armor, signaled and whispered, "Quiet, or we'll be discovered." Patton, knowing he'd boomed foolishly, hugged his head to steady himself. His face went pale and desperate as he said, "This time it's different. I've never had my life threatened like this. Not even Hyuk can save us." Having said that, he propped his sword and stood up. Although trembling with fear, he stubbornly declared, "I'd rather charge once than sit and wait to die. Let's try to fight it. Maybe one of us can escape." Hearing that, Ji-hyun fell silent, conflicted. "But one of us will definitely die. I won't accept one of us having to be sacrificed." Then she stubbornly insisted, as if reassuring herself and Patton. "It's not time to give up. Wait, he'll definitely come. As long as he arrives, everything will be resolved." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Kim Chulsu lay on the scorching desert sand, looked up at the person before him, and asked dazedly, "Me?" Hyuk didn't answer directly. Instead, he focused on something else and asked him skeptically, "That guy's using honorifics now?" Sungriel beside him understood what he was suspicious about and cursed inwardly. Damn it. He hurried over to Kim Chulsu, leaned close and whispered, "You're his friend, right? Suddenly using honorifics, won't that surprise him?" Hearing that, Kim Chulsu incredulously asked him, "Friend? Me and that scary-looking guy? Friends?" Sungriel didn't want to explain much, he simply said, "Anyway, it's been a while. Act natural and greet him like normal friends." Kim Chulsu, bewildered, reflexively asked, "Normal friends?" But then he followed the instruction, stood up, and very naturally greeted Hyuk. "Long time no see, you bastard." Seeing that, Sungriel gaped and muttered to himself, "This is too much, man." Yet Hyuk was pleased and said, "That's more like you." Sungriel thought incredulously, Has he accepted it already? Suddenly the goblin shuffled out, catching everyone's attention. Hyuk went rigid, his face darkened, and he stammered, "Goblin." Sungryul was terrified again and had to think fast. The goblin is still here. This is bad. He can't let Hyuk find out about the relationship between Chulsu and the goblin. After regaining his composure, Hyuk drew his sharp sword and coldly asked, "Sungryul, is this the same goblin we saw the other day?" Sungryul forced a laugh and made an excuse. "What? Compared to the last one, this one's pathetic. Look at its face like it's about to die." But Hyuk was sharp. Half joking, half serious, he pressed, "You're saying we once lost to a weakling like this?" Sungryul, unable to hide it, just chuckled it off and said, "Are you kidding a bit too much?" Although Hyuk spoke loudly, he still wasn't certain. He narrowed his eyes, assessed the goblin, and muttered to himself, "Maybe I'm hallucinating." Scene change. After gathering all the necessary people in one place, Hyuk seriously and gratefully said, "Thank you all for coming." Minseong crossed his arms and asked in a low voice, "The Master Guild isn't joining this time? They should show up in an emergency like this." Hyuk replied calmly, "We contacted them, but don't expect too much. This time we have to handle it ourselves." Then he got straight to the point and summarized the situation. Jihyun the Deathbringer and Patton the Destroyer, while leaving the dungeon after hunting monsters, triggered a trap and fell to a lower level. Hearing that, someone quickly blamed Patton for being careless. Another person interrupted, saying that with their skills the trap should have been escapable. While everyone buzzed, Kim Chulsu stood motionless holding the goblin, listening intently. Hyuk cut through the noise and continued, "But there's a level 100 monster guarding that place." At that, everyone immediately fell silent to listen. Hyuk again sincerely thanked them. "The mission is that dangerous, one of us could die. Thank you for coming despite hearing that. I'll say it again. Up until now this has been just a game, but this time it's completely different." He paused, then warned solemnly, "Anyone who wants out can opt out now." At that moment, a person fully hooded from head to toe spoke decisively, "Jihyun, Patton, those are friends who need our help," Suji said as she removed her hooded cloak. Minsu and Hyunsu also took off their hoods. Minsu smiled, "I still owe Patton." Hyunsu teased Hyuk, "If necessary, you should just say so. Hyuk, you're a half-baked leader without us." Sungryul finally spoke up reasonably, "Right, no matter how strong you are, the enemy is a level 100 monster. From the start, this isn't a fight we can call fair. Our goal is rescue. To divert the monster's attention, the more of us the better." As he spoke, he stroked his beard thoughtfully. Sungryul glanced at Kim Chulsu and thought quietly, "Luckily, if chased by a level 100 monster, maybe his memories will come back." Suddenly Kim Chulsu loudly asked, "Why do I have to go?" Hearing him, Sungryul went blank, staring at him in disbelief and confusion. Why does he have to go? He'd been docile and obedient until recently. Why act like this now? Could he be about to remember something? Kim Chulsu stared straight at Hyuk and asked boldly and loudly, "I don't see why I should risk my life for your guild's affairs. Does someone in there need my help? If you think that's the reason for me to jump into a death trap," he paused slightly. Sungryul twisted his long beard, listening tensely to every word, secretly thinking, "Good, he's coming back." Resurrection of Demon King Kim Chulsu. Kim Chulsu stepped close to Hyuk and grinned slyly. "That's exactly it. I'm ready, so let's go in." His words immediately deflated both Sungryul and the goblin, who had been hoping for a dramatic about-face. Hyuk gave a cold smile and muttered, "Idiot," then sincerely thanked everyone. "Thank you for not giving up and for standing with us in the fight." Then he slowly said, "All right, Evaton Guild." They set out. Hyuk led the way, followed by a determined troop marching in his footsteps. Elsewhere, Jiho held his phone and mumbled, "Is this for real?" Afterward, he instructed the person on the other end, "Understood. Keep monitoring." Jiho glanced at the darkened phone screen and muttered to himself, "Kim Chulsu acting strange. Huh, isn't that guy usually normal? So maybe there's no need to report this time. The young lady's overreacting a bit," he mumbled, picking at his nose out of habit. At that moment elsewhere, Hyuk moved swiftly, dual-wielding his swords and stabbing wildly at the people before him. He single-handedly took down 4 strangers without tiring. Still he grumbled, "The little monsters keep popping out without getting tired." Watching the scene, Kim Chulsu's eyes widened in admiration. He thought to himself, astonishing, that Hyuk, though he fought without guard, he revealed no weakness. Could it be their absolute trust in each other? Thinking that, he stopped to watch the people following. They were busy too, continuously fighting different monsters. Looking around, Kim Chulsu quietly wondered if that's why they could abandon defense and focus on offense. Could he find someone trustworthy to watch his back? Just then, as his thoughts drifted, a monster leapt out from behind and attacked him. Sensing it, he spun around in alarm. Sungryul had already grabbed a weapon and rushed over. He smashed the monster fiercely into a pulp to protect him. When it was over, he clicked his tongue and grumbled. "You'd probably fall flat from one hit even before this old man could," he muttered. "Lots of people but terrible defense, huh?" Surprised by Sungryul's sudden protection, Kim Chulsu couldn't hold back tears, choked and cried out, "Old man!" He hugged Sungreal tightly along with the goblin, making both of them yelp as if prodded. "Get off me. Gross. What are you doing?" Kim Chulsu didn't let go. He hugged harder and babbled loudly. "Two people care about me like this. I'm sure I lived well before I lost my memory. I tried my best. Didn't I? I did." Sungreal struggled to break free and replied perfunctorily, "Yes, yes," while inwardly fuming. This clingy fool needs to be tossed quickly as bait for a strong monster. Suddenly someone called out loudly, "Hey, Yoonhyuk." He glanced toward the caller and asked, "What is it?" Having just escaped Kim Chulsu's monstrous embrace and out of breath, Sungreal gasped and then suggested between breaths, "From here, we split up. What do you think?" After catching his breath, he wiped his sweat and analyzed, suggesting that the monsters here are so weak they're nothing more than cannon fodder. There's no need to advance in this formation. Better to split up and search for the traps those two fell into. From his suggestion, Yoonhyuk thought for a moment, then said seriously, in an emergency like this, I only considered that there might be a strong monster somewhere. I've been overly cautious." Saying that, he loudly commanded everyone, from now on, split into 3 teams to search. If you find anywhere suspicious or any traps, report immediately. Do not enter until everyone has assembled. Ziel stood frozen, unwilling to move. Watching Yoonhyuk's group spread out, he couldn't help grumbling. "Not bad. They're pretty good. Guess I won't get a chance to act." Suddenly, as if his wish were granted, a monster lunged out. Ziel simply pointed his staff of power at it, praising himself inwardly. After all, if I used my full strength, they'd definitely feel a superior power, and maybe they'd feel a bit inferior. With just his wand, Ziel easily took care of the monster. Suddenly, his energy struck a gem embedded in the wall. The gem quickly lit up. A blue light spread throughout the room. The light reached Yoonhyuk's group. He murmured, "What is this?" A matrix appeared, trapping them inside a fixed circle. Everyone fell silent, watching the strange light shift from one shape to another. The ground then split open. Sungreal peered down at the cracks, pondering, is this the trap those two fell into? Amid the tense situation, Kim Chulsu stood frozen, doing nothing but hugging the goblin. Suddenly the ground beneath gave way, and Kim Chulsu and the goblin screamed in panic. The whole group fell into the trap, leaving only XL standing above, staring dumbfounded at the deep pit. He muttered, half hysterical, "We're doomed." At that moment someone approached, cheerfully asking, "A little late, aren't we?" She chattered, "Our Yoonhyuk's going to have a hard time." Ziel turned at her voice to see who it was. The girl sitting on the ground calmly remarked, "Oh no, not that. Did I hear there's a level 100 monster down there?"
Please like, subscribe, and ring the bell for more awesome content.